Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 101 Flow Status. What are you hesitating about? Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Jiexi's whole body trembled. Ye Liangqiu had already rushed over from the direction of the goal not far away. The aura on his body made Jiexi's brain a little confused. Damn it, should this ball be passed? At this moment, the world in Jiexi's eyes seemed to have changed. He clearly knew the movements of the entire stadium, and countless information exploded in his brain. He also clearly saw an unmarked ball in the edge corner. People. The body started to move subconsciously. There was a bang sound. The ball rushed in that direction like a bullet. The direction he saw was Shido Ryusei, who had already stood up. The moment he saw the ball flying towards him, the excitement on his cheeks could no longer be concealed. Without any hesitation, he kicked the ball. Here comes a shot from an angle. However, it was still too much. The mechanical goalkeeper completely captured his movements and jumped up high. Although he did not completely touch the ball, the direction of the ball was changed the moment his fingertips touched the ball. The ball drew an arc and rushed into the penalty area. It happened to fall in front of Bing Jiyang. Seeing this, Erzi stretched his legs to steal it directly. However, Bing Jiyang moved faster and passed the ball directly with a kick. The landing he kicked was in the direction where Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin were running. If it were me, it would be there. You should have seen it, right? The best goal spot. Ishi Rin's expression was fierce, as if the ball was destined to be won. But Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth, and his speed was so fast that he surpassed Itoshi Rin in an instant. But at this time, an extremely dangerous aura came. There was a bang sound. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them, and Jieshi's entire body was wrapped in black mist. In such a short moment, he realized that the ball passed by Bing Jiyang was not passed to these two people. Instead, he is always in the penalty area closest to the goal. Like an arrow drawn from a bow, Jieshi stepped forward with his right leg. Darkness had completely occupied his entire pupils, so what if you are top 7? I will devour you. There was a bang sound. Although this distance is not within his direct shooting range, he can't control that much. Since it is beyond himself, it is now. The next second, a direct shot was launched. The ball shot towards the goal like a bullet. Until the goal was scored, Jieshi jumped up high, spread his hands, and assumed a goal-scoring posture. The score came to 2-4. A goal born out of despair. In Jieshi eyes, this goal is his only hope, and it is also his hope to enter the U20 competition. However, at this time, Ito Shiren and Ye Liangqiu both had unnatural expressions. The two glanced at each other, started almost at zero frame, and directly grabbed each other's collar. Ye Liangqiu breathed out sweet words, "If you can't score the goal, it's your own problem. I'm not your teammate. Are you feeling seriously ill? Don't look at me like that. A good-for-nothing who only looks for his brother, so arrogant." The veins on Itoshi Rin's cheeks popped out. "Red-eyed freak, you." It's just that unlike the two of them, the others, especially Bing Jiyang, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Jieshi score the goal, and arrange the whole game. In order to show their value for this goal, only in this way can he stay on the playing field and prove the value of himself and others. Good goal. Qixing Honglang stretched out his hand to pull Jieshi up from the ground and praised him. He didn't expect that this guy actually managed to reach the goal point in the end when he faced the head-on confrontation with the Ukrainian traveler just now. Moreover, they still snatched the ball from the hands of those two people. This certainly doesn't shock everyone. Compared to being shocked, Jie is still in a state of confusion. He doesn't know what he was doing just now. He only knows that there is only one or two words in his head, that is, goal. All the information in his mind at that moment, everything seems to be emerging automatically, and the so-called equations are also reorganized. Flow state. At this time, Bing Jiyang explained, I heard Ye Liangqiu say before that people will enter this state when their emotions reach a certain level. Obviously, you should have entered it just now. In this state, otherwise the reaction would not be able to keep up with the movements of those two people. Jie was a little confused. Flow status. After thinking for a few seconds, he still remembered this situation deeply in his mind. This ball made him feel like a dream. At this time, the battle for the last ball continues. It's just that the kicker came into Ye Liangqiu's hands, and he looked at Ishi Rin with cold eyes. Just a second ago, he was also given a yellow card, and he was just about to be dismissed. In an instant, he rushed out with the ball. Everyone on the court immediately took action. If Ye Liangqiu running without the ball was not very dangerous, but now having the ball, Ye Liangqiu could be said to be extremely dangerous in everyone's eyes. Once he fails to defend well, he alone can defeat the entire team. Itoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei immediately stepped forward to intercept. But Ye Liangqiu sneered and looked at Ertzi, who was running without the ball. Lu Hainan, give you a chance. The next second, Ye Liangqiu accurately predicted the direction of the two sons running and passed the ball. Before Ertzi could react, the ball had already reached his feet. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu, obviously preparing for a 1-2. But, why would he do this? Suddenly, several people appeared in his field of vision, and before he had time to react, Ertzi passed the ball back. The cooperation between the two could be said to be poor, but Ye Liangqiu's speed of every pass was ridiculously fast, and he basically didn't give any human reaction time. And the direction in which he ran made people feel powerless. I wanted to defend, but found that my reaction could not keep up with the opponent's speed. Don't talk about them, the second son now wants to curse. No wonder Wu Traveler said before that his strength has increased by 120%. It turns out that he doesn't need to think about anything at all, he just passes the ball like a robot. This guy didn't consider the feelings of other players at all, he just treated them as disposable tools and threw them away after use. The two people were so fast that almost no one could stop them. While Shido Dragon Saint was running, he did not forget to complain, hey, eyelash monster, you just let him rush into the restricted area like this. Ito Shirleen's face darkened and he turned his head, not wanting to pay attention to this person. However, Ye Liangqiu and Ertzi, who successfully entered the penalty area, were extremely fast. Ertzi gradually felt that he could keep up with this speed. Just the next second, Ertzi's expression was dull. After Ye Liangqiu received the last pass, his body stopped in place. At this moment, he was still at least 20 meters away from the goal, and the defenders were already in place. But the way he looks as he wants to shoot. At this time, Ye Liangqiu slowly said, I don't need you anymore. In the field of shooting, I'm the strongest, and everyone is just a foil to my strength. Game over. Gum. Chapter 102, Avengers. The football drew an arc, passed through the sides of all defensive players, and shot into the goal at an extremely tricky angle. The score came to 2-5. At this moment, everyone on the court was looking at Ye Liangqiu, who was standing in the penalty area. Although they were already familiar with this bold kick, the shock never diminished. You have to know that this place is nearly 20 meters away from the goal. This guy can shoot whenever he wants. And there are so many people defending. Is Ye Liangqiu so confident? To be precise, both Wu Traveler and Oto Yingtai looked at Ye Liangqiu as if they were monsters. Only after the start of this game did they know that such a character actually existed in the Blue Prison. This number 1 is well deserved. The first game of acclimatization training is over. In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu was lying alone in the bathroom. As a ghost, he could not know his opponent in the next game, nor his teammates in the next game. He could only know clearly after entering the stadium. Heart Shiba's arrangement. But he knew that Aishin Shiba also understood that with his own strength, it would destroy the balance that should exist. So he will only play in strong teams. Adaptation. In the final analysis, it is not for him to adapt to this group of players, but for others to adapt to him. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he felt very relaxed. The game with U20 was getting closer and closer, and he began to feel a little restless in his heart. Good looking. I love watching. I have no interest in other people's competitions. I would rather watch Qiubao take a bath here. He. People of the same profession, the competition between that group of people is like playing house, boring, but I am looking forward to a game between Qiubao and Little B. People upstairs, are you all perverts? Do you want to watch others take a shower? Aren't you watching too? The barrage was scrolling crazily, and Ye Liangqiu ignored it completely. He had long been used to it, but a trace of doubt also appeared in his mind. If he was taking a bath here, could they really see his whole body? Not so outrageous, right? While he was thinking, the sound of the radio sounded. Players participating in the game are asked to enter the playing field immediately. Ye Liangqiu stood up slowly. Generally, broadcasts would not appear in the bathroom, unless someone wanted to participate in a competition, and now he was the only one in the bathroom, so who else could it be? Putting the bath towel on the side around himself, Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth. Who will be in the next game? Advertisement. In the stadium, everyone is already here. A 2 vs 1. The sound of the radio continued to sound. Shido Ryusei was given a red card for violating the rules of the game, and another person will enter the stadium in his place in this game. Then, the gate slowly opened. Ye Liangqiu walked out of the darkness, and he immediately noticed the confused looks of everyone on the court. Huh. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows, so he is from the A2 team this time. Have to team up with this damned Sundara again. Ito Shirlene was speechless, another trouble comes. After finally sending off Shido Ryusei, a pink-haired pervert, another freak came. The sound of the radio continues to sound. A 2-team lineup, Yoshiaki, Ishirin, Igarashi Rimu, Yisheng, and Time. C1 team lineup, Hui Raku, Yukimiya Kenyu, Ryu, Nagi Saishiru, Gamera Jin. On the court, Ye Liangqiu walked skillfully to the center of the court, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at Feng Lu on the opposite side, with extremely calm eyes. A feast of geniuses and monsters. Avengers. The moment Prince Ling saw Ye Liangqiu, the fighting spirit in his pupils could no longer be stopped. He could not ignore the guy who took his treasure away. Although, he knew the reason, but, I can't forgive Ye Liangqiu in my heart. He wants to prove that he can bring Nagi to the highest peak. Feng Lu looked at Ye Liangqiu, as if a flame was burning in his eyes. I'm already here. Only Nagi Seishiro was looking up at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe it was because the atmosphere on the court had infected this man who always disliked trouble, but his violently beating heart was telling himself to enjoy this game. The man he wanted to defeat was right in front of him. Whether he is a genius or not, maybe we will find out in this game. As for Team A, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Time trembled a little. You are the same person before. Why are you so impressed by me? Ye Liangqiu glanced at Time. He highly doubted whether this guy's body structure was made up of muscles. After all, he had collided with Time several times at that time, and even the strength could not move him half an inch. As he said that, he looked at the monk again. You guy, you can actually come here. What a good luck. The monk curled his lips in embarrassment. To be precise, he was able to get here only by holding his thigh. In the first selection, Ye Liangqiu did not eliminate him. In the second selection, he was not eliminated because the strong ones in the team were too strong. He stayed, and the third round of selection also relied on Feng Lu and Black Name to stay. As for the fourth round of selection, in order to stay, he naturally chose the strongest Team A. The fact that he can hug his thighs is vividly displayed on him. After seeing Ye Liangqiu come to this team, his hanging heart finally relaxed completely. Because in his opinion, Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu, these two people together can defeat almost all teams. The monk was just happy. However, at this time, Ye Liangqiu said, don't think that you can rely on others to survive until the end. You will only be eliminated in the end. This is adaptive training, not that you can play if you win. Can't show myself, can't show my strength. After all, you are just a loser who cannot stand on the stage. Without any euphemism, the monk's face turned green and red, obviously being hit on the spot. On the other hand, Yanqing's fingers were entangled in his hair. It's as trendy as ever. That's right. Only Ishirin glanced at the monk with no emotion in his eyes. For him, he fully understood the overall level of his team. After all, he had been teammates and enemies before. A lot of information is constantly forming equations in your mind. As for the group of people opposite. As the whistle blows, Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu stood at the front. The two were teammates before and there was not much tacit understanding, but at least they still had a little cooperation. Especially after Ye Liangqiu made changes, Itoshi Rin was very curious about this guy. Whether there will be a chemical reaction with myself after the change. In just the next second, the veins on Ito Shiren's cheeks were already bulging. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the ball and sneered, "You damn arrogant girl, don't think that I will cooperate with you. But you cooperate with me." Chapter 103, Useful People. In fact, I have always known that Nagi's heart changed drastically in that game. He was no longer the person who was always unsure whether something could be done, but a player who had begun to have self-awareness. I don't want to admit this, after all, it wasn't me who made Nagi stronger. Prince Ling gritted his teeth and stared at Ye Liangqiu opposite him. King Ray. Nagi Saishiro seemed to want to say something, but in the end he did not say it. From the moment he chose Ye Liangqiu, his self changed drastically, and it was not just out of curiosity. I also want to use this, to become stronger. He believed that King Ling understood what he meant and knew that King Ling could climb to this height. But now, there seems to be a gap between the two. As the whistle sounded, King Ray rushed out in one stride. He looked back at Nagi Saishiro. He had been abandoned by Nagi before. In order to reach this arena, he worked hard to become stronger, just to catch up with Nagi. He wants to prove that only he can fight side by side with Nagi. The ball was now in Ye Liangqiu's hands. He took a deep breath. It seemed that the weather was getting colder and colder, and he could even clearly detect a white mist leaking from the corner of his mouth. The next second, he rushed out. At the same time, Ito Shiren cursed secretly, and then followed. Ye Liangqiu passed the ball out with one kick. Before Itoshi Rin could react, the ball was already in front of him. This is a pass that predicts the future. You don't need to make any moves. I will pass the ball to you, will be precise. After experiencing this kind of passing, Itoshi Rin finally understood why they would pierce the direction of his team so easily before. It turned out to be this. Ye Liangqiu's passing does not treat his teammates as people, but as tools. In order to score goals, everyone can be a tool. Are you the ultimate egoist? Itoshi Rin curled his lips and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth. After receiving the ball, he did not pass it back immediately. Tool. Do you use me as a tool? I'm not that trash. Ye Liangqiu, who was running without the ball, sneered. He guessed that Itoshi Rin would not act as he expected, or in other words, the moment the ball was passed, he saw the future 3 seconds later. This guy also won't pass the ball unless absolutely necessary. However, the 1-2 between the two easily tore apart the opponent's defense. Feng Le became more and more excited when he saw Ye Liangqiu's completely changed expression. This was his own monster, now it has become even more powerful. Advertisement. Chio, it's really hard to chase you. It's harder than tasting whether rainwater has a taste. At this moment, Itoshi Rin was dribbling the ball quickly, with no expression on his cold face. Perhaps he was heading towards the end of the game as soon as possible. Ye Liangqiu ran towards the penalty area without the ball. However, everyone knew that Ye Liangqiu was very threatening, especially Prince Ling. He stopped in front of Ye Liangqiu with an arrow, and his purple eyes seemed to want to devour the person in front of him. This time, don't think about winning easily. Really? Ye Liangqiu smiled. He was now running without the ball and would be intercepted. I am afraid that in the eyes of this group of people, he was afraid that he would enter the penalty area. Now, shouldn't the most threatening person in the game be Itoshi Rin? Instead of intercepting him, he actually came to defend himself. I really don't understand the thinking of this group of people. When Itoshi Rin saw Ye Liangqiu slowing down, he looked at the monk on the right who was already catching up. Instead of passing the ball to this waste, he might as well shoot the ball directly. At this moment, in front of him, Gaimaru and Nagi Saishiro have come to intercept him. The defensive cooperation between the two is very solid. It can be said that Itoshi Rin was not given any chance to shoot. The monk had already run without the ball and came to Itoshi Rin's side. He showed his hospitality and said, "Use me, I am a useful monk." After thinking for 2 seconds, Itoshi Rin passed the ball directly. The street ball monk immediately started to sprint forward, and he was very happy in his heart. At this moment, he was cooperating with the top 7. As long as he showed his value, he would be able to play in the U20 game. Then he would not have to go back to the torturous place among the temples. Thinking about it, his emotions became more and more high, and he must show his value. My own unique value, even if I am a person who comes up with a big hand, the fact that I can at least get here shows everything. However, before his self-morale could continue to improve, Nagise Shiro seemed to be wrapped in a ball of dark flames, and he quickly stepped forward with a burning momentum. There is an obvious confrontation between the height difference between the two. Nagisa Shiro's calm eyes were fixed on the ball. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin have already reached the penalty area. After all, they are running without the ball. For them, the defensive force only limits their movement. No one will be bored enough to defend a football that does not even have the ball. Athlete. Advertisement. Facing Nagise Shiro, the monk's confident expression just now turned into panic. He even saw the ball being snatched away from his feet. If he is robbed, then he will not be able to enter the U20. No. Don't. Suddenly, a curse came, and Ye Liangqiu looked back, his scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent, as if an evil ghost would tear the monk to pieces at any time. What the hell are you hesitating about? Can't you kick the ball when you get it? Do you want me to teach you how to play football? Almost instantly, the monk reacted, a trace of panic flashed on his expression, and he immediately passed the ball. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and rushed towards the penalty area. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly and passed the ball poorly. I really don't know what this guy's weapon is. Could it be a headbutt? The ball obviously passed between Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin. Gamaru and King Ling quickly stepped forward to defend themselves. However, Ye Liangqiu accelerated violently and quickly surpassed the 3 of them. The direction of the ball landing was reflected in his pupils and the afterimage. Yukimiya, who had never shown his head, had a smile on his lips, strode forward, and suddenly made a sliding shovel, rushing towards the landing point, trying to directly intercept the ball. But, it's too late. The world Ye Liangqiu saw was different from theirs. At the moment before the ball fell, he directly activated his weapon. Direct shot. There was a bang sound. The ball arced toward the goal. Almost no reaction from anyone. Yukimiya looked back and saw that the ball had already brushed against the edge of the mechanical goalkeeper's head and rushed in. The score came to 0-1. Chapter 104, Flowers bloom and bear fruit. Yukimiya chuckled. He was indeed the number 1 player. He could shoot the ball at such an angle. Did this guy never take distance and defense into consideration? However, when King Ling saw this scene, he couldn't help wiping the sweat from the corners of his mouth. We haven't seen each other for a few days, but this monster is still so powerful. So how powerful has Nagi become? Nagisa Shiro seemed to be very calm about this scene. After all, he had seen too many goals like this. Or maybe he saw too much when he was in Ye Liangqiu's team. Disgusting. Itoshi Rin let out a broken mouth. If he had known this, he should have followed his inner thoughts and rushed to the goal alone. Why did he pass the ball to this monk? There won't be any next time. The monk was overjoyed to see Ye Liangqiu score a goal. After all, he also contributed to this goal, which means that he has value on this court. This undoubtedly does not mean that I have the opportunity to step into that arena. Unfortunately, Huaxin Shiba was also observing the game in the monitoring room at this moment. Only recorded the data on the side. Mr. Huaxin, there are obvious changes in Ye Liangqiu's data. I know. Huaxin Shiba nodded. Of course he could see it. After all, as the controller of the entire Blue Prison, all players were just a bunch of data in his eyes, and he made these data higher. Ye Liangqiu no longer fights alone. he started to take the initiative to cater to his teammates. It's just this kind of ego, but it's a bit strange. As an extreme egoist, I have seen the way he fights on the court many times, and I have never found it before. It is a very scary thing. It's no wonder that Loki talked to me about the issue of eyes at that time. There was a twitch in Only's smile. Mr. Huixin, can you explain it more clearly? Huixin Shiba chuckled, didn't I tell you before? There are two types of eyes in this world. One is to view the entire world from a normal perspective, commonly known as the naked eye, while the other is to view the world from a bird's eye perspective. Seeing the world is like the eyes of God. On this court, players with spatial awareness are almost all geniuses who cater to the world. The so-called eyes are their way of fighting. They can simulate the situation of the entire court through the information on the court and make various decisions. Kind of change. I prefer to use this weapon, commonly known as anticipating the movement of the court, and then making adjustments to run to the place where it is easiest to score. It's like playing a game. However, now I have discovered a third kind of eyes. It is also the most terrifying kind of eyes I have ever found to see the future. See the future? Only was a little puzzled. Mr. Huixin, how is this possible? If I could see the future through my eyes, I would never use them to play football. Huixin crossed her fingers and showed a weird smile. It seems that you still don't understand the value of it. The future you see in your eyes is what happens in one day, or even a few days later, but Ye Liang, the time that Chio's eyes can see shouldn't be that long, only a short moment. Do you know what the concept is? A player can predict the opponent's movements, and passes in advance. Even an inexperienced football novice has this ability to face a head-on confrontation with professional players. He can predict one step in advance and then grab the ball. Interception. The pros can't even keep up with his speed. Do you still think it's ordinary? I have watched his game videos many times. This is just a guess. Although I don't know whether Ye Liangqiu has this ability. If he really has this almost abnormal power, we will create the world's number 180% of the goal has been achieved as a forward. Only looked at Huixin Shiba's smiling face and got goosebumps all over his body. Before the blue prison was launched, who could have imagined that Huixin really raised countless monsters in it? Now, he is like a gardener, waiting for the flowers to bloom and bear fruit. At this moment, everyone on the court returned to their positions. The ball came into Feng Li's hands. He spread his hands and seemed to be moving his body. He exuded a frightening aura, and the sense of playfulness that was different from the past had completely disappeared. Behind him, Nagisa Shiro and everyone seemed to have entered the state after the ball just now. As the whistle blows, Feng Li quickly dribbled the ball and started running. His only goal was to tear apart the opponent's defense. With dark flames burning in his pupils, he rushed towards the opponent's time. The current Feng Li is extremely flexible and completely different from before. Advertisement. First, he bumped the ball up in the air. In the moment when Shiguang looked panicked, there was a cow's tail in the air, and then he stepped on the ball and made a Marseille spin, quickly piercing the first line of defense. When time comes back to my senses, I still want to chase it. But he found that Feng Li had already rushed out with the ball. He licked his lips and said, "First place." The next second, a figure stood in front of him. Itoshi Rin had a cold face. He had played against Feng Li and knew that this mushroom-headed dribbler was extremely flexible and would be tricked if he wasn't careful. "It's you." The moment Feng Li saw Ito Shiren's face, the flames in his pupils burned even more intensely. The ball under his feet was flying like an elf, and he quickly pedaled his bicycle. It's just that Ito Shiren's eyes were calm, as if everything was planned. Suddenly, the corners of Feng Li's mouth raised. "Have you been fooled?" The next second, he kicked his right foot fiercely to the right, and the ball drew an arc and rushed to the side. I saw a figure rushing towards the direction of the ball. There seemed to be countless dark arms wrapped around Nagisa Shiro's body, and half of his face turned into bones. "I'm here to challenge the boss. His target is Ye Liangqiu." The eyes of the two people looked at each other, and it seemed that with the two of them at the center, the darkness began to swallow up the surroundings. The intimidation seemed to ignite the entire stadium, and black flames danced in the air. "I like to destroy geniuses, don't you know this?" Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes revealed a murderous intent. Nagi Saishiro's expression was calm. "I'm no longer a genius. I'm just an ordinary player who wants to become stronger. The confrontation between the two started in the next second. Nagi Saishiro learned a lot when he was in Yabaraki's team. He knew that some people couldn't do it with their own weapons, but compared to his skills and physical advantages, he refused to give in. The heart seems to be beating faster and faster. Inspiration is still flowing in my mind. Chapter 105 Fool. Everyone present knows one truth, that is, do not engage in a 1 versus 1 head-on battle with Ye Liangqiu. After all, this is a truth that only players understand through bloody lessons. In the field of duel, Ye Liangqiu has never lost before. Nagi. King Rei had already rushed up from one side. He understood Nagi Saishiro's thoughts very well. After that game, he knew clearly the changes in Nagi Saishiro's heart, and now curiosity is taking over. Next, he desperately wanted to defeat the devil hovering above them. However, one person is destined to fail. Seeing King Rei's rapid forward movement, Nagi Saishiro's expression flashed with surprise, but he soon understood the meaning and quickly passed the ball. King Ling also caught the ball skillfully. His expression was solemn. This was their second challenge. Compared with the first time, Ye Liangqiu's strength has bottomed out. Thinking of this, King Ling quickly rushed towards the restricted area. Nagi Saishiro also ran over without the ball. Ye Liangqiu grinned. He didn't have much feelings for this pair of enemies, or in other words, he knew almost everything they thought. Do you want to defeat me? Your current strength is completely insufficient. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu rushed towards Nagisa Shiro like a red beam, and the two began to engage in fierce physical confrontation, using each other's arms to try to control the distance. In a head-on confrontation, King Ling was completely unable to pass the ball. After all, he was also blocked by Yansang while carrying the ball. TSK. Prince Ling glanced at the others, as if he wanted to pass the ball. At this time, Yukimiya rushed over, as if he was saying to pass the ball to him. Unfortunately, King Rei had no such idea at all. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to help Nagi Saishiro defeat Ye Liangqiu. Only in this way can he able to prove one's worth. Although this game is an adaptive training, what is needed is to be able to have a chemical reaction with the top 7. But in King Rei's eyes, Nagi Saishiro has never been weaker than these top 7, he just hasn't fully awakened yet. Nagi, defeat him. Show yourself. King Rei raised his right leg, when he saw Nagisa Shiro's eyes full of fighting spirit. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and rushed towards Nagisa Shiro. Ye Liangqiu also noticed this high-spinning hit and he chuckled. It seemed that King Rei had not forgotten that there was a fixed stop ball in Nagi Saishiro's weapon. Any high-spinning ball was extremely difficult to catch. But in Nagisa Shiro's eyes, this kind of ball is very easy. So the purpose of King Ling's shot was to tell Ye Liangqiu that you can't catch the ball I passed out. However, everyone is making progress at the same time. It doesn't mean that Ye Liangqiu has neglected training and only relies on these eyes and skills to come to this court. Under Nagi Saishiro's unbelievable gaze, Yoroki jumped up high and stopped the spinning ball directly with his chest. In this short gap, he stopped. Nagi Saishiro saw a glimmer of opportunity, and he immediately stepped forward and tried to intercept the ball directly with his legs and feet. It's a pity that his thoughts and actions have been thoroughly observed by Ye Liangqiu. The past cannot be changed, but the future is full of unknowns. Nagi Saishiro, if you want to defeat me, your current strength is not enough. You have not completely destroyed yourself. You are still just a genius who has emerged from the cocoon. Since he is a genius, he needs to be polished a little bit. Destroy. Ye Liangqiu looked at Itoshi Rin, who had noticed his movements, and then his head fell down. The balance of his body stunned everyone at this moment. There was a bang sound. An upside-down golden hook was like a bullet shot towards the goal belonging to Team C. It's just that the distance is too far. But at this moment, Itoshi Rin has already rushed towards the direction where the ball is about to land. There was a roar. The score came to 0-2. The feeling of suffocation is strangling King Ling. Everything he did just now was the situation he expected, and it was also the operation he and Nagi could often make. But in front of this person, these operations seem to be seen through, and even regarded as loopholes. This feeling is just powerless. Ye Liangqiu was so strong that a trace of despair arose in King Ling's mind. Suddenly, he looked at Nagi Ci's hero. No. I can't use the previous kicking method. What I need is a change. Advertisement. Prince Ling knew clearly that this was not going to work. In his past life, he could get everything he wanted, but there were also things he couldn't get. For example, these top 7 players on the field, and Nagi, they were all hopeless fools, but this group of fools were better than he is, stronger and more dazzling than himself. Prince Ling stroked his forehead and showed a fierce expression. It's really boring. What you want can only be obtained in the blue prison. If you want to fight against these fools, you can only become a fool yourself. Leave everything behind, just to walk on the huge stage with Nagi. Shatter everything in your past. King Ray. Nagi Saishira seemed to notice the changes that were gradually taking place in Prince Ray, and he was shaken violently. He looked at Ye Liangqiu's figure, still recalling the scene just now in his mind. Obviously he couldn't do anything. It's done perfectly. But it was still torn apart. Is it really what Ye Liangqiu said? Your passing is disgusting. Ishi Rin looked at Ye Liangqiu with a look of disgust. If he hadn't noticed Ye Liangqiu's shooting action just now, everyone would have thought that he would be robbed of the ball. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched. You've got an advantage and you still act like a good boy. Why don't you die? Besides, you caught the ball yourself. What do you mean I passed the ball? Ishi Rin looked cold and turned his head. Disgusting pass. Ye Liangqiu almost laughed out loud at this arrogant man. Just when the two of them almost made a move, if other players around them hadn't seen it, someone might have been given a red card. I'm not in the mood for a red card now. After all, there are only 7 people in the top 7. If there is only one person left, the balance will be completely broken. This adaptive training is over before it even begins. However, the relationship between the two became increasingly bad. Igamaru looked blank and asked, have they always been like this? To be precise, it seems that we have had this relationship since we met. The monk said slowly. Although the two were not in the same team, the friendship from the previous C team was still there. What's more, this adaptive training itself was a great experience for the people. They have 28 players to adapt to this group of top 7 players. So when taking a break, they were also able to get together and chat for a while. It's such a cool relationship. Yan Xing tangled his fingers in his hair, glanced at Ye Liangqiu, and then at Ito Shiren, as if he was used to it. Chapter 106 Self. At this time, in the studio, everyone who had already experienced an adaptive training session was also watching the game. Compared to the tense atmosphere on the field, everyone here seems to have changed. Iceweaver was sitting in a lotus position on the ground, Jieshi was watching the live broadcast inside carefully, Qianqia was leaning against the wall, and Erzi and the others were also included. At this time, Erzi slowly said, by the way, don't you feel the slightest sense of harmony? Since Ye Liangqiu changed himself in the last game, his playing style has also changed accordingly. This change has turned the entire atmosphere into a pool of stagnant water. What do you mean? Jieshi looked at Erzi. The two were opponents in the last match. He could clearly feel that Erzi had become much stronger. Especially when he cooperated with Ye Liangqiu, this guy was able to keep up with the monster. Speed. This was enough to surprise Jieshi. Erzi pondered for a few seconds, before speaking. Ye Liangqiu's playing style is very special, as if he can predict the actions of his teammates and opponents. It is very similar to our spatial perception ability, but it is not the same. After all, spatial perception, all the ability can do is lock the direction of the goal. For example, information, action, shooting, we basically rely on this method to obtain the goal equation. But Ye Liangqiu is different. His equation should be action, information, and shooting. Act first. During the running process, he will be able to observe enough information and then find the goal path. Moreover, this path is absolutely stable and has no obstructions. In other words, he can tear through everything on the enemy's side. Defense. As if, a goal-scoring robot without emotion. Similarly, when I cooperate with him, I am like a tool that can be discarded at any time. I have a deep understanding. At this time, Qianqia, who had been silent until now, pursed his lips and spoke. He was used as a scoring tool in the last game, and the only goal he scored was a charity one. Jie touched his chin. You mean? Ye Liangqiu's current self does not regard the people on the court as players with feelings, but just as tools. Erzi said, yeah, at this moment, he is a truly dictatorial devil. He squeezes the limits of his teammates. Although the people who are also squeezed can cooperate perfectly with him, they are just puppets on strings. At this rate, my ability as a teammate cannot be fully utilized. Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu is just one person ruling this field. Although it is indeed strong, but is it really what he wants? After all, Jie has never been a teammate with the current Ye Liangqiu, so he still can't understand the feelings, but it can also be seen that the second son seems to be a little afraid of Ye Liangqiu's playing style. His eyes once looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was flying on the screen. So, what drastic changes have happened to you? Using your teammates as tools, squeezing their potential, and transforming the stadium into your home court, what is the significance of this adaptive game? You don't have to participate at all, because you no longer treat your teammates as human beings. Transparent, it turns out that only those who are teammates understand that Qiubao has a big problem now. It's not very big, but very big. Although the stadium is a world of egoists, it is also a team game. If this continues, Qiubao may gradually lose himself and become a robot that is truly born only for shooting. Isn't the one upstairs too exaggerated? Are Qiubao's weapons so terrifying? Isn't this scary? Haven't you heard from Hui Xin next door that Qiubao can see a moment of the future? If this is the case, the entire stadium is just a back garden for him. Such a boring game, do you think it looks good? To be honest, what I am worried about is not the power brought by the weapon, but Qiubao, who is unable to control the power and is controlled by the power. Now he is like a person blinded by power, blindly relying on this. A force pushes everyone. However, under the influence of this force, Qiubao will become a complete monster. There are more and more discussions in the barrage. Almost everyone knows that Ye Liangqiu's changes are too terrifying. As the audience, they can clearly understand that Ye Liangqiu, blessed by this power, has already taken great steps forward. Entered the ranks of the world's top players. But he has completely become an alien. An anomaly on the pitch. In fact, Ye Liangqiu himself also noticed this change, and his self-rejection of this behavior was strong. Being able to come to the blue prison was enough to prove that he had enough love for football, but since he experienced that kind of behavior, the feeling of controlling teammates as tools, his ego was rejecting this style of play. Or, it's just too boring. When he enters the state, everything on the court is just a slow-motion movie, and he can see the ending. What else does this mean? The sense of pleasure, expectation, and freshness that I wanted seemed to be shaken by the awakening of the Demon King's eye. From the moment he entered the blue prison, his goal was never to be number one in the world. I just pursue my true intention in order to find a game that makes me feel fresh and happy. However, now, this feeling is gone. Any competition made him feel bored. Ye Liangqiu looked up at the ceiling and murmured in a low voice, "What on earth am I doing? I personally destroyed my own ego, but now I start to feel that this is not good. Am I being too pretentious?" At this moment, a voice sounded, "Are you thinking about life? If it doesn't work, just find someone else." Ishi Rin suddenly passed by him, and when he heard his voice, Ye Liangqiu came back to his senses, but there was no anger in his heart, only peace. The world in his eyes was slowing down crazily. Until I saw that familiar yet unfamiliar goal route again. As soon as Ye Liangqiu took a step, he saw a ball had been kicked in front of him, and a trace of white mist seemed to leak out from the corner of his mouth. The next second, he rushed out, thoughts in his mind were rushing. Maybe it's because of this unknown change, or maybe it's because the barrage said that he was controlled by power. What kind of person do you want to be before you step into this arena? At this moment, I am indeed facing a self-destruction. If I can't stop it, it's time to leave. Chapter 107, Absolutely Calm. The score of A2 vs C1 team is constantly widening the gap. Visible defeat. Only held the notebook in his hand, looked at the playing field with some surprise, and exclaimed, "It's a bit strange, judging from Ye Liangqiu's state, it seems that he wants to end this game quickly. Is there something wrong with me already?" Hui Xin's eyes gradually became serious. He, who cares most about each game, could naturally tell where something went wrong at a glance. In other words, it can be seen at a glance that the player's mentality is undergoing a drastic change. Self. Anli was a little confused. Ashin Shiba crossed his hands, and the smile on the corner of his mouth had completely disappeared. Didn't I tell you before about the player's self-interest and team spirit? Every player has his own goals, ego, and dreams. Self is the most critical thing in the next stage. Players who cannot control themselves will not be able to enter the next stage, but it is often the easiest thing to control, and it is also the hardest thing to control. Is there no solution? Anli asked. After all, it sounded very serious. However, Huaixin Shiba seemed to have completely guessed it and did not take any measures. Solve it. Why should I help him solve it? Huaixin raised the corner of her mouth. Every player who steps onto the field, self is the key factor to his own strength. He needs to understand these things by himself, rather than others telling him. Find out what you need and do it. If you don't even know that for sure. Is it possible that he came to this stadium just to play football? I believe there is no such stupid person. I also believe that he will understand the meaning. This is a radical change. The transformation into a world-class player, the opportunity to emerge from the cocoon and become a butterfly. At this moment, everyone in Team C1 on the court was completely numb. Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu's interspersed cooperation hardly gave them a chance to breathe. In a place where they can rely on their spatial perception ability to predict goals, one of them can hardly intercept. As long as the two of them get the ball, it is basically equal to scoring. Ball. This feeling of powerlessness is the same as when I faced off against professional players. It's torture, but it makes people want to score a goal more and more. Advertisement. The score has reached 0-4. Ishi Rin looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was standing still, and raised his eyebrows. He had discovered Ye Liangqiu's kicking method, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Or maybe, this guy didn't give it to him at all. People retreat. For example, when someone intercepted him, he delivered the ball accurately. However, when it was delivered, there were also people outflanking it. Obviously, every ball he passes is to use his teammates as tools, and there is no sense of madness at all. This is Ishi Rin's most intuitive feeling. This guy's aura seems to be much calmer. He is no longer the madman on the court. Passing the ball with sanity and absolute composure. Itoshi Rin is a little confused about Ye Liangqiu. If he had this kind of power from the beginning, why did he let other people score when he played against others before, or why did he let others score when he played against him for the first time, showing that he is crazy? Could it be that he has a mental illness? Thinking of this, he glanced at Ye Liangqiu and felt that this guy had more and more secrets. But now Ye Liangqiu gives people a feeling that cannot be ignored, as if an abyss is swallowing all the players. Even as a teammate, I seem to be aware of a hint of fear. As the whistle sounded, the final ball arrived. The kicker was Team C1. Feng Lu frowned. He also noticed that Chiu seemed to have changed his playing style today. This style of playing made him a little uncomfortable. He was more surprised than willing to pass the ball. He had known about this for a long time, but it seemed different. What went wrong? With one kick, he passed the ball to Yukimiya. Shuigong immediately rushed forward. With his 1-versus-1 emperor fighting style, he had met the most difficult opponent today. The next second, Ye Liangqiu stopped in front of him. His red eyes seemed to have completely seen through his ball. You can't get through. Let's end this boring game as soon as possible. Yukimiya was very calm and quickly used his flexible judgment to dribble the ball wildly at his feet. In an instant, he seemed to see Ye Liangqiu's days and wanted to rush out of Marseille. However, a hand touched his shoulder. Ye Liangqiu lightly kicked with his left foot, and the ball flew out in an arc. Advertisement. I said this game is over. Stop struggling. The moment Itoshi Rin saw Yukimiya confronting Ye Liangqiu, he had already moved forward quickly, as if he saw where the ball would land. Until I saw the ball flying out in an arc. He knew that Ye Liangqiu had successfully intercepted it. Just when he was about to grab the ball, a figure jumped up high. Gamaru appeared somewhere at some point and hit the ball with a header in the air. Wow, it's really cool. Yanxing couldn't help but praise when he saw someone could perform such perfect movements in the air. I saw the ball go flying out. A purple figure followed one after another, and King Ling's pupils were burning, as if he had been suppressed for the entire game. The anger in his heart had nowhere to vent. The moment the ball had not hit the ground, he activated his weapon. 99% copy. Direct shot. There was a bang sound. Although there is a distance from the goal, in order to bring the ball closer, King Ling has already budgeted for the farthest distance, and there is a person running without the ball in that direction. Nagi's hero easily stopped the ball that was shot at him. His face was extremely calm. I won't let you shoot. The monk had already returned to defense. He looked at the tall Nagi's hero in front of him and swallowed. Although he had fought against him before, every time he saw this guy, his heart was filled with tears. It will give rise to a bad premonition. Nagisa Shiro's eyes were calm. I have no interest in you at all. The next second, he fired a heavy shot with his right foot. The angle was very awkward, and even the ball had a hint of spin, crossing a rainbow arc and rushing into the goal. It can be said that this time the chemical effect occurred. It all depended on Gamaru. At this moment, he was lying on the ground and just got up. When he saw that the ball had been scored, he gave a thumbs up. Nice shot. At the same time, I saw them score a goal. The scarlet in Ye Liangqiu's eyes seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and he seemed to understand something. Did I just see the trajectory of the shot? Chapter 108, Heading Towards the World. Ye Liangqiu's mind seemed to be filled with turbulent waves. I clearly saw the future on the court and could sense what their next move would be. However, this feeling was not a sense of pleasure or anticipation, but a feeling that made me sink into it. Their actions on the court, every step, I can clearly see through the future. But that doesn't mean I can stop it. After all, I am just a person, an ordinary person. I can score goals, shoot, and enjoy the cheers of the world, but can I only see myself shooting through the future? No. That's not the case. Not everyone on this field is a tool for me to control. For example, Itoshi Rin has a very strong self-interest, which makes him escape from my control. He doesn't want to be attached to me. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose. Each of us has a selfish heart. I can control those weak trash, but it does not mean that I can control this group of geniuses who have shown themselves. Their competitiveness and selfishness are. Move with football. Instead of centering it around me. Maybe I understand. It's not wrong for me to control them as tools. It's because you are weak, because you are a waste, a piece of garbage, that you are controlled by me. Only those who can escape my control are the prey I need to enjoy. The future will change because of people. If I saw the future that I have always seen, it would be so boring. I want to find a future that is not under my control. Then turn him around into the future I want to see. Thinking of these, the blood in Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be boiling at this moment, and the beating speed of his heart was still accelerating. Layers of white mist seemed to leak out from the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth. His scarlet eyes looked at Ito Shiren, and he had completely absorbed him. Seen as a prey. Then he looked at the 5 players on the opposite side. I'm going to start twisting the futures of all the players. As if aware of this extremely dangerous look, Ito Shiren turned around sharply, and his eyes met Ye Liangqiu's. What on earth is going on? I always have a bad premonition today. As the kicker came to Ye Liangqiu's hands. In an instant, he rushed out like a red beam. The devil's eyes in his pupils were turning crazily. The 5 people in front of him were defensively positioned very far forward. In just an instant, he saw the breakthrough. Or it could be said that afterimages are flying before the eyes. Let him tear apart the future of this line of defense in an instant. 1 step, 2 steps, and then a kick. Team C1 hadn't reacted yet, staring at the ball almost without blinking. Everyone thought Ye Liangqiu would shoot, but everything just now was a fake move. Advertisement. In this short moment, time, ants, and monks have rushed forward without the ball. Itoshi Rin rushed past Ye Liangqiu. The ball also flew out from Ye Liangqiu's feet and accurately passed to Itoshi Rin's feet. The fake action just now completely attracted everyone's action. After all, Yura Akiho couldn't be that crazy and shot the ball directly. In a short moment, their defensive formation was directly torn apart. Ye Liangqiu looked at Ishi Rin's running back. Rather than the trash that I control, I want to see where you can go in the future that I see. Thereby losing control. Prove, eager to prove yourself. Under this fast-paced attack, the entire C1 team's defensive formation was directly destroyed. Itoshi Rin rushed into the restricted area as if there was no one in sight. Immediately afterwards, he saw Ye Liangqiu running without the ball and came within his estimation range, but he did not choose to pass the ball. After all, after experiencing the indiscriminate pass of the toolman, he felt a little resentful. Deep. At this time, Shiwegong had already arrived in front of him. TSK. Ito Shiren let out a broken mouth, seeming to be a little disdainful. The next second, a fierce light flashed in his pupils. There was a bang sound. A heavy shot was fired, and the ball shot through a curved arc towards the goal. World wave. Yukimiya looked back, and when everyone thought the ball was about to be shot, a figure intercepted the ball. Nagisa Shiro was like an elf in the air, blocking this gorgeous ball, creating a great opportunity for Team C. A moment of respite. But just when they breathed a sigh of relief, a very fast figure has rushed towards the goal penalty area. Ye Liangqiu's whole body seemed to be covered with countless dead bones. Just relax like this. Isn't that boring? Nagisa's hero tried to kick the ball directly, but the figure had already come in front of him and blocked all passing routes. The reaction was too late. Faced with the sudden change, everyone could only watch as Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his right foot and volleyed the ball that had stopped at that moment. Advertisement. The mechanical goalkeeper leaped high and couldn't react to such a quick shot. With this shot, the score came to 1-5. The second adaptive training session for Ye Liangqiu ended. The broadcast sounded immediately. A new round of adaptive training is about to begin, but this time Nikkei Ryoki's name disappears. Monitoring room. Anli looked at Huaixin Shiba, who was modifying the rules of the competition, and was a little speechless. Mr. Huaixin, you, the person who modifies the competition, have you come up with any ideas? Hui Xin chuckled, I just rearranged the original candidates. I have already fully conceived the choice of Blue Lock 11J. It's the last day of adaptive training. In the lounge. Ye Liangqiu looked at Feng Lu, who was drinking water, and smiled, I've become a lot stronger. Feng Lu stuck out her tongue helplessly, isn't this still a loss? Compared to these, Qiu, you have changed more. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you actually defeated those professional players. Seeing Feng Lu chirping in his ears about the previous game, Ye Liangqiu rarely relaxed. During this 3-week training, he had 2 games every day, and the high-intensity competition was even more uncomfortable than the training. At this time, Hui Xin's voice sounded on the radio. The adaptive training came to an end. 6 hours later, all players gathered in the central link room. I will soon announce the main lineup of Blue Lock to challenge U20. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu stood up slowly. It had been nearly a few months since he arrived at Blue Lock, and everyone was waiting for this day to arrive. The huge stage is shining for these new stars. At this moment, everyone slowly raised their heads, the flames in their pupils surging. Is it finally starting? Formally declare war on the world. Chapter 109 Pre-match Meeting. 6 hours passed quickly, and the central link hall was reached. Everyone who survived has come here. Nervous, uneasy, excited, all kinds of emotions are intertwined with this group of players. Everyone who is the top 7 has also come here, but one Shido Dragon Saint is missing. After all, this guy is crazy. Behavior, even in training, has been recorded with several red cards. As a result, Ashin Shiba put him in a solitary room. At this time, Huaixin walked in calmly, with the same indifferent expression as before, and a weird smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He opened the record book in his hand and slowly said, before announcing the list, I solemnly declare, scoring is the entire value of a shooter's existence. A team formed with the core of egoists based on the premise of having the highest scoring rate. The first is the lone forward Ye Liangqiu. Average 3 goals per game. The highest value of everyone present, that is to say, I will create a team with him as the center, and this team will fight with him as the core. Goalkeeper Gamaru, with his judgment and physical flexibility when facing unexpected balls, has a high degree of adaptability to the goalkeeper. From now on, he will be the patron saint of the entire team. 2 central defenders, Jubai Yimio and Ichi Kiyosei. The right back is so fierce, and the left back is so happy. Black Traveler on the back, Ye Liangqiu on the right, and Yuki Gong Kenyu on the left. Former midfielder Nagi Saishiru. The last one is someone who has had a chemical reaction with Ye Liangqiu. His scoring ability is also the highest among all players, averaging 2 goals per game. Front waist Shi Rin. Now this team needs to maximize Ye Liangqiu's abilities. Not only must I assert my own value, but I must also achieve coexistence with Ye Liangqiu. Of course, I must also have personal abilities and talents that surpass Ye Liangqiu. Hearing that his name appeared last and that he still needed to cooperate with Ye Liangqiu, Ito Shiren's face seemed to become a little ferocious. Most of the players who were not selected had some regrets. Among them, Ma Lang looked at Ye Liangqiu fiercely. Why couldn't he play? Even Jieshi, AB************D, could enter the U20 game, but what about him? Thinking of this, the aura of violence on his body became even stronger. Advertisement. Almost furious. Huixing Shiba put away the data pad. The following are the 11 heroes of my blue prison this time. Because there is only 1 day left, there is a particularly important meeting tonight that requires everyone to be present. It will be about winning the game tomorrow. But before that, our team is still very incomplete. As for the list of substitute players, I will also distribute it at tonight's meeting. Everyone, a new world is before your eyes. As he slowly walked out of the central link hall. Suddenly the entire central link hall became noisy. Although they can't play at home, they still have the opportunity to play as a substitute player, so everyone is still a little excited, except of course those players who have been selected. For example, Ye Liangqiu didn't know what he was thinking in his head. Regarding the upcoming battle, he couldn't help but feel a little excited, and even had a hint of evil thoughts in his heart. Just before the game. In the conference room, all the players were sitting like good babies, waiting for Huixing Shiba to enter. Ye Liangqiu, who was sitting in the front row, looked at the people around him who were discussing information about U20 opponents, and his thoughts seemed to be stuck. Entered into a short state. At this time, Fenglu asked, "Qiu, what are you thinking about? By the way, Sister Xiaowei even called me and asked you why you haven't contacted her in the past few months." Ye Liangqiu blinked his eyes, and a woman wearing a black jacket and a hip-covering skirt seemed to appear in his mind. He sighed helplessly. I actually didn't tell her that I came here, let alone tell her that I participated in this experiment. Ah. Sigma Sigma, winky face. Fenglu, then you are not afraid that Sister Xiaowei will come to you? Ye Liangqiu shrugged, it can't be helped, besides, I came here to improve my life. She will understand me. After all, I promised her that I would definitely appear on TV. Fenglu couldn't help but laugh out loud, really? Is this the reason why you didn't answer her call? Aren't you afraid that she would know that you came to this place, or even show up in the audience tomorrow? Ye Liangqiu's eyes widened. You won't tell her about this, will you? Advertisement. Fenglu blinked her big eyes and stuck out her tongue. Isn't there nothing I can do? Sister Xiaowei calls me almost every week, so I had no choice but to tell her about this. Besides, my mother and she are still friends. If I don't tell, she will know. It's over, all the fun is over. Ye Liangqiu's whole body was not feeling well at the moment, and even the color was about to turn gray. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Qiubao like this, who is this little sister Hui? She actually makes this big devil on the court so scared. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Upstairs, may I ask how old Sister Qiubao is and whether I have a chance? Talents, they are all talents. Damn, this abacus has come to my house. Fenglu comforted her, don't worry, Sister Xiaowei won't get angry, but I still advise you to make a phone call. After all, she has known about this for a long time. Even if I don't tell you, you will disappear for so many months. It can't be outside, right? Besides, Sister Xiaowei is not a devil. Ye Liangqiu's was hopeless. Lo, you don't understand, she is not a devil, but she is my nemesis. At this moment, Huixing Shiba's figure walked in. After taking one look at everyone, he immediately started the meeting. There are less than 20 hours left until the game. For this reason, what this meeting advocates is how to maximize your strength on the playing field, and you should have experienced whether there was a moment in the game when you gave everything you had for a certain ball. I call it flow. Hearing this, Jieshi first remembered the moment when he shot the goal that day, and the words of Bing Jiang lingering in his ears. He knows this flow state. And I have clearly experienced this state. What I want to say is this moment. The flow state is your only chance to stand as U20 players. After all, you are just some players who have not trained for more than half a year. Facing these players who have already participated in the professional league, their strength is still very scary. In addition, the intervention of the 11th Jiaido master. The odds of your match in the world are 1:100. In other words, you have no chance of winning. Chapter 110 Let the world remember us. Suddenly, the air in the conference room was still. Even Ye Liangqiu, who created the blue prison with his own hands, became a little solemn because he knew that this game was not only to let the world see the monster he had cultivated, but also to attack those football associations. So he will try his best. The flow state is a state in which human emotions reach their peak. It will make your thoughts become faster and your body functions will reach their peak in a short period of time. Perhaps you should have heard all kinds of bizarre news again. For example, in order to save a child who was crushed by a car, a mother's sudden burst of strength was able to lift the car. Yes. This state has a nickname in various fields, but on the court it's called flow. Most of the various miracles that are born in the world are caused by this state. And what I need you to do is to maximize your potential on the field tomorrow. Thus entering into this state. This is your only chance to win. Of course, entering this state is not easy and requires a lot of concentration. Jie looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was sitting at the front. He knew that he might be the only one in the entire blue prison who could easily feel his flow state. He is also eager to prove himself in the U20 battle. Not just him, almost all the players who had fought with Ye Liangqiu all looked at Ye Liangqiu's back. At this moment, Huaxin Shiba's smile has slowly emerged. The road to chasing the strong has only really begun now. One general succeeds and all bones are withered. Only one person can sit on the final throne. Come on. Impact this world, show your selfish desires, drag down the strong ones one by one, and step on them to get to the top. There's only an hour left before the game. In the lounge. Advertisement. The atmosphere seems a little tense. After all, these players are exactly as Ye Liangqiu said. They are just high school students. Of course, they have the mental quality to dare to play and fight when facing their peers. However, now they are allowed to participate in world-class competitions. And they have to play football in front of countless cameras and announcers. Psychological quality is also suffering a severe impact. Nervous, uneasy, excited, all kinds of emotions are intertwined in the lounge. Of course, as players who fought hard, their emotions only returned to normal for a short time, and they were more looking forward to the fun that this game would bring. Rin was very calm. He tied his shoelaces expressionlessly, but his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu from time to time, wondering what he was thinking. Nagisa Shiro was also very calm, even chatting with Bi Lun next to him while warming up. Aren't you nervous? Feng Lu asked. Nagisa Shiro shook his head and showed a harmless expression. Nervousness won't let me win this game. In that case, why should I be nervous? Ha ha ha. The traveler on the side laughed. He is indeed right. He is just participating in a game. There is nothing to be nervous about. There's only one thing we need to do, and that's crush the players on the other side. Let those mortals see the world shining for us. Not far away, Shuigong was adjusting his glasses. Gamaru is also wearing gloves. Hearing their words, Ye Liangqiu, who closed his eyes to rest, slowly opened his eyes. His calm eyes looked at the door leading to the outside world. It seemed that he could still hear some noisy shouts, but those voices were not for the purpose. Issued by Blue Prison. At this time, as the coach, Huaxin Shiba's eyes were obviously a little dark. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort for this game. On the screen, he announced the remaining 12 substitute players. After all, they had gone through 3 months of adaptation training, so they all knew the names above. Among them, Ma Lang, Hingori, King Ling, Black Name, and Ertzi are all in it. Obviously for this game, the Blue Prison lineup is still lacking. After all, it is a team selected from 300 forwards. Ye Liangqiu slowly said, there are 3 substitutions in this game, so the substitute players must maintain their best condition at all times. Now, please keep a decent silence on any mistakes you make on the court and your remarks off the court. Finally, the substitute players are scheduled to come on if there are injuries on the field. Advertisement. Although he was talking in this lounge, everyone in the bench players' lounge was also watching. Ma Lang looked a little disdainful. On the other hand, Bing Jiang and Erzi looked at Ye Liangqiu and others on the screen. Do you think they will be nervous? Haiyuzi asked. Erzi nodded, probably, after all, the whole world is watching. We high school students, in the past, we would have been happy to go to the bird's nest for competitions, but now we are going directly to the official competition venue. I can't imagine what those U20 fans going out will think of us. Thinking of this, Bing Jiang looked at the people in the video and felt a little worried. At this moment, everyone in the lounge slowly stood up, with flames flashing in their pupils. Feng Lu walked behind Ye Liangqiu and looked at Ito Shiren with some hostility, while Ito Shiren also stood in front of the door with some displeasure. He still can't figure out how he offended this kappa. I have to suffer this guy's eyes every day. Huixin stood at the front, grinning. Know yourself, understand yourself clearly, see yourself clearly. This game is not the end, but the starting point. Your goal is not just to go out into the world, but to let the world discover you. At this point, what I can do for you is limited to this game. You can only win, and you can only win. Go ahead and win this game. Blue lock. Let the world remember yourselves. As the door slowly opened, the huge sound was sweeping through everyone's hearts. Ye Liangqiu walked in the front, the light lingering on his body, but the aura on his body made everyone tremble, as if reflecting a scarlet shadow. He said softly. I'm here to crush the hopes of you fans. Let the whole world see that U20 crawled out of this world like a lost dog. Chapter 111. A bad beginning. Not as nervous as expected. Or maybe it was because he had known for a long time that he would participate in this competition. Ye Liangqiu felt calm in his heart, and the hustle and bustle seemed to turn into a torrent and become nutrients in his body little by little. Inside the entrance channel. The U20 players have already been waiting for them here, but their eyes are different, and some disdainful voices can even be heard. Obviously, not only can the whole world not see them, but even their opponents despise them. Ye Liangqiu, this group of high school students. These strange and weirdly dressed opponents all exude a powerful aura. But when they looked at Ye Liangqiu and the others, they looked like they were looking at a group of primary school students. After all, the star who has been in various competitions all year round is now playing football with this group of young children, and he is not afraid of laughing out loud. Feeling this gaze, the momentum of everyone who had walked out of the lounge seemed to be suppressed. However, Ye Liangqiu is walking at the front, with the indifference in his eyes as if he has no warmth towards anyone. Is this the team he wants to crush today? It doesn't look as powerful as imagined. However, his eyes were already looking at Ito Shirzwa in the U20 team. The moment the two looked at each other, there was a faint spark flying. Itoshi Rin also looked at Itoshi Sei with a dangerous look. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In order to defeat Ito Shire, he came here at all costs. The two of them didn't say a word. But everyone can see that before the game starts, the smell of gunpowder has already colored the entire entrance channel. Don't even think about scoring a goal in this game. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded. Ye Liangqiu turned around and saw a tall, bearded man smiling disdainfully at him. The man's tone was very unkind, even provocative. Do you love space? At this time, the sound of entry sounded. The door of the passage not far away slowly opened. The passionate sound was stimulating the eardrums, and the shouts soaring to the sky were stimulating the heart. Advertisement. Feng Lu was very excited. Even the people who were not nervous in the lounge just now felt a little uneasy. After all, in such a large competition, they would be exposed to the eyes of the whole world. If they made a mistake, they might be scolded. Die. So, at this moment, there is only one thought in everyone's mind. Defeat this U20 team. Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Sae, who were walking at the front, were present together. Although it was very noisy, Ye Liangqiu heard Ito Shirzha's voice, and he said softly, I've seen your video. Among the blue prison forwards, your strength deserves my serious attention. Really? Ye Liangqiu smiled, I actually want to see how strong you are as the 11th hero, or why you are participating in this game. Do you just want to show off your proud capital? Or are you here to test the cultivation achievements of your good-for-nothing brother? Ida Shizai managed and controlled his expression very well, but Ye Liangqiu could still feel that there seemed to be an anger emanating from him, but in the end he disappeared without a trace, and he did not talk nonsense with Ye Liangqiu anymore. Of course, Itoshi Rin heard the conversation between the two. It's just very vague. After all, the audience in the stands was very excited at this moment, beating gongs and drums a lot, and all kinds of chaotic cheers shocked the players on the entire playing field. But none of this is shouting for me. Ye Liangqiu walked towards his position step by step. He looked up at the starry sky. He knew clearly that today he was the evil person who came to destroy all these beautiful visions and also wanted to destroy the entire world. The men who brought football to ruin. Be evil, the strong will crush the weak. After today, there will be no U20 in the world. The smile on Ye Liangqiu's mouth became even weirder. Of course, this evil smile was seen by many people at a glance. Many U20 fans were scolding and mocking the Blue Prison. After all, since Ashin Shiba's plan was exposed, many people thought that this kind of the player produced by this method is just a crazy beast. They are completely different from the players they want to see. That's why there are many resistors. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. As expected, it's only fun to watch it on this occasion. I'm already imagining what it will be like after Qiubao's team crushes the opposing U20 national team. Upstairs, do you also have a little destructive factor in your body? Why don't you tell me your address and I can go in for a few days to calm down? Shut up, everyone, just watch quietly. I just want to know how strong Itoshi-sei is as Itoshi Rin's older brother. For a while, the barrage was also noisy. The stadium is also noisy. The world became noisy. Why are you starting to think about life again? Ito Shiren looked at Ye Liangqiu calmly, obviously already used to this guy staring at the air in a daze. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth, and his scarlet eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I'm just glad that I made the right choice. It's wonderful to be here. It's so wonderful that I want to break the opponent's team step by step. Especially that arrogant man kicked him to pieces. Of course Itoshi Rin knew who the arrogant man Ye Liangqiu was talking about was. He looked at the players who were already standing on the opposite court, and finally fixed his eyes on Itoshi Rin. The game starts almost instantly. The kickoff team came into the hands of Ye Liangqiu. He felt the eyes of the whole world. This feeling of being in the center of the world made the blood in his body boil. It is no wonder that countless people poured into this arena full of corpses to fight, for that's the feeling. This feeling makes your heart beat like crazy. As a whistle sounded, Ye Liangqiu rushed out with the ball. He was like a red beam of light, so fast that even the U20 players showed strange expressions. After all, they are all people who have participated in the World Championship. All kinds of monsters are emerging one after another. Some are not shocked, but confused. The Blue Prison actually has a person whose speed is comparable to the prodigy Loki. But it was just confusion. In an instant, several players came over. The genius Zhou came to Ye Liangqiu with an expressionless face. Although his expression did not change at all, his aura was terrifying. However, in the face of this feeling, Ye Liangqiu didn't care. After all, he came here to ruin this game. His peripheral vision swept the whole place, and after images appeared in front of his eyes. But today he always felt that there seems to be a little problem with the eyes. Chapter 112. Let despair continue. It seems because of the number of people. After all, the previous training was basically 5 versus 5, and such 11 versus 11 games were rarely played. Even though the Eye of the Demon King adapted to this feeling very quickly, it still made Ye Liangqiu's reaction speed slower. Almost instantly, Ye Liangqiu knew that he couldn't wait any longer. After knowing his shortcomings, if he cannot solve them in an instant, he will be timid in this game. He doesn't like this feeling. So I reacted quickly in my mind. The system exchanges reaction speed for professional level. The emotional value is deducted by 100 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reaction speed professional level. In an instant, his whole body seemed to have become much lighter, especially his thinking. Compared with before, he relied on thinking first and then taking action. But at this moment, he was able to abandon all of this. While thinking, his reflection also became his own. Weapons. Just when Itoshi was about to press against Ye Liangqiu's body, he tried to intercept the ball. Ye Liangqiu grinned, pressed the ball with his back heel, and bent his waist. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and rushed towards Itoshi Rin, who was already running without the ball. Huixin Shiba had them practice the Blue Prison's offensive method many times, and specifically told Ye Liangqiu that at any time, one could not rush into the opponent's penalty area alone. After all, this was no longer an ordinary game. One could rush in alone. In the restricted area, the other side may not even look at you. Instead, it puts great pressure on teammates. In terms of formation, it is a single forward with Ye Liangqiu as the core, 451 formation, which means that there will be a total of 6 people charging. At the same time, Wu Traveler, who is slightly in the rear direction, can return to defense and intercept Jieshi at any time. With their defense, the defenders be music. Qianqie is also a sharp blade that no one could have imagined in this game. It is a weapon that is hidden in order to quickly join the battlefield. It looks like a defender, but it is actually used to quickly enter the battlefield without affecting the defender's interception. Weapons. As for the offensive method, Itoshi Rin and Nagi Saishiro, together with Ye Liangqiu, will conduct a triangle formation to break through, relying on Itoshi Rin's spatial perception ability to judge what to do next, and then use Nagi Saishiro and Ye Liangqiu, 2 cannons. However, he showed such a strong desire to attack from the beginning. Advertisement. Naturally, the U20 national team also quickly made up for the defense. After all, this is an 11-man arena, and the defense speed is very good. In an instant, the super-offensive system belonging to the Blue Prison was like a beast attacking the U20 team. Even those who had played in professional games knew this system, but they knew nothing about the Blue Prison. Huixin had planned this for a long time. For this competition, he just released a smoke bomb. The whole world didn't know how powerful the monster he cultivated was. There is no way to know what weapons they have on their side. Judgment can only be made through observation and continuous observation. Commonly known as, the enemy is bright and we are dark. Even many people in the audience noticed something was wrong. Didn't they say that Blue Prison was a group of high school players? How do you look at it now and actually suppress the national team? Isn't this a joke? In particular, some gamblers who had placed bets on certain channels were completely crazy. While they were cursing Blue Prison, they began to curse U20. On the court, Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Rin, and Nagi Saishiro cooperated very well. The rapid passing of the 3 people barely gave the opposite group a chance to breathe. This was their tactic, creating pressure and trying to score a goal while the U20 had not yet learned everyone's weapons as much as possible. At this time, Yukimiya and Otoi Kajita, who were the midfielders, had also arrived at the opponent's infield. Although the figures of the 2 running without the ball are difficult to catch among the many figures. But it can also be clearly seen that these 2 people are interspersed inside to create chaos. At the same time, Feng Lu and Qian Qie also entered the melee. Their positions were very good, but they were very far away from the goal. Ishi Rin, who was running with the ball, had a cold expression, and his mind was constantly changing about how to kick the ball. After all, he was a professional player. He had torn apart the defensive formation just now and had already returned to defense in a few seconds. Don't give anyone a chance to breathe. Especially the 4 U20 defenders were staring at the 3 of them like dogskin plaster. Continuing to have the ball in your hands is an extremely dangerous option. Advertisement. As long as the ball is not given to the opponent, of course Itoshi Rin understands this truth, but what he wants is to attack. Keep attacking. He turned his eyes to look at Ye Liangqiu. The 2 looked at each other with a tacit understanding. The next second, Ito Shiren passed the ball at his feet. After receiving the ball, Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath, white air lingering at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, his figure turned into a red beam of light and rushed towards the penalty area. The speed is amazing. The black hair was dancing wildly at the rapid speed. Ye Liangqiu looked at the people in front of him who were intercepting him. Yeah, this is the result I want. Instead of dealing with this group of people here, why not score a grand and gorgeous goal? In the penalty area, no one can be my opponent, because my opponent is only myself. The U20 team, who had just been thinking about stalling for a while, looked at the moment when Ye Liangqiu rushed into the encirclement single-handedly, and wondered if there was something wrong with this person's mind. Icon couldn't understand this operation, so he and a defender beside him quickly stepped forward to intercept. The moment the three of them got very close, Ye Liangqiu's voice came out, "I'm very glad to be here. After all, the moment I defeated you, I was able to enjoy the whales of the whole world. That moment was when my pleasure came, that moment. The U20 national team. It's just a bunch of rubbish that keeps occupying the quota. It's time for you to get off this stage." Icon grinned and was not affected by these rubbish words. Instead, he took a step forward and said, "But it's a pity that we losers are fighting bravely in the world competition, and what about you? A bunch of little brats who don't even have hair. Do you understand? What? If you say we are rubbish, then who are you? Paramecium." The eyes of the two faced each other, not giving in. Almost in an instant, Icon was in front of Ye Liangqiu. There was like a bullseye in those eyes, and he was the gun, pointed straight at Ye Liangqiu. However, Ye Liangqiu felt calm in his heart. The burning sensation like a flame burning his body kept coming, and his scarlet pupils flashed with a dangerous aura. "I am a villain. The whole world doesn't think much of us, so let the whole world watch their great hero fall." Chapter 113 Whale. Countless afterimages continue to form routes in front of me, turning into one attack route after another. Ye Liangqiu's movements were getting faster and faster. Although they were just subtle movements, Icon couldn't grasp what he wanted to do. In an instant, when Icon reacted, it was already too late. Ye Liangqiu hooked the ball back with his left foot, quickly caught the ball with his right foot, showing a flawless link, and then quickly stepped on the ball and made a Marseille spin, which was so fast that Icon couldn't keep up. But as a professional player, he faced this kind of rapid passing. But his body has turned around subconsciously. However, Ye Liangqiu's speed did not slow down because of him. Balls of thunder and lightning emerged from Ye Liangqiu's body, who was guarding and observing at the side, and rushed towards Ye Liangqiu. "Slow down." Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth, "I will tear apart the defense of you losers bit by bit." In an instant, the goal line in the eye of the devil was perfectly presented before his eyes. At this moment, countless eyes were on him, and the eyes of those fans wanted to devour him bit by bit and eat him up. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth cracked, and in a tone full of violence, he slowly said, "What is wailing? What is despair? This game is inherently unfair. What I'm saying is not that we are unfair, but that you are a bunch of trash who haven't fully understood what kind of place the blue prison is. Devouring, cannibalizing, destroying, I want to see a victory that is not a short-lived one. But I will completely crush your team to death on this stage. After 90 minutes, I only want to hear one sound during this game, and that is wailing." Boom, sound. In the penalty area, Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his left foot, the brutal murderous intent in his eyes was as real as reality. The next moment the ball turned into a black bullet and rushed toward the goal, and his vision of the future spread rapidly. Everything is going backwards like crazy. Two defenders formed a wall to try to block the ball. Icon looked at the ball heading toward the goal, thinking it was a high-altitude ball. However, an accident happened, the ball turned out to be a falling ball. Under the perfect arc, the ball did not follow its original trajectory. Advertisement. Instead, it landed lightly into the goal. At this scene, the entire competition venue became quiet. Ye Liangqiu opened his arms, closed his eyes slightly, and showed a smile, seeming to be enjoying this peaceful moment. The next second, there were overwhelming curses and cheers. But compared to the cheers, there were more curses. Countless harsh voices echoed in their ears. They were scolding Ye Liangqiu for actually provoking the team they supported. This is not equivalent to beating them. Fans' faces. Even a drone captured the moment the goal was scored. Although the words spoken by Ye Liangqiu were a bit messy, after special noise reduction, everyone heard those words clearly. In an instant, the atmosphere of the stadium was detonated. Many fans of the U20 national team wanted to rush off the court and have a fight with Ye Liangqiu. However, the broadcast happened to focus on Ye Liangqiu's face. At this moment, he had opened his eyes, and his breathtaking red eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, and then he showed a smile. It seemed like none of this had affected him. But the atmosphere in the U20 team seems to have completely changed at this moment. After all, Ye Liangqiu is no longer mocking, but is ruining their jobs. If they really lose to these brats here, I am afraid that it will be just like what this guy said, and U20 will be completely destroyed in the future. This era will be changed by Blue Prison. As the captain, Icon quickly organized the players to get closer. He had to remind all the players to stabilize their mentality. They just lost a goal. Besides, this first goal doesn't mean anything. After all, in the professional arena, the players' mentality is still very good, and they are not playing basketball, and they start to curse each other. Try to conserve your energy. Ito Shiren wiped away his sweat, looked at Ye Liangqiu and spoke. Although his tone was a little cold, it could be seen that this ball made him feel a lot better, and he even started to remind Ye Liangqiu. You don't need to tell me, I know. Ye Liangqiu responded casually. How could he not know that this was a protracted war? Explosive goals will consume your energy very quickly. Moreover, I don't like to interact with other people, so once I get the ball, I rarely pass it out. It's not because I don't trust others, but because my eyes can see the path of the ball clearly. Instead of passing it to others, it's better to let myself to break through. Advertisement. This is how an extremist scores a goal. However, the physical energy consumed is also doubled. After all, entering the penalty area and cooperating with teammates are two different concepts. Moreover, this game is not a 5 versus 5 scaled-down version of the Blue Prison-style stadium. A 90-minute run would probably tire an ordinary person to death. Rin glanced at Ye Liangqiu lightly. I just don't want the core to die first in the end. After all, the whole system is built around you. No, just sit on the bench. Ha! Ye Liangqiu sneered, you damn arrogant child, did you start wanting to show yourself off and have a clown feast after meeting your brother? I'm sorry, but I seem to be the ace in this stadium right now. While the two were bickering, the commentator had already started to play the moment of the last goal. Although it was played in slow motion, it can be seen that the position of Ye Liangqiu's shot was very poor. To be precise, he is surrounded by almost all U20 defenders. If he were just 1 second late, the ball might have been taken away. However, under such high pressure, Ye Liangqiu still shot such a perfect shot. The commentator kept explaining the details in a loud voice, but he also raised his first doubt: why did Ye Liangqiu choose the falling leaf ball when he took the final shot? There is obviously a better way to shoot straight and tell the ball to spin. I just used fallen leaf balls. Ye Liangqiu in the stadium sneered, such an obvious truth, do you still need to pretend to be stupid? These commentators are really greedy, don't they just want to say those words themselves and finally detonate the atmosphere of the stadium even more? Now U20 fans want to tear themselves apart immediately. I probably saw your movements clearly. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ito Shirzwa walked past Ye Liangqiu. His eyes were still emotionless, but he seemed to have seen through something. Of course Ye Liangqiu knew that this guy's eyes had evolved beyond the horizon. That is Itoshi Rin Promax. Speaking of which, this guy hasn't taken any action. Is he paying attention to his own actions on the sidelines? Chapter 114, Destroy Little by Little. Facing an enemy like Itoshi Sae, Ye Liangqiu knew that he had the ability to predict and could also smell the goal. Most importantly, he can control his teammates to perform extreme pressure. These are the eyes that can look down on the whole scene. But now, Ye Liangqiu doesn't feel that sense of oppression, or, he doesn't even feel evenly matched. As the coach, Huaixin was sitting with the substitute players. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was tearing apart the opponent's defense on the court with his own strength. He was not as happy or excited as he imagined. Instead, he was holding his chin and thinking about something. Matter. The tactics are correct, but there is a sense of discomfort. On the contrary, the substitute players were chattering and discussing the goal just now. Obviously, the entry of this ball still gave a full momentum boost. On the court, the second goal started very quickly. The kicker was U20. In order to ensure the success of the tactics, Ida Shizuo, as the specially invited person of this team, stepped on the ball and looked at everyone with a cold expression. The cheers were endless. After all, he was so famous that the entire stadium seemed to be full of people. Being shrouded in it, the blue prison was a little breathless. Rin looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar brother, with the flame of revenge in his pupils. The time for revenge has come. The next second, there was a whistle. Ida Shizai quickly started running with the ball. His movements were very smooth, and the ball at his feet could not affect his speed. Under the cheers of the audience, he rushed forward with the ball. The pupils reflected figures one after another. And his route has already been locked by someone. That is Ye Liangqiu. In this tactical arrangement, Huixin knew that the most difficult thing for the U20 team to solve was the genius Itoshi Sei, so she arranged for Ye Liangqiu, who is invincible in single defense. Intercept and press the opponent's genius as much as possible. The moment their eyes met, Itoshiji seemed to feel the sight from hell, and the sense of crisis lingered around him, causing his consciousness to spread out even before he got close to Ye Liangqiu. The ball drew an arc. To everyone's surprise, the pass looked random. Advertisement. But it was a mid-speed pass in the air that exceeded 50 meters. It can be seen that his passing weapon has been trained to an unimaginable level. At least in the blue prison, this kind of pass is very rare. It was U20 winger Chao Jianren who caught the ball. He couldn't help but praise the good pass, and then quickly started running with the ball. But although Blue Prison has a super offensive system, its defense is not weak at all. Nagise Shiro had already arrived in front of him, his plain eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire. Chao Jianren quickly made a cross pass and passed the ball out. They were not a team like Blue Prison that only knew how to rush, but a real professional team that operated very well. The one who received the ball was right winger Hu Lihui. His hair was tied in a small ponytail and he looked a little dazed, but his movements were very fast. The cooperation between the two tore apart Nagisa Shiro's defense in an instant. Then quickly approached the restricted area. Itoshi Sae is also returning to the defense with Ye Liangqiu, and the two of them refuse to give in to each other. Or maybe Ye Liangqiu doesn't give him a chance to enter the field at all. This is still a skill learned from Wu Traveler. He is looking for the weakest one person carries out constant restrictions to find a breakthrough. But Ye Liangqiu is looking for the strongest person to find a breakthrough. Because he knows how crucial Itoshi Sei is in this game, if he is eliminated, this game will be equivalent to a direct victory. The two held each other's arms. Master Ito frowned. Ye Liangqiu smiled, the Blue Prison has many geniuses like you. But every one of them has been polished by me, destroyed again and again, allowing them to break out of their cocoons and be reborn. Rebirth again and again gave me a sense of freshness, but in the end they still couldn't defeat me. This feeling makes me feel bored. And can you let me feel that new feeling? Or, just like this group of useless geniuses, being destroyed by me bit by bit. Shut up. Ito Shirzwa finally couldn't help but speak, and he accelerated quickly and rushed out. But compared to speed, Ye Liangqiu is faster, not to mention restraining this talented new star while seeing the future, which is the core of this game, so let's see who is the strongest. Faced with such a defense, Ida Shizai's weapons were completely unable to be used. Advertisement. But still with the blessing of transcending the horizon, I came to the place where the flavor of scoring is the strongest. There was a bang sound. Following Hu Lihui's low pass, the ball flew directly in the direction of Ito Shirzwa. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu. He was very smart and knew that Ye Liangqiu was targeting him. But as a professional player, he has seen this kind of thing too many times. If it can be perfectly restricted, then if everyone in the game is restricted to one person, can the game still be played? Seeing the football flying across the arc, Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Sae's movements were almost the same. They raised their legs at the same time, hoping to intercept the ball directly. However, at this moment, a figure appeared. Ito Shiren was covered in black mist and looked at the two of them with murderous eyes. Brother B*****************, D, it seems you have completely regarded me as nothing. Even Ye Liangqiu felt a little surprised by his appearance. This guy has been dormant for so long. I saw Itoshi Rin catching the ball before the two of them had even touched it, and then quickly ran towards the opponent's court. In an instant, the situation on the court changed again. 1 second it was the U20's home court, but the next second it became the Blue Prison's counterattack. When Jieshir saw Itoshi Rin showing off his fierce and murderous aura, he couldn't help but sigh that the interception of the ball just now was very wonderful, because he also found the slightest opportunity to hold the ball through the aura on the court. But because of the formation, he cannot run at will. Seeing Itoshi Rin get the ball, Ye Liangqiu stopped pestering Itoshi Rin. To be precise, this was part of the plan. Playing with your brain. Just play with your brain. Your team needs Ito Master Sei to take the initiative. Then, I will suppress you, the main force, and gradually reveal my flaws. A trace of surprise flashed in Itoshi Rin's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant, followed by the murderous eyes. He had already guessed that Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu's cooperation this time was aimed at him. It's just that he didn't notice it at all. After all, he knew his Odo very well. However, in this short period of time, Ito Shiren's changes were beyond his expectation. Ito Shirzwa looked at Ye Liangqiu's running back with cold eyes, and spoke softly, as if with regret, "Rin, it seems you haven't understood what I said." Chapter 115, An Offensive System That Abandons Everything. The ball was now in Itoshi Rin's hands. It seemed that taking the ball away from Itoshi Rin made him tremble with the desire to win. He couldn't help but think of how he was humiliated on that snowy night, and how angry scene. But at this moment, I am different from before. Now he can fight Itoshi Sae. Thinking of these, Ishi Rin's heart was already filled with passion. All the opponents and enemies in front of him seemed to be nothing in the world, and his body movements also accelerated. At this time, faced with a sudden attack, the U20 team was not as panicked as expected, but was very calm. The first goal was Ye Liangqiu tearing the defensive area and entering, but now that they have replanned their tactics, it is naturally not as easy to attack as before. Moreover, everyone present knew one thing. U20's tactics have always been from defense to offense, and the back four are even very famous in the World Championships. Icon was ready to defend at all times. His field of vision was extremely wide, and the bullseye in his eyes was like a pistol pointing straight at the attacking team members. Ye Liangqiu ran in front of Ishi Rin without the ball and said softly, "That's what a copper wall and an iron wall are like. Any defense has holes. Pass the ball to me and let me tear down their porous barrier." Itoshi Rin understood this clearly. During the training, he and Ye Liangqiu had the most training. If it weren't for the tactics proposed by Eshin Shiachi, he would not have been willing to play football with this red-eyed freak on the court. However, facing Itoshi Sae at this time, I am afraid that only Ye Liangqiu can make a balanced attack. In just a moment, Itoshi Rin digested all the information in his mind. The position of the two is the classic 2-on-1 position. Just to tear apart the opponent's defense a little bit. Do you still want to make a breakthrough through the pattern of the last game? Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Ito Shirzwa had arrived behind Ye Liangqiu at some point. He exuded frightening arrogance, but his expression remained indifferent. "I said, I have seen through your tactics." At the same time, all U20's attacking wingers came over. Trap. Itoshi Rin's face was ugly. He didn't expect that this was actually a trap. In fact, when he grabbed the ball just now, he had already noticed something was wrong. The opponent sent out 5 wingers and the attacking midfielder to charge, but why Itoshi? Here comes the kickoff. Advertisement. Now he understands that Itoshi is the bait, inducing Ye Liangqiu to enter his field of vision to intercept. This is why the opponent has almost reached the penalty area just now, but the opponent still passes the ball to Ye Liangqiu, who is blocking it. The Ito master. Isn't this obvious, just to give them this ball? After getting the ball, in order to charge as quickly as possible, he directly entered the midfield range. Is this range exactly what defenders like Icon want to assist the forwards in scoring goals? Brother B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** me, right? Itoshi Rin gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulged. At this moment, he still didn't understand that Itoshi Rin had completely understood the situation in the blue prison. Master, the layout of this game is just to allow yourself to grab this ball. Now, once the ball falls into the opponent's hands, then I'm afraid this point will be lost. The formation had been destroyed, and seeing the people running in their direction, Itoshi Rin seemed to feel a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's cold voice sounded, "Pass the ball to me. I'll tear their defensive formation apart." Looking at the person who was already close at hand, Ishi Rin looked a little angry, but his feet were very flexible and he passed the ball the next second. Ye Liangqiu, who received the ball, licked his lips and said, "I said, if I alone can tear your national team apart, can we end the game early?" Ikong's face darkened. There is a measure of arrogance. You can no longer get out of our encirclement. The blood in his whole body seemed to be boiling with excitement, freshness, and pleasure. Ye Liangqiu's pupils turned red, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but split open. A stream of air was rushing towards his chest. I never feel like I'm arrogant. Because behind arrogance also represents strength. This feast that the whole world is watching is a venue that I have long wanted to destroy. You think so? Happy. Ikong's pupils shrank sharply, as if he noticed something. Advertisement. I saw Ye Liangqiu patting the ball with his front foot. As a roar sounded, the ball flew across an arc towards the infield, and a figure was moving quickly towards the penalty area. A smile appeared on Feng Li's cheeks, and her pupils were burning with flames. Chiu, I've seen it all, the passing of self-abandonment. Avenger, you should have noticed me too, right? Cole. Ikong couldn't help but cursed. Isn't this guy File a defender? Why enter the front court? What on earth is going on in Blue Prison? At this time, Hui Xin on the bench slowly showed a strange smile. A super offensive system may be rare in professional stadiums. After all, in this era, all teams only pursue stability. Now there is such a team. Wouldn't it be a little shocking for a team that sacrifices everything to attack? Don't forget one thing, our team is composed of 11 forwards. When necessary, even the goalkeeper can get off the field and enter the battlefield to participate in the battle. This is offense, an offensive system that gives up everything. I saw that Feng Lu rushed forward with the ball, constantly fighting for time for his teammates to arrive. In an instant, the chaotic stadium became even more chaotic. All the midfielders and wingers of the Blue Prison had already arrived in the offensive area in this short moment. But as mentioned before, the U20 team may not have a strong offense. But the defensive ability is indeed top-notch. The moment Feng Lu held the ball, the defenders had all returned to their defensive areas, putting constant pressure on the attacking Blue Prison crowd, at least not exposing their flaws easily. Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin were also completely released. The two ran without the ball and quickly reached the penalty area. Ishiji followed closely behind, and the three of them refused to give in to each other. They all seemed to see that the ball was about to come to them. Thunderboy Otanryu's defense was very fast. He also noticed Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin, and then quickly cooperated with Itoshi Sae to intercept in two ways. As the captain, Ikong accurately calculated whether Feng Lu should shoot or pass the ball. And who will the pass be passed to? Chapter 116, Arrogant Men. The situation on the field was chaotic, although in the eyes of the fans the Blue Prison's offense was very fast. But they know very well that the U20 defense is very strong, and this is not the first time they have seen this situation. What makes them a little surprised is that a team composed of high school students like Blue Prison can actually force the U20 national team into a tie. So, many people even fell into deep thought. The Football Association has always belittled the Blue Prison, saying that it is an incredible project and a project that destroys the balance of the football world. It will also cause some players to lose confidence and hope. But now, the Blue Prison in their eyes seems to be changing quietly. Because it is human nature to be strong. Whether in life or on the court, people will only look up to people who are stronger than themselves, so they can learn from them, see them, and finally imitate them. For example, why do some football players like to play football? You can't say you know football since you were born. This is impossible. All players have a leader. This role can be anyone, but this person is definitely someone who loves football. Now that the Blue Prison has appeared in front of the world for the first time, what it has shown has gradually changed the consciousness of many people. Many people have even started shouting for Blue Prisons. You must know that if a group of high school students can really defeat this group of U20 veterans, this will be a new era, and the players on the court now will be the first pioneers of the new era. At that time, who would remember that this was such a ridiculous thing? Some are just a game that shocked the world. At this moment, the atmosphere on the court is already very anxious. Although the game time has only passed for less than half an hour, the player's physical strength is rapidly depleting. Especially Ye Liangqiu, as the core of the entire team, even if he has an S-level physique, this kind of physical exertion makes his lungs seem to have a fire burning, and even some movements seem to be getting faster and faster under this stimulation. He knows what is going on. My body has completely entered the state. Feng Lu, who was running with the ball, faced a Buddha head who had the same weird figure as Otoi Shadow. The tattoo on this guy's body didn't look like a serious and good person, but his speed was surprisingly elegant. You want to stop me? Impossible. Feng Lu smiled, and the ball under his feet had already stepped on the afterimage. In the surprised eyes of the Buddha head, a cow tail quickly came out, pulled away a position, and then continued to move towards the infield galloped away. Although the Buddha's head was shaken, his body quickly caught up with him and stretched out his hand to touch Feng Li's shoulder. Advertisement. It's too late. Feng Li grinned the next second. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and passed to the penalty area. And at that place, a figure was approaching. It's not Ye Liangqiu, nor Itoshi Rin, but Yukimiya Kenyu. As one of the wingers with very strong one-on-one ability, he has been taking detours in order to get to the restricted area as much as possible. But that's when he saw the buzz defenders were using to draw firepower. He clearly knew that his chance to play had come. So in an instant, he accelerated to the penalty area. When he saw the flying ball, Yukimiya Kenyu showed a satisfied smile and then said, "My principle is to solve all problems peacefully." "Thank you, Feng Lo." Boom sound. The ball arced towards the goal's blind spot. But the next second, Yukimiya Kenyu was extremely surprised. He saw a figure approaching quickly, like a giant python hovering in the sky. The roaring fangs seemed to be swallowing everything. The next moment, Yukimiya shot a steady shot into the goal. The ball flew out with a headbutt. Ikong's tone was somewhat provocative, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. If the shooter is a thief, then the defender is the policeman who catches the thief. I won't let you thieves score a goal. After he flew up and knocked the ball away, the ball did not fly around like others, but landed accurately on the side of a U20 player. There was a bang sound. With a volley, the ball rushed out in an arc at low altitude. No one expected that Ikong, the captain, could defend so quickly. The most important thing was to catch the ball with his head. Suddenly, the whole audience cheered. Damn, he's really handsome. Although the positions are different, Ikong's headbutt is really cool. Now it's the U20's turn to counterattack. Is this a professional game? Unpredictable things may happen at any time before the moment of despair. Advertisement. The Snow Palace was stunned. After all, it was a pity that this goal was not scored. At this time, Jie, who was a defender, had just reached the midfield range. When he saw this scene, he immediately returned to defense, but in his mind, he was thinking about what happened just now. The attack just now was impeccable. Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin were freed, and everyone in the front court participated in the attack, and Feng Li's last pass fooled everyone, but the U20 captain seemed to have seen through everything. He clearly knew that this ball would be passed to Yukimiya Kenyu, not Ye Liangqiu, who brought huge pressure to the entire audience. Why was he so sure would Bile pass the ball like this? Could it be that reflection has replaced thinking? Or, he entered the flow state? Jie was a little surprised. It was also the first time he understood the pressure of everyone in the front court. After all, in such an impeccable penalty area, if he were to play in it, I'm afraid the goal would not be scored, and his confidence would be a little bit damaged, right? There was just no time to overthink it. Jie quickly returned to defense. And everyone in the penalty area is also flying towards the midfield. Ito Shizhen also seemed to be eyeing Ye Liangqiu. The two stood very close to each other, as if there were two monsters constantly fighting each other. Ye Liangqiu slowly said, "Arrogant men, your vision seems to be quite broad. Why don't we compare? Let's see who gets the ball first." Boring. It was rare for Itoshi Rin to speak, but just by speaking, Ye Liangqiu understood that this guy was exactly the same as Itoshi Rin. They were both a group of extremely arrogant players. Ye Liangqiu wasn't angry either, really. I hope you will still be so arrogant later. After all, I still hope to keep your team clean. Is there any chance? At this moment, Itoshi's movement seemed to be even faster, and he ran towards the front court. Suddenly, there was a shout. A ball rushed towards his direction. Master Ito caught it steadily. He looked back at Ye Liangqiu with a hint of provocation and said, "In the face of the huge gap in strength, all struggles are meaningless. I've almost lost interest in this team of yours." Chapter 117 Rhythm. There was a strong murderous aura about Ito's Hema holding the ball, as if the stadium had become his stage, and he quickly moved towards the goal. But Jie quickly stepped forward to defend. Although the situation on the court was a bit chaotic, Kaishichi's vision was very broad, so he was always on the edge. Now that Itoshi Sae got the ball, he already knew what he should do. As long as I can fight for a second, someone will come. The sweat on Jieshi's cheeks kept flowing, and he could clearly feel the disconnected sense of oppression when facing Itoshi Sae and the same feeling he had when he faced him. Ye Liangqiu feels exactly the same. Is this the real 11J? It's really terrifying. In the next second of the confrontation, a red figure had already arrived beside Itoshi Sae. Chikiri's flowing red hair swayed behind him, and his right arm quickly spread out, directly pressing against Itoshi Sae's body, trying to he was unable to shoot or pass the ball. Itoshi's expression was still calm, as if all this was indifferent, but the next second his eyes changed and he raised his foot. There was a bang sound. The ball was shot, but it was not a shot, but a pass. And actually in this double-team situation, he actually sent a curved pass. Jieshi looked back. Sure enough, the U20 winger has arrived in the penalty area, and he is preparing to give the ball to his teammates for a direct shot. When the U20 winger saw the ball coming, it was as if he saw a piece of cake. He quickly took a shooting stance and looked towards the blind spot. With a roar, the ball shot out again without stopping. But this ball is no longer a pass, but a shot. Suddenly, a figure jumped high at the same angle, but unlike Ikon who used his head to catch the ball, he kicked the ball out with an upside-down golden hook. Nagi's hero. No one thought that this white-haired boy would actually come to the goal at the most critical moment, and no one knew why he thought Itoshi Sae would pass the ball to someone else at this moment. It's a pity that the ball didn't have a good angle at all, and only a few people noticed it. Advertisement. Itoshi is like a ghost, avoiding everyone's sight and rushing towards the ball's weakness. At the same time, Itoshi Rin also headed in that direction. But it was already too late. Itoshi Sae's eyes were fierce and arrogant. The moment he saw the ball hit the ground, he had already raised his right foot. It happened to pass through part of the field of vision blocked by Nagi Saishiro, so that Gamoru could not see it, and then he fired a volley. The ball has a slight arc and goes straight towards the goal. His shot was not that amazing, but no one could stop this shot. The next moment, the audience burst into fierce cheers. The score came to 1-1. Although Itoshi Rin was unwilling to give up, he knew that all of this was traceable. His B************** D brother's planning ability was too strong, so strong that he regarded everyone as his pawns. At this time, Ye Liangqiu slowly said, "Everything is deliberate." He calculated that we would disrupt the original rhythm because of this goal. From the moment the ball was kicked off, I could already predict the changes on the course that would follow. Sure enough, you players with spatial awareness really make me unhappy. Ye Liangqiu has actually always known that these players with spatial awareness can be said to be his nemesis. This is an undeniable fact. The future he can see is 3 seconds, and it will extend indefinitely after entering the flow state. And with 3 seconds of future vision, it is indeed very easy to observe the court. But facing these players with spatial awareness, the amount of information processed in their brains is incredibly fast. It can be said that they can capture the moment of the goal in an instant, and then take action. To put it nicely, the future they see is full of uncertainty, so they need to figure it out and change it bit by bit, and finally score a goal. But what Ye Liangqiu sees in the world 3 seconds later is that he can see everyone's next move and can also judge where the ball will land. But if he wants to score a goal, he must first realize that the ball is at his feet. The two are fundamentally different. After all, even if a player runs at the fastest speed in 3 seconds, he can only run a few meters more. Now, Itoshi Sae's perverted ability to transcend vision is revealed, and it is no less powerful than his own Demon King's eye. This guy is really scary. Jieshi and Qianqie were still where they were. Originally they thought that there would be no follow-up after the ball was blocked, but when they looked back, the ball had already arrived. At the feet of Itoshi Sae. Advertisement. How skilled do you need to be to perform that series of actions? At this moment, the whole audience cheered for Ito Shirzwa. He just stood there, expressionless, looking at everyone. His teammates ran in his direction and praised the beautiful goal just scored. However, Itoshiji didn't appreciate it at all. After all, he sacrificed several passing opportunities. As a result, no one in this group satisfied him. Even if the ball was fed to the mouth, a monkey could shoot it, but none of them could shoot it. Enter. This has made him very disappointed. Disappointment for U20. At this time, Ikora walked up to Itoshi Sae and explained with a grin. This prevented the dissatisfaction of other players from spreading, but he also knew very well that his team had certain flaws. This flaw is also why Itoshi Sae joins as a special guest. The game ended with 15 minutes left in the first half. The kicking team arrived at the blue prison. I really felt the U20's sharp defense and cooperation. No one dared to be careless, but they still used the super offensive system arranged by Hui Xin. Ye Liangqiu stood at the front. He looked at the U20 national team with calm eyes and said that there was no pressure. Compared with competing with this group of people, so far, he could not feel the excitement coming from within his body. Behind him, this group of people seemed to be confused about each other's intentions. Rin, can you see the other party's movements clearly? I need your help to tear apart this stinking defense. Rin stepped on the ball, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. What the hell, everything is meaningless except scoring goals. As a whistle sounded, Itoshi Rin quickly passed the ball to Karasuto. This guy has been observing for nearly half an hour, and he should have found the weakest point in the opponent's defense. Now is the time to take advantage of him. Same three-man offense. But this time, the Ukrainian traveler dribbled the ball straight towards the opponent's winger. Chapter 118, Desire for Destruction. Then came a quick pass. Itoshi Rin, who was interspersed among the opponent's players, quickly received the ball, and in the blink of an eye, a player he was thinking about, Itoshi Sae, appeared in front of him. Their eyes met, one was extremely cold, and the other was full of ferocity. I haven't seen you for a long time, D brother. Why don't you even say hello? Faced with the provocation, Itoshi Sae said nothing and stared directly at the ball at Itoshi Rin's feet. The next moment, a tense and exciting scramble took place. The movements of Itoshi Rin's feet seemed to be stimulated by a look, and they became faster and faster. The back and forth movements of popping the ball were dizzying, but these fake movements could not deceive Itoshi Rin at all. In an instant, Itoshi Rin suddenly rushed out from the right side. Trying to throw away his body, so as to get directly out of Ito Shir's field of vision. However, his little scheme had already been seen through. Ito Shiren turned around and stretched out his hand to directly touch Itoshi Rin's chest. The speed of the two did not slow down at all, and was even accelerating. To outsiders, the two people's faces almost touched each other. Ito Shiren's fierce expression refused to give in, but on the contrary, Ito Shiren's expression was very calm. Although he was the defender, this calmness gave Ito Shiren a great sense of oppression. The fight between the two continued. At this time, Ye Liangqiu had already stepped into the restricted area. This area was his domain. He looked back at Ito Shiren, and it was exactly what he thought. In the end, Ito Shiren and Ito Shire had a head-on confrontation. He had long known that Ishi Rin had a strong desire to destroy his brother. This desire will make him crazy on the court. He will fight to win or lose at all costs. He had felt it since the last ball. This guy was going in an unpredictable direction. Ye Liangqiu whispered softly, "Are you about to enter the destroyer mode? That's really interesting. Then I'm adding fuel to the fire to this game. I wonder if you can feel it." Advertisement. At this moment, Itoshi Rin, who was still entangled with Itoshi Rin, felt that his brother beside him was getting stronger and stronger. He seemed to understand what he was going to do, and fiercely pulled the ball back under his feet, creating a breakthrough gap. It's a pity. Master Ito saw everything clearly. At this moment, he finally spoke, "If you still regard yourself as your younger brother, you will never be able to surpass me." Itoshi Rin's movements were very fast. Just when Itoshi Rin thought he had succeeded, he stepped on the ball that was about to be called back. Then he hooked his toes and the ball easily came to Itoshi Rin's feet. Even Feng Lo, who was on the way, couldn't help but be surprised by this skilled dribbling technique. At the same time, a figure came to the two of them. Ye Liangqiu showed a murderous aura. The moment Ito Shizu stepped on the ball, he intercepted the ball directly with a sliding tackle. Master Ito was stunned for a second. Wasn't this guy in the restricted area just now? Why did you suddenly appear here now? 8 hashtag colon colon colon. There was a smile on Ye Liangqiu's lips. Don't forget, I'm keeping an eye on you in this game. Itoshi Sae. This wonderful scene made the whole stadium burst into cheers. Who could have imagined that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind? Who else noticed that when Ye Liangqiu faced the duel between the two, he clearly knew that Ito Shirzwa would win 100%. At this moment, Ito Shiren's face looked a little ferocious, and the veins on his cheeks popped out. From the moment Ye Liangqiu came here, he knew clearly that Ye Liangqiu knew that he would lose to Ito Master, but he did not choose to wait and see, but came here directly. It means that 99% of the time he doesn't believe in himself. B************************* D. Ito Shiren gritted his teeth. At this time, his inner desire was filling his brain, and his eyes were filled with the aura of destruction. Ye Liangqiu, who got the ball, looked at the straight avenue in front of him and saw several defensive players already in place. But he wasn't afraid at all, the madness in his eyes was clearly revealed. Come on, let me crush you one by one. Advertisement. In the next second, Ye Liangqiu accelerated violently, and the speed was amazing. Even the audience in the auditorium was a little frightened. How could this person be so fast? Is he still a high school student? Standing in front of Ye Liangqiu is Buddha head. This person who has been intercepting Yingtai is not a ghost or a ghost. Is there something in your head? It's tattoos and dressing up like Buddha. It just so happens that there is a monk in my blue prison substitute team. How about you form a team of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix? The expressionless look on Buddha's head just now suddenly became a little ugly, and his eyes became sharper. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was rushing towards him, tilted his body downward, and maintained his balance very well, trying to directly turn this ball interception. However, Ye Liangqiu was already familiar with his movements. He paused suddenly, stood on his left leg, and leaned his right leg on the ankle to kick out a flower arrangement foot, but this flower arrangement foot was very similar to Rainbow Extraordinaire, and the strength was controlled with such precision that the ball flew past Buddha's head before he could even react. I only heard Ye Liangqiu's voice, "You are not human, you are not a ghost, you are not qualified to stand in front of me. If you don't know how to play football, why not just be a monk? It must be in this ugly posture. Waste." Almost as soon as he said the last sentence, Ye Liangqiu's figure was already chasing the ball and rushing out. Buddha's head went blank, but for just a moment he wanted to turn around and continue to intercept, but at this time someone blocked him. I think what he said is quite right. Yangtai smiled and held the Buddha's head in front of him. The commentator also saw clearly what crazy things Ye Liangqiu was doing. His vision was extremely clear. Ye Liangqiu was not running towards the open space, but running towards the defensive player with purpose. In this situation, anyone who sees it will know that Ye Liangqiu is provoking. Challenge all players on the opposite side. Is he going to challenge the U20 alone? This is crazy. Ikong's figure suddenly rushed out from the right. His eyes were like a giant python staring at Ye Liangqiu. He knew clearly that the group of blue prison inmates at the moment was very dangerous, because they would not choose to die unless they were hungry. The beast is the beast that wants to completely devour U20 and change its destiny. The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose more and more exaggeratedly, the blood in his body was still boiling, and his condition was getting better and better. He looked at Ikong, who was already rushing towards him, with an extremely cold look in his eyes. You say you are a policeman, then I am a criminal. I advise you to put a collar on me first, otherwise, today I will let you see how criminals defeat you policemen bit by bit. Waste Police. Chapter 119, Iron Wall. An iron wall with 4 defenders. Today, I am going to forcefully open a passage for you, in order to defeat you. Their eyes met. All eyes were on the two of them. Ikong looked calm. As the captain of the U20, he couldn't help but feel pressure when facing this red-eyed madman. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared. Ever since he learned that he was going to play against Blue Prison, he thought it was just a joke at first. After all, how can such a crazy experiment like Blue Prison teach what kind of player? Besides, those people were only high school students, the younger ones were only 16. How can this be taken seriously by him? Is it possible that a bunch of brats really want to overthrow the jobs of professional players? He was still full of confidence until the start of this game. Not only did the new generation of 11 masters give them the full answer, but he also looked down upon the strength of these students. But, now the situation is out of control. For the first time, Ikong feels that the direction of this game is completely different from what he expected. Or, the strength of Blue Prison makes him feel pressure. I also controlled my arrogance and gradually became serious. Looking at Ye Liangqiu coming towards him, all the thoughts in Ikong's mind turned into a blank. His mind gradually became clear and transparent, and the cells in his body began to boil unconsciously. Pride and prejudice are the last things to be thought of on the court. I admit that I underestimated you thieves before. But now, I define you as a robber. The glory of U20 should not be ruined here. If you want to replace us, then do your best. I will destroy you with my own hands. At this moment, Ikong seemed to have completely entered the state. Everything in his eyes seemed to be transparent. All the sounds in the stadium gradually disappeared. An information panel appeared on everyone in front of him, and he quickly began to observe. The bullseye in the pupil is completely dilated. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth, knowing that this guy had entered the flow state, but he had already encountered too many enemies in this state. Advertisement. In an instant, the two figures intertwined. Ikong's arms and thighs intercepted directly in front of Ye Liangqiu. Those pupils stared closely at Ye Liangqiu's body, trying to find any opportunity to steal the ball. Mr. Police, this is wrong. Ye Liangqiu's voice was not quiet, and even had a hint of provocation in Ikong's ears. If you use your hands and feet, you will get a yellow card later. Then how can you catch the thief? Ikong's height is about 190 centimeters, and his body looks like a hill. He can directly intercept with one step. It is extremely difficult for any player to pass him. But in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, it was different. Their heights were almost the same, with only a few centimeters difference. Ye Liangqiu uses his arms extremely flexibly, and with the Demon King's eyes predicting the future, some small movements are like nothing, and he controls Ikong at a relatively safe distance directly through his skills. The ball at his feet was swaying back and forth quickly, just looking for an opportunity. The head-on confrontation between the two seemed to be equally matched, but in Ikong's view, the Ye Liangqiu in front of him was the most difficult person he had ever seen to deal with the details of his movements. After all, with his height and physical advantages, even someone like Itoshi SAE players did not dare to confront him head-on. Just when Ikong was distracted, Ye Liangqiu's voice came to her ears. If I just defeat you in other areas, why should I do this little bit in this game to make you feel strong? What I want is to completely crush your player's advantage from the front. Speed, power, shooting, dribbling, jumping, one by one, let me see if your weapons are worth taking a look at. The world is in Ikong's pupils, and two words seem to appear on Ye Liangqiu's head. Arrogant, madman. No wonder he felt strange, because the full fighting spirit in Ye Liangqiu made him think that he would have other skills. After all, football is a team game, including passing, catching, and personal abilities. But now, this guy uses all his weapons to engage in a 1-versus-1 head-on confrontation with his group of professional players. In the eyes of others, it is exciting or embarrassing. Advertisement. After all, a person's power is limited after all, and no player dares to say such words that one person will challenge the entire team. However, now, the madman in front of him did just that. In the eyes of the challenger, this is a naked provocation. Thinking of this, a trace of anger flashed across Ikong's cheeks. The strength in his arms was increasing, but Ye Liangqiu's body seemed to be fixed on the ground. His movements were still sharp and there was no chance at all. On the bench, everyone saw Ye Liangqiu rushing towards the penalty area alone, and the backs of other teammates rushing in that direction. They were a little puzzled. Why was the ball not passed? Leisure stood up and almost cursed, if Ertzi hadn't caught him in time and pointed at the camera. After Leisure saw the camera, he immediately became honest and sat back down again. After all, Huixin said before that if he disrupts order off the court, he will not be given a chance to play later. Seeing this, Ashin Jihachi glanced back at him and slowly explained, the defenders of U20 can be said to be an iron wall. Once the ball falls at the opponent's feet, they will switch from a defensive posture to an offensive posture. As the captain, Ikong is defender, but he is also one of the core strengths and the most solid backing for the U20. Isn't what Ye Liangqiu did just to tell others that in his eyes, this iron wall is just a thing that can be broken at any time? You may wonder that he doesn't pass the ball, but I don't want this game to be about teamwork, but about selfishness and desire. The attitude of all players should not be to cooperate, but to score goals, keep scoring goals, forget about teamwork, and change the word teammate into a tool. On the pitch, only the one who scores the goal is the most dazzling presence. Being a foil is so disappointing, isn't it? The corners of Huaxin's mouth rose, and his smile made the other players feel a little cold. Although everyone came out of the blue prison, their selfish hearts have long been drawn out, but in this kind of game, is it possible to completely release selfishness? For example, what about grabbing the ball? Stealing the ball from your own teammate? Anything can happen in a game, and teammates might become opponents. After all, the opportunity to express yourself is right in front of you. Whether you can seize it or not depends on yourself. Chapter 120, Discovered by the World. However, at this time, Aikong felt troubled for the first time. Ye Liangqiu's body refused to give an inch, and he controlled the distance extremely well. At the moment when Aikong's arm strength relaxed, Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball back with his left heel, and then hooked his body with his right foot. The center is placed on the right. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Liangqiu suddenly stepped back, tipped his toes, and the ball flew towards Aikong's crotch. Aikong reacted, but unfortunately the ball flew behind him, but his body was extremely flexible in this state and he quickly turned around, trying to catch the gap where Ye Liangqiu's kick was frozen, and directly block it. However, Ye Liangqiu saw all this, and he was already running forward. He was no worse than anyone else in seizing the opportunity. Moreover, he had predicted all Aikong's actions in advance. Mr. Police, it seems you still can't guard against me. How about taking off all these clothes? Aikong's eyes widened. He didn't know what it meant. The police represented professional players and defenders. Wouldn't taking off his clothes stop him from playing football in the future? As he spoke, Ye Liangqiu moved even faster. He stretched out his left foot and directly stepped on the ball. He turned around and did a Marseille spin, quickly widening the distance. Then there was an explosion of speed, completely throwing Aikong away. A few meters. At this moment, the whole place fell into dead silence. The commentator also said excitedly, what Ye Liangqiu did just now was a crotch-piercing pass, but it was obvious that U20 captain Aikong reacted, but Ye Liangqiu was faster, even fighting with Aikong in a head-on confrontation. I am not at a disadvantage at all. Ye Liangqiu's sprint speed became faster and faster. After a brief head-on confrontation, U20's defensive formation did not close up so quickly. He looked at one of the defenders, Raiden Kido Tanru, who had already ran over. This guy seemed to be wrapped with wisps of lightning, but he had a pair of beady eyes, somewhat confusing. Let everyone think he is weak. But the speed is no slower than Qianxia. Seeing the person coming, Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth. How fast? Let's compare, who is faster? The next moment, Otoru was in front of Ye Liangqiu. He stretched out his foot to steal the ball, forcing Ye Liangqiu to protect the ball, and then slowed down. However, Ye Liangqiu jumped up with the ball, his black hair dancing wildly in the air, his red eyes glanced down at Otoru, and then he slowly said, Thunder puppy, go faster, keep up with me. Rhythm. Otherwise, you will never be able to look up at my back. Advertisement. Almost instantly, Ye Liangqiu's toes landed on the ground, and his body had already made a perfect running movement. A roar sounded, and a beam of light began to quickly rush towards the goal in the front left penalty area. Under countless gazes, this sudden speed is shocking. Inlio wanted to keep up with him through speed, but he could only look at the back and gradually open up the distance. At this moment, everyone's mind was occupied by a figure. The whole world saw Ye Liangqiu, a rising star, for the first time. But the first codename given to him by countless people was Madman, a desperate madman. Many people who know football have no idea what Ye Liangqiu is doing. He is challenging the U20 with one person's power. The ironclad defender. Excitement, surprise, shock, various emotions are intertwined in the hearts of countless people. The stadium seemed to have completely turned into a stage for a good night. As the distance to the penalty area gets closer and closer, U20's defense speed becomes faster, but it is already too late. Itoshi Rin, Kiseiichi, and other people with spatial awareness have already run into the penalty area without the ball. Their eyes are fiery, and they obviously want to do something about this ball. But all this emerged in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, whether it's a teammate or an opponent, in the end they are all enemies. I'm looking forward to a gorgeous goal and a goal that will shock the world. Sister Xiaowei always said that I will be discovered by the world. But I don't think so. I know, one day the world will discover me. They all say that the chosen one is destined to be number one in the world, and I am here to break the curse of the chosen one. In the last 5 meters or so of the restricted area, the wind whistled in my ears, and 2 people appeared in front of me in an instant. Itoshi Sae and Itoshi Rin. Itoshi Rin's expression was a bit ferocious, and the bulging veins on his cheeks made it impossible to imagine how much anger this guy had endured, and his eyes were fixed on the ball at Ye Liangqiu's feet. But Itoshi Sae had a cold expression, glanced at Itoshi Rin, and then quickly took action, trying to predict the direction of the ball and Ye Liangqiu's movements to intercept the ball. Advertisement. Similarly, Ishi Rin, as Ye Liangqiu's teammate, also directly grabbed the ball at this moment. Even some people in the audience couldn't believe it. As a teammate, you actually wanted to steal the ball from your teammate. But all this is already normal in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. How could he not know Itoshi Rin's thoughts and want to use the ball at his feet to prove himself? But the stadium is a battlefield, either you die or I die. Faced with 2 people snatching action, Ye Liangqiu lifted the ball into the air and took a deep breath. The white air flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and the future in his eyes was reflected in reality. He knew that when he shot now, the ball would rush towards the goal through an arc, but this time the ball will be blocked and cannot be scored. That's what the future told him. However, how can he improve himself if he is blindly led by the eye of the Demon King? In this short moment, Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes slightly, and the clock in his pupils gradually disappeared. Since I want to surpass it once, I might as well give it a try. The future I see is failure, and I also know I will fail. But I just want to give it a try. It seemed that after closing the Demon King's eye, Ye Liangqiu felt that the goal was a little strange for the first time. His right leg gradually swelled, as if he had returned to the moment he entered the blue prison that day, the same angle, the same position, but everything has changed, but the goal he is chasing has not. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's body was like a long knife, and the next moment, his right foot kicked out fiercely. Volleyed from 35 meters away. A violent roar sounded, and the ball flew toward the goal like a bullet. The speed is jaw-dropping. Everyone saw this goal. After all, Ye Liangqiu jumped so high. Naturally, the goalkeeper also saw it, and his eyes were fixed on the football that had flown towards him. From such a long distance, he could react quickly. However, the moment the ball arrived in front of him, he accurately determined the direction of the ball, and then jumped high to stop the ball. Only. Chapter 121 Invitation. At this moment, everyone's attention is turned to the goal. The goalkeeper had already leapt high, and the ball hit the goal at an extremely fast speed, but an accident also came at this moment. The ball, which originally had power, began to swing from side to side when it reached the last meter. The ball path is extremely unstable. Not good. Ikong's pupils dilated. It was a pity that the moment his voice came out. The ball had lost any power and slowly and gently rushed into the goal from the crotch of the high-leaping goalkeeper. It's as if it's a normal thing, a ball accidentally kicked by a child. At this moment, countless people in the audience stood up. Some of their eyes were surprised and some were shocked, but all the eyes of the world were looking at Ye Liangqiu, who was unable to balance his body due to the volley and was lying on the grass. This incredible long-distance volley actually went in this way. Looking up at the stars above his head, Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his left arm, made a fist with his hand, and grinned. At this moment, everyone rushed in his direction. The whole audience burst into amazing cheers. It is no longer ridicule, nor those dirty words, but some are just admiration and cheers of extreme excitement. Ikong opened his mouth and sighed. Although he wanted to curse, this goal was really amazing. The volley from 35 meters away, even if he could react to the landing point of the ball, he couldn't imagine that the ball would hit at the end. After a few meters, it actually lost its impact. It ended up being a goal in a weird situation. It is also a goal that cannot be replicated. Is it luck? Or has he already thought of all this? Ikong looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was already surrounded by people, feeling helpless, but there was nothing he could do. The score now came to 1-2. Blue Prison is temporarily leading, which no one can imagine. At this moment, various platforms have broadcast today's game on the internet, and countless people have remembered the figure. That is Ye Liangqiu. At this time, the whistle sounded, the first half was over. In the lounge. Advertisement. As soon as Ye Liangqiu walked in, he felt countless eyes looking at him, and Ishin Shiba was already waiting for them here. Beautiful, the kick was unimaginable. Jieshi's eyes were full of excitement and he praised without hesitation. Originally, he and Ishi Rin were in the penalty area, just looking for a chance and waiting for Ye Liangqiu to pass the ball. Other wingers and forwards are also waiting. But no one expected Ye Liangqiu to be so bold. During the scramble, he shot directly before reaching the penalty area. You must know that it is 35 meters away. The probability of scoring a goal can be said to be ridiculously small. But even so, Ye Liangqiu chose to shoot instead of passing the ball. Of course, there is also a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, they are now a collective. Although they fight on their own, they also need to consider the pros and cons of the Blue Prison, right? If you lose, the Blue Prison disappears. It can be said that every pass and goal is related to the fate of all of them. At this time, Huaixin Shiba crossed his hands and looked at Ye Liangqiu with a smile, just quietly watching the noisy atmosphere among this group of players. Ye Liangqiu used extreme kicking methods to score goals. In the final analysis, he should be the most angry. After all, the Blue Prison is everything to him. But he was still calm, extremely calm, and the aura on his body was very peaceful, as if the goal just now had been expected by him. Are you happy? Huaixin Shiba suddenly spoke, but the calmness and indifference in his tone made everyone look at him. Huaixin glanced at everyone, and finally looked at Jieshi. According to my prediction, the first half should be 0:3, not 1:2. I know you have a selfish heart. But as a coach, I still want to say it. As defenders, what are you doing? Jieshi, in that game just now, as a defender, why did you appear in the opponent's penalty area instead of your own midfielder? Jieshi scratched his head in embarrassment. He had forgotten his position on the court. When his head got hot, he thought he was a forward, so he rushed directly to the opponent's penalty area. However, as a defender, his duty should be to follow the team a little bit. Advance. Only in this way can we quickly return to defense. Unexpectedly, Huaixin observed so carefully. Not only that, Huaixin spoke out several perverted thoughts of all the players on the court just now. For example, why Ye Liangqiu dribbled the ball towards the 4 defenders on the opposite side, and the super long volley shot just now. Everything was just a coincidence. It was the power that selfishness invaded the brain and finally exploded. It is also a ball that is often said to be short-lived and flash in the pan. Advertisement. And he doesn't like this kind of playing, because the ball cannot be copied. He already said it when he was in the Blue Prison. Isn't this a goal? Feng Lu muttered in a low voice. After all, in his opinion, this goal only needs to be scored. Ishin Shiba stood up slowly, the coldness in his eyes was creepy. Then what if you don't get in? I'm not trying to reason with you. This is a stadium and a battlefield. It's a place where a person's reputation can be ruined. The whole world is watching us and everything on this field. Your arrogance, your confidence will be frowned upon by countless people. They won't think you are strong, they will only care whether you score a goal or not. If this goal doesn't go in, I can tell you clearly that negative news will swallow up your life like a wave. This is the sin of pride. Said, Huaixin Shiba clasped her hands behind her back. Of course, if you don't take a gamble, how can you enjoy the attention of the world? Only by taking the most difficult step can you get on the world stage. Obviously, you succeeded. Ye Liangqiu. Huh. Ye Liangqiu was a little confused. What does it mean that he succeeded? At this time, Huaixin's phone suddenly rang. He raised the corner of his mouth and took out his phone, glanced at the call, then waited for a few seconds and then hung up, showing the phone screen to everyone. All I saw was a string of names displayed above. But this name made everyone's eyes widen. Prodigy Loki. Ishin Shiba just hung up like this. However, all this seemed like a small matter in his eyes. Huaixin looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, now you have stepped onto the stage of this world. In the past 10 minutes, at least a dozen top teams called me and asked me to invite you to join their team and try to get along. Hiss. Suddenly, the whole lounge was silent. Of course, Ishi Rin's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he had no interest in any of this. Or perhaps he knew that Ye Liangqiu had refused to join the Spanish team as early as that day when he played against professional players. Not going to make those teams. So it doesn't matter. But it's different for others. Chapter 122 The Devil Comes Out of the Cage. You know this is a top team. How many players dream of being in a place? Didn't they come to the Blue Prison just to enter the World Championship and join the top team? At this moment, everyone was surprised. Huixin Shiba pushed up her glasses. Ye Liangqiu's performance on the court just now has spread to the eyes of countless teams. Your performance and potential will be reflected in the eyes of countless powerful people. Remember what I said. You are a rough stone now, a rough stone being polished. What they see is your potential, your skills, and everything you have in the future. At this time, Qianqia asked, in other words, as long as we perform well, there will also be teams that invite us to join. That's right. Huixin Shiba nodded, you are a piece of cake now. Many people are watching your performance. As long as we defeat the U20 national team, we will replace them. Then more people will invite you. Obviously, he said so many words in the lounge today not only to stimulate their fighting spirit, but also to boost their morale. As for the words he just taught him, they are also to prevent these people from having fun on the court and they need to be followed. Certain rules. Of course, these rules are optional, after all, the winner on the court is king. Huixin, on the other hand, took one last look at Ye Liangqiu and said, those invitations sent to me by the teams will be yours to choose after the game. Okay. Ye Liangqiu nodded. Huixin Shiba said a few final words and then turned around and left. What he can do for this team is to stabilize their mentality. After all, they are a group of hungry beasts. On the other side, there was obviously a bit of disharmony in the U20 lounge. Itoshi Sae's arrogant and disdainful tone made the atmosphere in the team even more tense, but his strength made everyone helpless. Icon even sat in his seat and fell into deep thought. Obviously in the first half, all of them underestimated the Blue Prison, and now the whole world thinks that the U20 national team is a complete waste. The huge pressure made everyone in the team suffer. Under heavy pressure, perhaps even standing on the court, their movements will be slightly deformed, which will lead to a timid mentality. Icon knew very well that this game was completely unfavorable. Advertisement. Itoshi Sae began to take off his jersey. You. Sentu Akito's eyes widened, are you ready to stop kicking? Ito Shirzwa glanced at him coldly. Yes, I won't play anymore. I've already gotten the results I want. If you continue to play like this, your team will definitely lose. Even with my power, I can't save you from defeat. I'm going back. With that said, he pointed at Icon and continued, he has lost the bet between me and your captain, so I will quit your team in this game. Except for Icon, everyone fell into silence. Before the game even started, Ikora had reached a bet with Itoshi Sae, and Shida Ryusei, who had been transferred from the Blue Prison, was placed on the bench. However, it was Blue Prison who took the lead in the first half. All this shows that the vision and strength of the U20 national team are completely inferior to Blue Prison. At this point, Icon has completely lost this bet. Icon was naked to the waist, with a towel hanging on his head to cover his gloomy expression. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly raised his head and said, I lost this bet. He underestimated the Blue Prison. Although the current Blue Prison is not mature enough, it is true as Ito Shirzwa said. They are stronger than the current U20 and have a broader vision. They are here to defeat the U20 and step on them to get the upper hand. But who would be willing to give up all this glory to others? As he said that, Icon looked at Itoshi who was changing clothes. Hey, genius, I know it's meaningless to blame myself now. I did underestimate Blue Prison, but now I also know that U20 is very weak. Doesn't the game have a second half? This game isn't over yet, are you planning to leave like this? A smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth, and this arrogant aura made Itoshi Sae stop in his tracks and look back. Don't forget, we also have a demon. A demon waiting to be released. We will send number 13 Shida Ryusei to the next game. Hearing this, Shido Ryusei closed his eyes slightly in the corner, seeming to enjoy the last piece. In the first half, seeing Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu having so much fun, the football cells in his body were already eager to try, but he could only watch it all. Advertisement. This made him feel even more depressed. Shido Ryusei couldn't calm down at all. He couldn't wait to go on stage and tear that arrogant man and the red-eyed B*************** D apart bit by bit. Looking at Ikung's eyes, she had already given up her life. Sure, Ito looked coldly. In that case, let's get started. Go wild as you like, the finale of this game is you and me. Shido Longxing opened his eyes, and the violent aura in his pupils could no longer be suppressed. He grinned. Next, we will finally come to my world. The devil is out. In the lounge on the other side, Ye Liangqiu sat relaxed on the bench. The scene of the volley just flashed through his mind. Was the future finally changed by him? If this is really the case, are all the futures I have seen false? No. Probably not. Maybe it was just like what Eshin Jihachi said, it was just a lucky shot. Thinking of this, the thoughts in Ye Liangqiu's mind seemed to become even more confusing. Although the Eye of the Demon King raised its lower limit, it also fixed its upper limit. It was trying to control itself. Of course, it is undeniable that this power is really strong. As a broadcast sounded, it was obvious that the rest time was about to end. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ye Liangqiu stood up and walked towards the passage. The cheers from the outside world were particularly harsh. In the passage, a familiar figure also appeared. I saw Shido Longxing wearing a U20 team uniform and waiting in the passage early. The moment he saw Ye Liangqiu, he walked forward with a bit of arrogance in his eyes. Ye Liangqiu looked coldly. Oh. Isn't this a pervert? What? Joined U20 as a traitor? Shido Ryusei grinned. Didn't you just call yourself a villain on the court? Now I will defeat you on behalf of decency. The exchange of words between the two people caused the faces of the U20 people on the side to change slightly. At this time, Itoshi Rin came over. Chapter 123 The Boat of Friendship. The aura formed by the three people seemed to plunge the entire passage into a storm. The atmosphere of each being king is eroding everyone bit by bit. Itoshi Rin's eyes were still cold, but the aura on his body became more and more unsettling, as if he had figured out something during this break. Shido Dragon Saint sneered, "Oh, isn't this at Tsundere? Why didn't you score a single goal in the last game? Who are you showing this stinky face to? Is it Itoshi Sae?" As he said that, he involved Ito Shirzua, who was quietly watching a play not far away. "Shut up." Ishi Rin responded unceremoniously, with murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. "Ignorant pink clown, I will make you shut up your stinky mouth in this game, and I will kick you out completely." Shido Ryusei was not angry at all. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at Itoshi Sae. "Hey, genius, some people say we are clowns. How should we respond?" Itoshi remained silent, just glanced at Itoshi Rin and then walked towards the passage into the stadium. The meaning is self-evident. "See you on the pitch." A smile appeared on Shido Longxing's lips, and he passed by Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu. His voice was arrogant and disdainful. "I look forward to the excitement of my own cells. I'm also looking forward to crushing you two bit by bit on the court. I'll remember that feeling. Be careful, you are all my prey." As he walked away, Ye Liangqiu chuckled lightly, with the same desire for destruction as always. He had long known that Shido Ryusei was in U20, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually play as a trump card. Ito Shiren on the side glanced at Ye Liangqiu and turned around quickly. It seems that after Ishi Rin made a move to grab the ball in the last game, the relationship between the two has reached an extreme point. If Ye Liangqiu hadn't scored the goal at that time, the two would have had a fight. The U20 players who were confused had no idea about the relationship between these three people. All I know is that they are all completely crazy. Advertisement. After all, everyone saw the scene when Ishi Rin tried to steal the ball. What kind of place is Blue Lock? Why do these players feel a little sick? Doubda Yenin stayed aside and asked Xiang Sentang Kyudo in a low voice. Sendo Akito was speechless. "How do I know?" "You still have time to care about them, why not worry about how to equalize the score first?" As one of the forwards, he has been replaced in the core position due to Shida Ryusiai's appearance. At this moment, he was back on the field like a substitute. It can be said to be a total loss of face. Otoru scratched his head, looked at Akito Sendo who looked a little ugly, and then glanced at the people in the blue prison, wondering what he was thinking. The relationship between these two people is getting worse and worse. Jieshi, who was tying his shoes in the passage, stared closely at the backs of Ishirin and Ye Liangqiu. They were both the ones he wanted to chase, and he knew it even more clearly. The second half was far more intense than the first half. But the conflict between the two people has completely exploded. As long as you are not careful, there may even be a fight on the court. What should you do? Jieshi was a little distressed. After all, as a defender, he had already been warned by Hui Xian once, but Hui Xian's previous words kept echoing in his mind. Anyone on the court can be the protagonist. The protagonist does not have to score goals, but he must show his self. How on earth should we defeat these two people and successfully replace them? Jieshi stood up slowly, his brain running rapidly. Back on the field. The players are already in place. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at the newly introduced Shido Longsheng. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was enjoying the pleasant moment. The audience's cheers made his cells tremble uncontrollably. He seemed to be intoxicated, but the next step his eyes suddenly opened in seconds, and the murderous intent in those eyes was undisguised. On the opposite side, Yoshiaki Nikkei, who was lingering on the best goal in the previous game, naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Some people even held up a piece of white cloth with his name written in black and white fonts during the break. Demon King Ye Liangqiu. There is no doubt that in a short period of time, everything about Ye Liangqiu's past has been revealed. Almost everything about how he entered this arena and how he came into contact with football has been revealed by some fans. Among them is also known as the Devil King. If it were in the past, Ye Liangqiu might have felt a little disgusted with this title. After all, it was too ostentatious and a bit out of place, but now, he seems to have accepted it. Advertisement. Because only top players deserve the title. Of course, it would be best if it could be changed. On the other hand, Feng Luo, who was on the side, seemed to notice a certain direction and walked to Ye Liangqiu. I saw an incredible person. As he spoke, he pointed to a certain place in the stands. Ye Liangqiu also looked in the direction he pointed, and suddenly felt a little at a loss. His eyes were a little dodgy. I saw a woman with long black hair, shawl and ruby-like eyes staring in the direction of Ye Liangqiu in that direction. Just one look made Ye Liangqiu's whole body go cold. Feng Lu raised his arms and kept swinging, saying hello, but his voice was covered by the audience, and the woman couldn't hear it at all. Qiu, don't you say hello to sister shall we? Ye Liangqiu was silent. Was it finally found out? So she was already in the stands during the last game. Thinking of this, Ye Liangqiu reluctantly raised his left arm. Seeing this scene in the stands, Sister Shall We raised her red lips, showed a smile, seemed to open her mouth, and then turned and left the audience. Hey! Sister Shall We, don't you plan to watch the second half of the game? Feng Lu was a little confused. On the other hand, Ye Liangqiu, who was standing by him, suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Tell me, did you see her in the first half? Feng Lu avoided her eyes, pretending to be crazy, and finally said helplessly, before the game started, Sister Shall We told me that she would come, but I don't know where she is sitting. Just now. Without waiting for him to continue explaining, Ye Liangqiu sighed, so after you got the instructions just now, you asked me to look over. Lu, the boat of our friendship has taken on water. I think if this continues, I'm afraid it will collapse. Feng Lu, I think it can still be saved. At this time, the whistle sounded, and Ye Liangqiu's thoughts returned to the game. As for coming to Blue Lock alone, he would naturally give Sister Shall We an explanation at that time, but not now. Now he only needs to consider what is in front of him. Just defeat all the enemies. Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu walked to the front of the team step by step, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Chapter 124, Exquisite Egoism. On the court, with the shouts, the blood in the players' bodies began to stir. The whistle sounded. The kickoff team came to the U20. Itoshi Sae stepped on the ball, glanced at Shida Ryusiai, and then quickly started running to pass the ball. Shido Ryusei, who received the ball, looked like a madman, but the delicate movements of his legs and feet showed that he was not a lunatic who had lost his mind, but rather seemed to be running with purpose. The two don't have much tacit understanding together, but they can easily tear apart the midfield defense. Itoshiji soon faced his opponent, Ye Liangqiu. Throughout the game, Ye Liangqiu never took his eyes off him, because everyone knew that the most threatening person was of course the newcomer. Era 11 Heroes. Even without the ball, Ye Liangqiu was still staring in his direction. Seeing the Shido Dragon Saint who was already rushing towards him, Jieshi's ability was activated, and the information in his mind was constantly thinking about how to stop this demon. Shido Ryusei's weapon is his invincible scoring ability in the penalty area. Or maybe this guy is just a devilish player born to score goals. Jieshi knew clearly that he couldn't let this guy enter the penalty area easily. All he needed to do was defend, constantly defend, and keep him within his field of vision. I'm going to fight this guy head on. Better to intercept his ball. During this period, Jieshi has experienced ups and downs. His self-confidence and everything about him have been destroyed, but he has been reborn. He knows that everyone on the court is talented and strong, so he cannot be careless. Especially since he was placed on the defensive line of defense. If you cannot realize your own value, what we are facing is the end. In an instant, Jieshi calmed down and quickly stepped forward to defend. Shidao Longsheng's expression was as arrogant as a ferocious beast, and the smile on his lips made people feel chills. The excitement seems to have accelerated my cells. I'm going to run. After saying that, he passed the ball back to Itoshi Sae. Itoshi Sae received the ball with a cold expression, as if he had expected this result. Advertisement. But he couldn't let down his guard either. To be precise, Itoshi's position was being watched by countless people. In particular, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have predicted that he would get the ball and was coming rapidly in his direction. Shido Ryusei's smile became even more exaggerated. He ran without the ball and used various moves to penetrate the blue prison defender. Kyosei was dumbfounded by him. What's the point of this guy moving like this without the ball? The rhythmless running made not only the blue prison defender dumbfounded. Even the U20 forward was confused. What on earth is this guy doing? Even if he rushes into the penalty area like this, will anyone really pass the ball there? Suddenly, Jieshi's eyes looked at Itoshi Sae, obviously observing the trajectory of the ball. This guy wants to pass the ball. At this time, Shido Ryusei ran like crazy towards the penalty area of the stadium. The excitement on his face distorted his expression. For him, this game is not 11 versus 11, but 1 versus 21. What he has to do is to completely turn this boring game destroy. He wants this game to usher in a perfect new life after his arrival. Itoshi Sae's eyes were extremely sharp. He understood everything about Shido Ryusei. At the moment when Ye Liangqiu was about to arrive, he raised his foot and made a piercing pass, which turned into a bullet and passed through the gaps between all the players. Go out. Jieshi's eyes widened, of course he noticed. Then he quickly threw his body in the direction of the ball. However, the ball was still one step faster than him and had already flown out. It seemed that he felt the hot sight behind him and the style of play coming. Shido Ryusei jumped up and caught the ball directly. Many people were shocked. This guy didn't watch the ball at all. Why was he able to catch the ball easily? The moment he caught the ball, Qianxia had already arrived beside Shido Ryusei. His expression was solemn and he wanted to intercept the ball while he was in the air. Pass it to me. At this time, a voice interrupted Qianxia's thoughts. I saw Akito Sendo approaching the position of the two of them. His tone was calm and unhurried, as if his determination to score this time had reached its peak. After all, as a forward, he had not played any role so far. However, Shido Ryusei grinned and said, in front of the goal, I will not pass the ball to anyone. Including you useless teammates. The next second, his eyes were extremely sharp, the ball was picked up by his toes, and his body was spinning rapidly in the air. Advertisement. There was a roar, and this guy actually used the Shenlong tail swing in this situation. It was as if he was responding to Ye Liangqiu's volley in the previous game. The ball traced a trajectory and rushed towards the goal in a straight line at high speed. Just when everyone thought a goal was about to be scored, a figure appeared, Ye Rin's eyes were cold. His figure had already appeared in midair, and the ball that was about to enter the goal was intercepted by him with his calf. Pink-haired clown, I said, this game you're just a clown. I don't like to pinch soft persimmons. With that said, he kicked the ball directly back to the midfield with a high pass. And in that direction, two people happened to be confronting each other. Are you very vindictive? You're so arrogant. Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Sae rushed towards the ball's landing point almost in sync. How could Ye Liangqiu not see this pass? This guy did it on purpose. Itoshi Rin wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker in a head-on confrontation between him and Itoshi Rin. Otherwise the ball will not be passed in this direction. After all, how many people on the pitch want the ball? Of course, Hui Xin seemed to have already guessed this scene. Changes to U20 tactics. But he does not intend to change the strategy, because the current Blue Lock team is already the most complete team. Changing tactics will ultimately destroy the advantages brought by the super offensive system. Moreover, the reason why Ryusei Shido cannot become a member of the Blue Prison is because he has a fatal flaw, which will cause the entire team to collapse. Huixin Shiba's eyes slightly raised. The double-edged sword is indeed very lethal when used properly, but it will also bring severe harm to the master who uses it, injuring the enemy by 1000 and damaging himself by 800. Now U20 has to fight with the devil makes a contract. Itoshi Sae, what kind of egoist are you choosing? Now the game really begins. Exquisite egoists, start to exude your own charm and make this game even crazier. Chapter 125 Revenge. Although the vengeful Itoshi Rin looked extremely cold, he was really looking forward to who would get the ball that was passed just now. He wanted to see the strength of Itoshi Sae and Ye Liangqiu. Maybe it's a bad taste, or maybe it's revenge. The desire in his heart guided him to understand these two monsters bit by bit. However, when the ball traced a trajectory in the air and was about to reach the two of them, Itoshi Sae had already reached the direction of the landing point through accurate prediction. At the same time, Ye Liangqiu was also ready to intercept this pass. The mutual reluctance between the two completely erupted the moment the ball was about to reach the ground. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his foot and kicked the ball fiercely. Even if Itoshi Sae wanted to catch the ball, he would have hit it directly if he was not careful. One kick. Ito Master glanced at Ye Liangqiu with cold eyes, leaned forward, and stretched out his feet as well. A touch sound. The two crossed their legs and collided with each other, but this was not a foul. It was a confrontation between players. Under the huge force, the ball actually flew out again. But at this time, the two of them had no time to stabilize their bodies due to the brief confrontation between them. Ye Liangqiu didn't expect that Ito Shirji would dare to directly fight with his legs like this. According to the rules of the game, whoever gets the ball first will naturally not get a yellow card. But what this guy just thought was that he had not touched it yet. The moment the ball is passed, block it. This way there can be no penalty. Obviously, although Itoshi Sae's face is expressionless, his brain is extremely flexible. The two of them may have 800 minds. Can't you tell how strong Itoshi is? So far, the strength shown by U20 has really disappointed me. When I saw the world's top players before, I thought how powerful these professional players were, but I didn't expect them. It's a bunch of clowns. It sounds nice, but when it comes to the competition field, I can only use my mouth to BB. Upstairs, please understand the situation. U20 is not strong yet. I didn't see that the 2 goals scored by Blue Prison were all because of Qiubao. You must know that Qiubao's current strength has at least reached the professional level. Previously, it's carelessness. Do you think it will be that simple later? The discussion on the barrage was intense, but as they said, the current U20 has shown perfect defensive ability. With the intervention of Shido Ryusei, the U20 at this moment not only has defensive ability, but also has a super offensive ability. Point. It can be said that they learn from each other's strengths. Advertisement. But everyone in the Blue Prison is also aware of Shido Ryusei's flaws. As long as he is intercepted outside the penalty area, without giving him any space to shoot, sooner or later this pink-haired pervert will become furious and collapse. Of course, Ye Liangqiu told them all this. After drawing an arc, the ball landed in exactly the same place. Ito Master's eyes were cold, and he looked at Ye Liangqiu. Your vision seems to be different from mine. Can you see the short-term future? Now, can you still see everything? Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But the silence said it all. As a person with transcendent vision, he can clearly predict the movements of everyone on the court and capture countless information. However, every move Ye Liangqiu makes him feel a sense of dissonance. This sense of why is inconsistent with what he sees. The arrival is different, but the same. Coupled with the head-to-head confrontations again and again, Itoshi Sae initially thought that the Ye Liangqiu in front of him also possessed an extremely exaggerated weapon called transcendence. But no. It started after a few goals. He noticed a key piece of information. Ye Liangqiu's actions were predictions in advance, just like what he said about seeing the future. However, beyond the horizon was also predictions in the face of a one-on-one duel, but there was no so precise. The two are not much different, but they are also very different. The Ye Liangqiu in front of him possesses an ability that he cannot understand and predict. Beyond the horizon cannot dominate such a person. Because his movements are always faster than his own thoughts, countless unknown amounts of information will be generated, which makes Itoshi Sae even more difficult to figure out. Itoshi looked back at the direction where the ball landed. He also roughly understood a corner of Ye Liangqiu's unknown information. There seemed to be a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He wanted to know about Ye Liangqiu's curiosity. What is this weapon? So when he grabbed the ball just now, he deliberately changed the ball's landing point a little. And this can prove whether your guess is correct. At this time, in the direction of the ball's landing point, there was a person waiting for the ball to fall. Yes, it was the Akito Sendo who had been replaced by Shido Ryusei. The fire in his eyes at this moment was enough to burn the entire stadium. Finally, it's my turn. Advertisement. It's time to wash away the humiliation. Sendo Akito stretched out one leg, caught the ball falling in the air, and then quickly rushed to the penalty area. Shido Longxing yelled crazily, "Go to hell! Go to hell! Arrogant man!" The goal just now didn't go in, and his mentality was a little cracked. He really wanted to rush forward and tear the men with lower eyelashes to pieces on the spot. But now the ball is back in his own team's favor. Shido Ryusei looked at Sendo Akito fiercely and shouted, "Pass the ball to me. Otherwise I'll kill you." Sendo Akito looked cold and smiled disdainfully. If it weren't for his appearance, would he be so aggrieved? He will definitely score this goal. At this moment, a red figure rushed out. Thousands of leopards and horses came to Shantang Churin like a cheetah, with murderous intent, "I won't let you pass." In an instant, almost all the forwards of the U20 team had reached the midfield range. The formation of Blue Prison has been completely destroyed by Shido Ryusei. Itoshi Rin curled his lips. "You pink-haired clown, you are really disgusting." Shidao Longxing sneered, "You are so arrogant, please stop talking. I am here to defeat you. Just watch, I'm going to decide this ball." Facing Chikiri's defense, Akito Sendo was not surprised. He had already noticed the surrounding situation, but he didn't expect that the ball would eventually fall into his hands. He now only had two choices, one was to confront Chikiri head-on, the second is to pass the ball out. But after systematic training, how could he not know a truth? If you can pass the ball, don't expose your flaws and engage in head-on confrontation with the enemy. But doesn't passing the ball mean that you are weak? There is only one way now, and that is to defeat the enemy in front of you. Sendo Akito's eyes were fierce, and he rushed straight towards Chikiri with his arms spread out, hoping to intercept Chikiri at a safe distance. Then he quickly pedaled his bicycle, trying to confuse the person in front of him. Chapter 126. Are you devouring me? At this time, a voice sounded. "Have you forgotten that there is still me?" The sudden dangerous aura made Sentang Chura turn his head sharply and saw Feng Li's whole body exuding a black mist rushing towards him. This depressing feeling forced his body to react subconsciously. "I want to quickly get past the red-haired boy in front of me." However, Chikiri didn't give in at all, his arm directly pressed against Shantao's shoulder. The speed of the two was almost the same, basically not giving them a chance to shoot. Feng Li quickly surrounded him from the left. "Damn it, you two bastards." Akito Sento couldn't help but explode. His personal breakthrough ability was too mediocre in this showdown between monster and genius, so mediocre that he already felt a sense of despair. Why were Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Sae, and Shido Ryusei able to break through the defense in this situation? Is Ye Liangqiu even brave enough to confront the four defenders led by the captain? However, he, the core striker, has always been timid. Is this the reason why he was replaced? Thinking of this, Sendo Akito was filled with doubts, but he knew that he could never give the ball away. His expression at this moment was ferocious, like an evil ghost. Finally, he slowly raised his right foot, as if he had tried his best to make a decision. Hit the ball and sent it out. There was a bang sound. The ball drew an arc and rushed straight to the penalty area. And that direction is the location of Shido Ryusei, the location of the new core of U20. Shidao Longshin grinned. You should have woken up earlier, this waste. But just when he thought the ball was about to arrive, a figure suddenly jumped up. At some point, one of the defenders, Jieshi, had arrived at this place. His pupils were completely soaked in black, and the airflow from the corners of his mouth was constantly flowing. Floating in the air. I've been waiting for this for so long. I'm going to devour you all. Kaishichi's movements were extremely flexible. He stopped the ball directly with his chest, and then started running quickly. His duty was to intercept and enter the penalty area. Everyone in the midfield, when they saw Itoshi Seishi pass the ball to the Flash the moment he walked into the hall, he seemed to understand that Ito Shizu was just using the guy in front of him as a springboard. The person who finally formed the chemical reaction was Shido Ryusei. Because the opponent's most powerful and effective scoring point lies in the core. Advertisement. Core equals Shido Ryusei. Therefore, Jieshi has never participated in this chaotic feast, but silently collected information until this moment when he showed his fangs. Followed by a powerful volley pass. Before Ito Shirji could react, he only heard a roar in his ears and a red beam of light passed by him. Don't you want to explore my reality? Then let me tell you, this game has just begun. Everyone in the blue prison has been kicked out by me, including the demon you want to conquer now. Shido Dragon Saint. The moment the two of them met, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded in Ito Shirzu's ears. At this moment, the counterattack came to the blue prison. The audience burst into fierce cheers. No one expected that after many twists and turns, the series of U20 attacks were finally resolved by the blue prison, and the ball returned to the blue prison. The person Jieshi passed the ball to was Ye Liangqiu, because he knew that the entire team could score because of Ye Liangqiu's breakthrough ability, so he must be allowed to hold the ball, otherwise it would be meaningless to grab the ball this time. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was rushing towards the ball, with a fierce look in his eyes. It's not easy to get a chance to dominate you, so let me see your full potential. The figure chasing football is about to face an ironclad defense once again. Ikon looked calm. Compared to his underestimation in the last game, this time he was no longer careless. Almost all the defenders had already stepped forward to prepare for defense the moment they saw Ye Liangqiu rushing towards him. This time, they no longer choose to conduct a 1-versus-1 defense, because this kind of defense is a flaw for Ye Liangqiu. So they had a short discussion in the lounge. The final result is a 2-on-1 defense. It was Captain Ikon and the famously fast Neto who restricted Ye Liangqiu, and they were the two people who had been humiliated the most by Ye Liangqiu in the whole game. An eager revenge burst out in Ikon's heart. I'm going to put a collar on you. Completely destroy your desire to score goals. Ikon burst out with a strong momentum and Inlio stepped forward to intercept Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu, who was holding the ball, had a cold expression. Thunder puppy. Bad policeman. Why, you were defeated by me once and you don't dare to face me alone. Advertisement. Do you want to be so afraid of me? This will make me more excited. After saying that, the smile on the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth could no longer be suppressed, and it was like countless dead bones were devouring the two of them behind his back. Ikon seemed to have noticed that Ye Liangqiu wanted to do something bold, and then quickly stepped forward, pressing his body against Ye Liangqiu like a mountain. Inlio was in the gap, stretching his legs to grab the ball at Ye Liangqiu's feet. It's just that the movements of the two of them were abnormally slow in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. The Demon King's eyes fully bloomed. The next moment, he alternated his legs fiercely and kicked the ball backwards. His body turned around quickly, and his hands seemed to be picking apart a ball. The closed door tightly blocked the love space in front of me. The two bodies collided fiercely. Nika's ball grabbing is also extremely fierce. At this moment, the blue prison forwards were all heading in the direction of Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu looked crazy on the surface, but his brain was extremely sober at this moment, and his body movements were even more compressed. Ikong's words were still echoing in her ears. I said I would put a collar on you. Really? Ye Liangqiu sneered, and in the next second, he kicked the ball away with his left foot. I'm not a fool like Shido Ryusei who knows how to break into the trap. In an instant, Ikong looked around. I saw that Itoshi Rin had already caught the ball, with a desire for destruction exuding in his pupils. They are just tools. The cooperation between the two easily tore apart this line of defense. But it also means that almost everyone in the U20 team has returned to defense. Enrya's body was filled with thunder and lightning, and he rushed towards Itoshi Rin. Ishi Rin quickly kicked the ball in one direction, and a figure seemed to be reflected in his eyes. At the moment when they were stunned, Ye Liangqiu had already broken away from Ikong's personal defense. Suddenly, he felt that he was in good condition and seemed to have a strange feeling. This feeling was different from usual. It was a sense of danger that suddenly emerged in my heart. The next moment, the ball was already in front of him. Ye Liangqiu's red eyes seemed to have murderous intent emerging. Are you devouring me? Itoshi Rin. Chapter 127, Go to Hell, Geniuses. Ishi Rin's expression was cold and his eyes flashed with unknown meaning. From the moment Ye Liangqiu used him as a tool to pass the ball, he knew clearly that his destructive desire had fully unfolded, and he wanted to completely break this red-eyed freak. And this time the pass was just like Ye Liangqiu's emotionless pass back then. I put the ball in your mouth, you don't have to think about anything, just run with the ball. At this moment, the aura on Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more terrifying. He could not tell that Ito Master Rin in front of him had used him as a tool, just like when he used the Demon King's eye to control everyone. Unexpectedly, Ito Master Rin in front of me also used this method. Therefore, the sense of danger I feel comes from the tsundere in front of me. He is imitating and devouring himself bit by bit. The moment he received the ball, Ye Liangqiu reflected countless goal routes in his eyes, and then sprinted with all his strength. Imitation is just imitation after all, and what you are imitating is my weapon. I have already figured out many things that you can't understand, but you don't understand. All you know is howling crazily on the court, creating that disgusting sense of destruction. But I clearly understand the consequences of doing so, and I also fully understand that treating teammates as tools will produce countless unknown consequences, because I have learned about this kind of thing little by little. Itoshi Rin, there is a price to pay for imitating. Because no one can be controlled by you. That includes me. The reason why so-called tool men cooperate with strong players in shooting is because they cannot complete the goal alone, so they need to pass the ball and rely on others to express themselves. This is why Ye Liangqiu rarely cooperated with Itoshi Rin when he chose a tool player before, because he himself could not become a tool player. Just like Shido Ryusei, you pass the ball to him and he is still thinking about it in the penalty area. Let him pass the ball. Itoshi Rin may not understand the reason. But Ye Liangqiu understands that only the weak need protection and cooperation, and the moment the strong gets the ball, the dominant player may suffer a violent backlash. At this moment, we are about to reach the restricted area. Just at the moment when Ye Liangqiu was about to enter with one foot, a figure appeared in front of him. Ito Shirzwa's eyes were cold and he stood with one foot in front of him, as if to say, come and defeat me. Genius, you don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? The veins on Ye Liangqiu's cheeks bulged. Every time he was about to shoot, the guy in front of him and the tsundere liked to kick in. This made him very unhappy. Master Ito remained silent, his eyes fixed on the ball. In an instant, he moved. His arms moved very flexibly to increase resistance on Ye Liangqiu's abdomen, and his left foot began to directly intercept. However, Ye Liangqiu moved faster. The moment he was about to grab the ball, he hooked the ball back and forth with his left foot. Advertisement. At this time, Itoshi Rin's figure appeared. He stretched his legs to steal the ball directly. You guys really have a tacit understanding. The cooperation between elder brother and younger brother. If it weren't for the different positions of the two of you shown on the jerseys, I would have thought you were on the same team. Ye Liangqiu gritted his teeth, and the murderous intent in his pupils had completely overflowed. As a teammate, Itoshi Rin is no longer this is my first time to grab my own ball. But, every time, like Itoshi Sae, he used anticipation to grab the ball. You must know that Itoshi Rin is his teammate. Is this guy completely crazy? In order to score a goal, he even resorted to using the enemy's strength. Itoshi raised his eyebrows and looked at his younger brother's fierce expression. Obviously, the two of them failed to grab the ball last time, but now they did it again. Even he was a little surprised. Everyone on the pitch is the enemy. As long as I can score a goal, no matter what the method is. Itoshi Rin said indifferently. For him, only defeating Itoshi Rin would make him happy. However, Ye Liangqiu is a stumbling block on his road to success. He needs to overcome it. This stumbling block was completely shattered. Thinking of this, the desire for destruction in his eyes grew stronger. Interesting, interesting. You guys are really interesting, why don't you add me? Suddenly, a crazy voice sounded, and the Shido Dragon Saint also rushed towards the three of them. His expression was astonishing, and a pair of dark wings seemed to appear behind him. At this moment, the four players that everyone is paying attention to have come to the front. Itoshi's eyes trembled, his arms were shaken open by a huge force, and his body seemed a little unstable. If his left foot hadn't retreated quickly, he might have fallen to the ground. Itoshi Rin was directly pushed open by Ye Liangqiu's slender arms, and the force prevented him from moving even half a minute. At the same time that Ye Liangqiu was opposing these two players, Shida Ryusei wanted to intercept the ball directly with a sliding tackle. However, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have a pair of eyes in the back of his mind, and he lightly picked up the ball with his right foot. As the left foot was slowly raised, a roar sounded. In this case, he actually shot directly with his left foot. Ye Liangqiu's expression was ferocious, his pupils were completely red, and his body seemed to be surrounded by circles of black and red lightning. Every one of them makes me feel sick. Advertisement. Of course, this feeling is really wonderful. Because, I can finally crush you bunch of trash together on this competition field. Go to hell, geniuses. This goal was a completely selfish goal. Ye Liangqiu's goal path was completely blocked. Even if he could see the future 3 seconds later, he could not find a chance to score a goal. Hole. Itoshi Rin couldn't help but cursed. Everyone looked at the ball that was rushing toward the goal at extremely fast speeds. But at this distance, the goalkeeper can completely react. Just then, the ball is about to approach that moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the goal. Nagisa Shiro jumped up with calm eyes, and stopped the ball at his ankle like an elf. His body made a large rotation in the air, and his right leg was whipped out like a whip. The dragon swings its tail. There was a bang sound. The goalkeeper has yet to react. This ball has been shot into the blind spot. No one thought that this ball would actually be given to a person who had always been extremely quiet on the court during the scramble, and no one thought how the white-haired boy Nagisa's hero appeared there. But this goal also completely shattered the chances of countless fans wanting to make a comeback at this moment. Because the score has reached 1-3. The advantage has completely come to the blue prison. But at this moment, whistles sounded, and fierce exclamations came from the audience. On the court, Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Rin, and Shido Ryusei were fighting together. The three of them were very skilled in leg and foot skills. If it wasn't for you, I would have scored that goal a long time ago. K, didn't you see the explosion of my football genes? If it weren't for you, a man with lower eyelashes, I would have entered the competition long ago. Shut up, red-eyed freaks and pink-haired clowns, you are a bunch of disgusting things. Chapter 128 Substitution. Forehead. The staff quickly stepped forward to pull several people away and gave them warnings. But luckily it didn't start in the game just now, otherwise all three of them would have received a red card. At this time, someone in the blue prison was about to be replaced. Chikiri Leopard Horse, whose legs and feet had fallen into a state of complete spasm, had Aishin Shiba not been paying attention to the situation on the playing field at all times. I am afraid no one would have known that this guy actually ran despite the severe pain in his legs and feet in the previous game. A whole round. Jieshi was helping Qianqia Baoma relax his muscles and relieve the pain, and asked, "Your legs and feet cannot support such a high-intensity competition. Is it because of the sequelae I mentioned before?" Qianqia gritted his teeth in silence and covered his eyes with his palms so that no one could see his unwilling expression. He finally came to this game, but unexpectedly he was forced to leave because of his legs. The most important thing is that I seem to have not used my remaining energy in this game. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but clenched his fists, stood up slowly, looked at Jie Shi and said, "I'm sorry." As he came off the field, he was replaced by someone who had been waiting for a long time. King Ling. This is Ashin Shihachi's facelift, which can be quickly changed according to the lineup. King Ray can adapt to the position of guard very quickly. His most important weapon is copying. As long as he is present, even Shido Ryusei cannot easily break through his strange weapons. This is also why King Ling comes on stage. There were originally two other candidates, Haiyu Ziyang and Erzi. Both of them have strong spatial perception and are very good at the position of defender. However, because of Shido Ryusei, Ashin Shiba still chose Ling King. The second before King Ling walked onto the playing field. Just when Qianqia was about to leave, the two of them passed each other. The regret and unwillingness in Qianqia's eyes made him look a little decadent, even a little pitiful. After all, no one expected that he would end up due to physical reasons. This would be uncomfortable for anyone. Moreover, Qianqia clearly knew where he had a problem. Huaxin Shiba sat in her seat with a calm expression. "Do you have any objections to this substitution?" "No." Qianqia gritted her teeth and spit out two words. Huaxin Shiba's tone is still calm and indifferent. Injuries are something that every player may have. No one will always maintain high intensity to fight on the field. Advertisement. Man is human, God is God. You are not a god, just an ordinary human being. Instead of regretting here, it is better to adapt to this feeling as soon as possible and show the strength to finish the whole game. Qianqia sat silently, her eyes red. Anli was a little at a loss, but looked at Ashin Shiba with a little anger, as if to say, "This is a player you carefully selected, and now he is injured due to the game." As a result, he used such a tone to stimulate him. Isn't that a little too much? However, Ashin Shiba still stared at the playing field. King Ling's appearance indicated that the competition between the two sides had entered a fierce stage. Although the score was 1-3, the pressure on the blue prison was still huge. This is an undeniable, high-intensity head-to-head confrontation. Even Ishi Rin and Ye Liangqiu became impatient and grabbed the ball, and their previous calmness disappeared. Even if they start fighting. On the playing field, King Ling came on the stage and he greeted everyone. Nagi Saishiru's eyes lit up. "King Ray." Prince Ling's tone was still so domineering. He pulled the hairpin that tied his hair. "Nagi, it seems that we can fight side by side again, but this time we must win. Otherwise everything will be over. Do you know?" Nagisa Shiro's expression was still cute, and he nodded like a stuffed toy. "Okay, I understand." It seems that because of King Ling's appearance, this white-haired boy who has never shown his talent has also entered the state. However, because of the previous goal, many people's attention has also shifted to him. At this time, in the midfield, Ye Liangqiu and Ishi Rin were greeting each other towards the opponent's court. Veins popped up on Shidao Longxing's cheeks, and he wanted to have a fight right away. Advertisement. At this time, Itoshi's eyes were cold and he slowly said, "If you don't want to end up because of the fight, just wait for the game to start. I will not pass a ball due to factors beyond my control." TSK. Shido Longxing broke his mouth and could only look at the two people opposite him with fierce eyes. This time, the kickoff party came to the U20 national team. Compared with the tactics of the previous game, the coordination was faster this time. It was still the same situation. Shido Ryusei took the kick and passed the ball to Itoshi Sae almost instantly, while he rushed towards the goal like crazy. His figure is interspersed among many players. He would make some jokes from time to time. Of course, in this case, Itoshi Sae would directly face Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu, and the three of them would fight at the same time. But Ida Shizai had obviously predicted this result, so he passed the ball directly. The person who received the ball was Akito Sendo, who was very famous in the U20 national team before, but since he came to this game, he just an air person. However, he also proved his position in the last game. As long as he can win, he is willing to sacrifice himself and even give up the core position for Shido Ryusei. It's just a moment of passing the ball. A figure has already jumped high, like an illusory python hovering in the air. Ikong's eyes widened. This was his signature move. I saw King Ling copying it almost perfectly, intercepting the pass with a headbutt in the air. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes, and he licked his lips. 99% of the copies were successful. It's not that easy for me to successfully break through. And the direction of his pass was none other than Nagi's hero. The two of them cooperated very well. Almost the moment King Ray started to move, Nagi's hero already knew that the ball would come in his direction, and then he quickly started moving. But in the next second, a scene that puzzled everyone happened. Nagi Saishiro was about to touch the ball. However, the ball was intercepted directly by a guy with a destructive aura all over his body. Destroy, devour. Chapter 129 Rampage. I always think about why in the eyes of my brother, I am always inferior to other players, first Shido Ryusei, and then Ye Liangqiu. Why? Why? Do you look at me like that every time? But you keep praising others. Did I do something wrong? I just want to stand on the same stage with you. I just want to stand quietly behind you and watch you become the world's #1 striker. But now you have abandoned this promise with your own hands. You are forcing me little by little. Come to this competition field and dance wildly. When everyone came back to their senses, Itoshi Rin had a ferocious look on his face. He had already intercepted the ball pass to Nagi's hero. His eyes were extremely fierce, his mouth was slightly open, and you could even see his tongue hanging on his lips. This ugly the gesture was displayed to the eyes of the world. At this moment, the destructive flames in his body have been completely released, like a bottomless abyss devouring people. Nagi Saishiro looked surprised, and King Ray, who landed from a high altitude, was also a little dazed. This guy actually stole the ball from his own teammate. Are you completely furious? Ye Liangqiu stared at Ito Shiren with a flash of pity in his eyes, and then looked at Ito Shiren. This guy was not surprised at all, as if this was a matter of course. Can't you give up your position in a better way? Forcing your brother like this will bring unimaginable consequences. It's not important anymore. The corners of Shirshir's mouth raised, and although his eyes were still cold, he smiled. In the next second, Itoshi Rin had already rushed towards the opponent's half with the ball. During the transition between offense and defense, the ball returned to the hands of the Blue Prison. Ikon was speechless, standing in his own midfield, the excitement in his pupils getting stronger and stronger. This may be the first time he felt that the world would be shocked by this. The person who invented the Blue Prison was really a genius. It was just a game. This was the changes on the court have led the players on both sides to continuously force themselves into a stronger state. Step into a stronger realm. This is something he has never experienced before, but now he has realized it. Advertisement. At this moment, I don't seem to care so much about winning or losing, but I am enjoying the pleasure brought by this game. This pleasure is eroding my heart little by little. Come on, Blue Lock, let me see your selfishness. I can't wait to see the coming of a new era. It doesn't matter whether I win or lose, now I just want to completely defeat you thieves. Itoshi Rin, who was holding the ball, had completely gone berserk. Not only did he not cooperate with his teammates, he even rushed to the opponent's midfield alone. The madness in his eyes completely covered up his rationality. Step by step into the dangerous restricted area. Don't get in the way, a bunch of idiots. Ito Shiren's body seemed to be heaving violently, and anyone who saw this scene would be frightened. Fotu, who stepped forward to block the ball, tried to use his flexible body to intercept the ball. However, Itoshi Rin seemed to have completely predicted his movements, and then slammed his right foot hard towards the ground. The ball flew high and flew past Buddha's head in an arc. Buddha looked back and felt that this scene seemed familiar. That's right, he was treated like this when he had a head-to-head confrontation with Ye Liangqiu before. In the same position, in the same place, Itoshi Rin passed him in an instant and turned to look at Enro. At this moment, his state has completely become a crusher. All he has to do is to crush everything. People are crushed and destroyed to prove that they are stronger than Ye Liangqiu. His purpose and ambition have been fully developed. Seeing Itoshi Rin rushing towards him, Odora's body was wrapped with thin threads of lightning, and he quickly stepped forward to defend himself. The black of Itoshi Rin's pupils was like a whirlpool, his legs were swinging rapidly, and the ball was close to his legs and feet. Although Otoru has beady eyes, his eyesight is excellent. He seems to be catching the pattern of Itoshi Rin's dribbling. He subconsciously stretches out his arm, directly slowing down Itoshi Rin's forward movement, and then strikes out quickly with his right foot. Disgusting interception. A low roar sounded from the abyss. The moment Itoshi Rin took off his leg, he swept the ball backwards, his body also tilted backwards, and then he hooked his left foot, an extremely delicate kick. This is how oxtail is used. Inryo's body felt a little unbalanced by this. Taking advantage of the gap in his stalemate, Ishirin rushed towards the last iron wall with the ball. Advertisement. Ikora didn't expect that Neto would miss so quickly. He originally planned to have a double interception, just like he did against Ye Liangqiu, but he didn't expect that he would miss so quickly. But fortunately, Itoshi Rin was able to break the defense before he could. Buddha Head has already rushed over, his expression is a bit gloomy. Twice in a row, anyone would feel uncomfortable, let alone losing in front of a national audience. If he doesn't stop this guy, let alone the back four, the entire U20 team will be scolded. After all, they are known as an iron wall, but one person keeps breaking through. Is there a hole in the wall? At this time, the people from the blue prison had also arrived at the midfield area, looking for a good position and trying to prevent the U20 players from returning to defense. Seeing this scene, the destructive aura around Ito Shiren became even stronger, like a bottomless dry well, tightly binding Ito Shiren inside. Why don't you let me fight alone? No matter who your teammates are, who Ito is, or who you are. No matter who you are, I will devour you. No matter what revenge, or what old enemy, it doesn't matter anymore. Don't even think about restraining me. This feels so disgusting, a bunch of idiots. I'm going to crush you. The next moment, Ishirin rushed out. Countless indescribable monsters seemed to be wrapped around his body, and the creepy aura was swallowing everyone on the court bit by bit. When Ikong steps forward to block the flow, he can continuously transmit signals to the brain through information to make a quick response. This reaction speed is no less than reflex, and he will take action almost as soon as he thinks of it. But facing Ishirin's eyes, it seemed that he couldn't find any flaws. He could only use his hands and feet to restrain the completely rampaging monster in front of him as much as possible. Do you want to kick? Ikora looked at Itoshi Rin bending his right leg, as if he was going to shoot directly, but this distance was completely insufficient, and the view was blocked, even if the world's #1 striker came to kick it. Impossible to enter. So this must be a fake move. Thinking of this, he stretched out his legs to intercept directly. Although it was just a fake move, Ikon could use this fake move to directly intercept the ball. Ha! Suddenly, a sneer sounded, and Ito Shiren's completely black pupils stared straight at Ikon. What you can see is just what I want you to see. Idiot. Chapter 130 Mad Dog. Ikon was shocked, but she couldn't move at all. She was fooled. Ishirin's movement of raising his right foot suddenly paused, he directly lifted the ball and pushed his calf forward. Such a simple movement contained countless football skills. The ball flew past Ikon's crotch easily. Itoshi Rin was like a dark monster carrying black mist passing by Ikon, a fool who can't even defend himself. No wonder he was completely tortured by that red-eyed monster. Really? Ikon snorted coldly and turned around quickly to catch up. However, Itoshi Rin's actions frightened him. He saw a hand pressing down on the right side of his shoulder, and the turning movement he was about to complete was suddenly directly controlled. Ikon's pupils dilated. He did not expect that Itoshi Rin in this state would have such a delicate side. After all, he had just observed that Itoshi Rin was fighting others almost relying on physical instinct and inspiration. So the moment the two faced each other head-on, he knew clearly that Itoshi Rin would definitely want to defeat him from the front, but he didn't expect that this guy's calmness despite his madness was still hard to figure out. In this short moment, Yusherlin was given enough time. He dribbled the ball quickly into the penalty area goal. Are you too proud? Suddenly, two figures broke into Ito Shiren's field of vision. The furious Shido Ryusei also came here, and beside him was Nayu, one of the iron walls. Seeing Itoshi Rin's sharp offensive posture, Shido Longshan couldn't bear it anymore. Did you know that saliva is dripping from your mouth, and you say that others are disgusting, but you seem to be even more disgusting now. Shut up. Itoshi Rin growled. Then he rushed forward quickly, saliva dripping from the tip of his tongue involuntarily. But he couldn't feel anything. At this moment, all he could think about was killing everyone, defeating everyone, and all those standing in front of him were his enemies. Itoshi Rin was desperate. Nio, who was standing next to Shido Ryusei, roared loudly, "What do you think? I will compete with you. Don't even think about passing through my line of defense." Seeing this, Itoshi Rin stretched out his arms to prevent his field of vision from being blocked by these two people as much as possible. Shido Ryusei had already rushed forward. His arm wanted to get closer to Itoshi Rin, but he was held down by Itoshi Rin first. Advertisement. At this moment, Itoshi Rin's thinking was getting faster and faster. Nio's weapon is physical confrontation, so let's set a trap and let this mad dog take the bait. Thinking of this, Itoshi Rin held up the body of Shido Ryusei, blocking Nio's sight for a moment, and lifted the ball into the air with his left foot. When Shido Longxing saw it, it flew directly to his chest and was just about to snatch it. However, Ito Shiren's arms were exerting force, giving him almost no chance to step forward. Nio also noticed this scene, with a ferocious expression on his face. He didn't know yet that this guy was provoking him. There was clearly an interception from the Shido Dragon Saint in front of him, but his actions were to deal with him who had not yet stepped forward. ****. Naturally, Ito Shiren clearly knew what he was thinking. His expression was calm and unhurried, and the tongue at the corner of his mouth was like a Neo in front of a provocation. A mad dog that only licks dog bones when it sees them, get out of the way. Nio rushed forward, bent his arms, and pushed his elbows directly towards the two people who were fighting. In the next second, Ito Shiren's entire body tilted downward. The moment Shido Ryusei saw his arm strength disappear, he also took a step back, wanting to shoot the ball out with one kick. However, there was a boom. Before Shido Ryusei could react to the situation, his body began to tilt. Nio's eyes met his, and the next second, both of them fell down. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes widened, and endless anger spewed out of his mind. The murderous intent in his pupils was just too late to kill Nio, but this guy actually hit him. Is there something wrong with your head? Nio also didn't expect that Itoshi Rin would predict Shido Ryusei's movements in advance. His original plan was to help Shido Ryusei grab the ball and directly step forward to apply pressure. Who would have thought that Shido Ryusei suddenly took a step back? He hit his body forcefully. But obviously this was all part of Itoshi Rin's plan. In order to avoid fouling, this guy thought of using Shido Ryusei's shield to resist the mad dog's attack, because he knew that Shido Ryusei would never give up the ball in front of him. So the end result is to be played. Advertisement. The moment Itoshi Rin passed the two of them, he glanced at Shido Ryusei. The combination of a clown and a mad dog doesn't even have a brain. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, the whole place was boiling, and the commentator couldn't help but be excited. Itoshi Rin single-handedly broke through the U20 back four, which can be called an iron wall. On the bench, Hui Xin held her chin in her hands and stared at everything on the court. Is this your flow? It's so crazy, the flow that destroys everything. But at the moment Itoshi Rin eliminated the four defenders. Almost everything on the field has been completely muddled. Everyone's movements and defense were completely out of order. Ishi Rin had already entered the penalty area, his eyes were like a burned-out black torch, and he suddenly raised his right foot, just as he was about to shoot. A figure came in front of him. Ito Master. The enemy was extremely jealous when he saw him, and even the feet he had just raised stopped in the air. The will to destroy that filled his mind completely drove Itoshi Rin into a rage. He stopped shooting and said, "There is only one left. I'm going to crush you completely." At this moment, he is like a crazy and deadly beast. He wants to destroy anything that restrains him, and he wants to destroy everything in his past. He wants to usher in a new life in this game. At this moment, a palm wrapped in countless dead bones pressed against Ito Shiren's shoulder. Ito Shiren looked back with dark pupils. I saw that Ye Liangqiu's whole body seemed to be wrapped in layers of bones, half of his face had completely turned into a monster, and those eyes with scarlet eyes were exuding an incredible murderous aura, self-righteous genius. I haven't even settled the matter with you for intercepting my ball. Did you think the protagonist would be you? Chapter 131 is about to be born. In the destroyer form, Itoshi Rin exudes a strong desire for destruction. Even if there are two more people in front of him, his choice is still unbelievable. Idiot, I knew you were coming. I will tear you apart bit by bit. Ito Shiren's low roar reached their ears. Master Ito didn't say any more nonsense and stretched his legs directly to intercept. But although Itoshi Rin was crazy in this state, he was also extremely calm. Even though his body was completely restricted by Ye Liangqiu, his movements with his feet were surprisingly fast. At this moment, the three of them seemed to be surrounded by circles of indescribable creatures. The people who rushed towards them witnessed all this in astonishment and were completely unable to intervene. What is going on? Isn't Ishi Rin from Blue Prison? But his actions seemed to be initiated to defeat everyone. Even Ye Liangqiu, a teammate, was brought into this crazy state, and the three-man fight shocked everyone in the bird's nest. What the hell are you doing? Shoot! Shoot! Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death. Leisure stood up completely on the bench and roared incessantly. His head couldn't analyze the situation in front of him, but he could use his cerebellum to figure it out. People actually fought for the sovereignty of a ball. Obviously the two are teammates. Are you acting like life and death enemies at this moment? Are you kidding me? If the Ice Weaver sheep on the side hadn't caught him in time, Leisure would have had to rush in himself. At this time, the movements of the three people on the playing field were surprisingly fast. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his arm and directly controlled Ito Shiren. The eyes of the devil were constantly scanning Itoshi Rin's next move. However, he still needed to be careful of Itoshi Rin's movements. Although this guy stretched out his legs to snatch it, his action just now was actually a fake. Just to expose Itoshi Rin's flaws. Advertisement. Go to hell. The dark vortex in Ito Shiren's pupils turned faster and faster. But facing Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Z, all his movements were completely blocked. After all, these two people were not comparable to this group of trash on the court. Similarly, Ida Shizai's eyes were always focused on the ball. He was also wary of Ye Liangqiu, not understanding what he was doing, although he knew that robbing his teammate of the ball was the result of selfishness. But now the goal is less than 20 meters away from the three of them. At this distance, wouldn't it be better to just let Itoshi Rin shoot? Although the probability of success is also included in his calculations. But, the three of them check and balance each other here, and no one can benefit from it. As for Itoshi Sae, his teammates are rushing over, so, what are you thinking? Sovereignty? Ball rights? Or is it the selfish desire that is already surging and powerful in my heart? At this moment, Itoshi Rin raised his right foot and kicked the ball into the air, trying to tease the two of them again in the same way he teased Shida Ryusei just now. However, this little trick is an opportunity in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. The moment he picked up the ball, Ye Liangqiu had already caught the trajectory and stretched out his legs to snatch it. Itoshi Sae, who has transcendent vision, also guessed that Ye Liangqiu would take action. Instead of giving the ball to this person, he had to fight for it, so he directly stretched out his leg. The movements of the two people were very neat, as if they were engraved from the same template. A low sarcasm came from Ito Shiren's mouth. I knew you would do this. Suddenly, he retreated backwards, widening the distance between the three of them. His left leg quickly stepped forward, and while his right leg was retreating, he hooked his toes towards the football. Any calculation is useless. I said, you are just a supporting role in this game. Ye Liangqiu's pupils exuded a cold arrogance. In terms of strength, the speed of these three people cannot be as fast as his own. Naturally, in terms of physical fitness, he can defeat these two brothers. He is very familiar with things like grabbing the ball. The moment the three people's feet were about to touch the ball, Ye Liangqiu's legs suddenly accelerated, and the future was reflected in his pupils. The ball drew an arc, bypassed Itoshi, and rushed towards the goal. Suddenly, a voice sounded, it seems that there are a lot of thieves today. Advertisement. This is my arrest site. At the moment when the ball was about to be shot, Icom jumped up high, once used the terrifying python to catch prey, and directly sent the ball flying with a headbutt. And Buddha too, one of the four defenders, also arrived here after an unknown amount of time. He made a powerful pass and passed the ball high to the midfield. Go to hell, you two bastards. Itoshi Rin watched helplessly as the ball flew over his head. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His calm brain had completely collapsed. The veins on his cheeks were bulging, and his whole face was already completely twisted. However, Ye Liangqiu completely ignored his rage. There were only balls in his eyes. At this moment, his body was gradually feeling tired. Having been in this high-pressure state for a long time, his physical strength was exhausted at this rate. 1 to 2 times that of everyone on the field. The same is true for Itoshi Sae. The game between the two started from the first ball. Physical exhaustion is a fact that no one can change. The breath leaking from the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth turned into white flames and floated in the air. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he murmured in a low voice, "I didn't expect that it was not other people who pushed myself to the limit, but myself." At this moment, he could feel his lungs burning like a fire. But he could foresee that a few minutes later, the most exciting goal of his life would come. About to be born. The redness in his eyes has completely blocked his vision. At this moment, the future vision appears in front of his eyes. Countless goal routes and the future movements of countless people flash before his eyes, and their illusory figures pass through the body. While not interfering in the future, Ye Liangqiu took a deep breath and looked at an empty place. In the next second, he rushed over at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Foda's pass once again caused the blue prison to return to defense. It was Akito Sendo who received the ball in the midfield. In front of him was Yuruto. In the moment of the game between the two, Sendo Akito took the lead in passing the ball. It was Itoshi Sae who received the ball. After getting rid of his annoying brother, this guy quickly came to the midfield, and he still looked calm. There is no pressure at all. Even if the score is now 1-3. But, this situation seemed to him to have been experienced countless times. At this time, Shido Ryusei rushed towards the restricted area of the blue prison in a crazy run without the ball. Every move of this guy had no purpose, and he simply relied on instinct to move forward. Chapter 132 Destroyer. He seemed to think that the ball would definitely reach his hands. Of course, there is also a choice to cooperate with him. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, Itoshi Sae made a quick pass and passed the ball to Sendo Akito. The two achieved a 1-2, although the cooperation was a bit flawed. But this way of passing people is extremely applicable. So much so that Akito Sendo thought he had the support of Itoshi Sae. When he was about to rush towards the penalty area, he found Itoshi Sae running in another direction. Damn it! Sentang Chirin gritted his teeth, extremely angry. This guy is also the kind of B************* D who treats people as tools. At this moment, there are only 15 minutes left before the end of the game, and almost all the players on the court have reached the point of exhaustion. If U20 wants to make a comeback, they cannot concede this goal. Once intercepted by the blue prison, the game was completely out of suspense. Itoshi Sae seems to be aware of this, so it is impossible for him to choose a player full of unknown information. He can only choose Shido Ryusei, who he personally invited to play. At this moment, someone seemed to have noticed all this. Even the 4 defenders like Ikong no longer entered the midfield to defend. This goal was their only hope. In order to restrict everyone in the blue prison, as defenders, they also stepped directly into the blue. The front range of the prison, blocking the enemy. At this moment, the furious Ito master suddenly jumped out, his eyes flashing with a surly and strange color. A trace of surprise flashed across Itoshi Sae's expression. He didn't expect that his younger brother would follow him so quickly. Their eyes met. "Hey, your habit of drooling and sticking out your tongue haven't been cured yet?" Itoshi Sae asked with a somewhat cold tone. "You don't have to worry about it." Ishi-Rin gritted his teeth, his expression distorted, and the next moment, he stretched out his legs to steal directly. However, Ida Shizai's movements were extremely brisk. He jumped directly with the ball, and then landed on his toes, avoiding this interception. It's just that Itoshi Rin seemed to know that this was not going to work, so he kept a prepared plan. He turned his body balance directly, and stretched out his hand to press Itoshi Rin's abdomen. The two of them seemed to have the same spirit, even their movements were so similar. Advertisement. In this situation, Itoshiji still had the energy to continue teasing. The goal just now was your last chance to shoot. If you didn't hesitate and shot directly, the game would not have entered this state. Your situation should have reached its limit now, right? Staying at home honestly, dying in self-satisfaction, insisting on going to some blue prison to ask for trouble, do you think you are capable of getting on this stage? The destructive aura on Ito Shiren's body became more and more intense, and saliva flowed across his mouth. I want you to take care of it, you pretentious stinky brother. Who do you think you are? Every word he spoke was like a wild beast breathing out white arrogance. Like a roaring beast. Itoshi's eyes were cold. Rin, face the reality. If you can't become the best in the world, you can live as my shadow. Obviously, Itoshi Rin's indifferent tone made Itoshi Rin even more furious. Suddenly, countless monsters twisted and twisted around his body, as if the realm had expanded. He will no longer restrain himself because of Itoshi Sae's words. There is only one thing he wants now, and that is to destroy the person in front of him and destroy everything in front of him that blocks him. Itoshi Rin has completely figured out that no matter whether he is an old enemy or a genius, he is not a certain person in their lives. He is tired of being Itoshi Rin's younger brother. He is himself. He believed in this desire for destruction. He is the destroyer, who exists to destroy the players. At this moment, Ishi Rin completely fell into the second stage of the rampage. His eyes had completely turned black, and the veins on his cheeks made him look like an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. Endless anger eroded his sanity. The murderous aura exploded like magma. Rin, you are really ugly in this form. Although Itoshi Sae said this, he was obviously serious. The actions of the two were also extremely rough, and even the referee who was watching almost gave him a yellow card several times. The weapons of the two are like a pros and cons. Itoshi Sae's weapon uses precise calculations to put the enemy into a state of perfect destruction. Itoshi Rin's weapon exposes the opponent's strongest side and achieves ugly destruction by crushing it. Advertisement. Two identical weapons, but because of the two people, they have undergone earth-shaking changes. The warm and sweet time that once existed has completely disappeared with this game. Now Itoshi Rin is just a slave to his own destructive desires and an evil ghost born to destroy everyone. The strength of Itoshi Rin's right hand became more and more fierce, but it could not stop Itoshi Rin's half-step forward pace. Then he stepped forward with his right leg and tried to kick the ball away. However, Ida Shizai seemed to have expected it. He pulled the ball with his left leg, and the center of his body shifted directly to the left. While his right foot quickly leaned back, Ida Shizai's left inner instep hit directly. The smashed ball hit the bottom and bounced into the air. At this moment, Itoshi's football movements were used to perfection, with almost no mistakes. At this time, he slowly raised his right foot, which had already flown into the air, and kicked the ball a few points higher at a time, while his body gradually leaned forward. There was a bang sound. Actually, in this situation, he made a scorpion tail swing. Seeing that he was about to be fooled, Itoshi Rin quickly rushed forward and blocked Itoshi Rin's path with his back. The reaction of the two people can no longer be called a reaction, but a reflex, a subconscious movement of the body, making the two people's movements wonderful and gorgeous. But none of this is Itoshi's limit at all. His expression is still calm, like a cold machine, with countless numbers surrounding him calculating his brother who has fallen into an ugly state in front of him. At the same time, his eyes suddenly looked at Shido Ryusei who had sprinted to the goal. Ishiji knows that everything in play requires the game to continue. Thinking of this, his body movements suddenly stopped. Ito Shiren paused and turned around quickly. But no one expected that under this blocking angle, Itoshi caught the moment when Ito Shiren turned around. In that moment, he passed the ball out, and it was still so far away from the goal. Itoshi he actually passed the ball out. Who was it for? Shido Ryusei, who was rushing towards the penalty area, seemed to sense the ball. He looked up at the stars. A strange feeling erupted from his body, and this feeling brought his body into an unimaginable state of pleasure. The stars seemed to light up for him. Advertisement. Chapter 133 The feast is over. A crazy smile gradually appeared on Shido Longsheng's lips, his eyes widened. The next moment, he pushed his left leg hard and jumped up into the sky. A pair of black wings seemed to appear on his back. Returning to defense, Yisheng and King Ling both jumped up, trying to intercept Itoshi Sae's high pass. However, Shido Ryusei's world seemed to be changing very slowly at this moment. The intense desire in his heart had reached its peak, and his muscles, cells, seemed to be about to explode. The explosion he expected and the goal he expected came at this moment. Shido Ryusiai's entire face has been completely distorted, and the veins are bulging like evil spirits. At this moment, there is another person on the court who has entered flow state. The surging arrogance seems to have completely enveloped Shido Ryusiai. His grinning face, like a demon from a foreign land. At this moment, there was only a flying ball in his eyes. The whole body started to turn upside down. The upside-down golden hook caused by the explosion of Shido Dragon Saint. There was a bang sound. The football is entangled with evil arrogance and rushes toward the goal. Shido Liangqiu looked crazy. I want to scream to the trash in the world who still don't know me. Explode, use my Shido genes. Let you enjoy the moment of conception. The entire audience almost fell silent. The speed of this goal was extremely fast. No one thought that in the last 10 minutes before the end of the game, there would be players who could kick such a wonderful goal. The football, entwined with demonic arrogance, drew a beautiful arc in the sky. At the moment when it was about to shoot, it was stepped on by a foot. It's just a few centimeters away. Sorry, I don't like devil genes because they smell too bad. Compared with things like childbirth, I want to chop the devil like you into pieces and crush it to death. An extremely cold voice sounded. Ye Liangqiu came to the goal without knowing when, and he accurately predicted the goal. In the direction of the ball, his expression was extremely calm, but his eyes had been completely replaced by a crimson vortex, and behind him it seemed like countless arms were dancing wantonly. Scarlet mist, lingering with the smell of blood, surrounded the entire stadium. On the court, not only Shido Ryusiai entered the flow state. Ye Liangqiu stepped on the last ball that symbolized U20's resistance, and a weird smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. I like you struggling, and I like you even more constantly resisting like this. You demons crawling out of hell. Advertisement. Then it's up to me to control your future. There was a bang sound. The football wrapped in a red mist flew towards the midfield again like a reminder. A figure jumped up to catch it, and half of Feng Li's face turned into a demon spirit. It seemed that because of the incident on the court, or the atmosphere, he couldn't help but feel his cells bursting, and his body became lighter countless times. Now it's up to him to bring this game into a more carnival rhythm. Leave your body to your heart and let your instincts flow to your full potential. Buddha head quickly stepped forward to intercept. Feng Lu pedaled his bicycle at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, then changed directions back and forth and kept feinting. At this moment, he seemed to have become a demon born just to score goals, gorgeous and ghostly. So fast. Buddha looked at Feng Li's dribbling without blinking, but his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed at all. This kid made too many fake moves when he touches the ball. If you don't pay attention, you will be fooled by him. Just at the moment when he was stunned. Suddenly, Feng Lu raised his heel, and the football traced a trajectory across the Buddha's head. The rainbow is extraordinary. At this moment, Fo Fei fell into a sluggish state. This seems to be the third time. Every time he defended, he was defeated by this move. But he clearly didn't make a mistake in prediction. How did he make such an action in this situation? One failed to pass 3, but he was forced to pass 3. Thinking of this, Foda's reason completely collapsed. The ferocious face could not tell the elegant look of this guy before. Now he looks more like an evil ghost who fell from Buddha to devil. Almost instantly, Buddha head turned around and stretched out his hand to intercept Feng Lu. But Feng Lu couldn't stop the smile on his face. He pressed his left arm on the back of the Buddha's head, forcing him to stop turning around. This is Rin's action against Ikora before. WC, are all people with such strong learning abilities. All kinds of skills and movements are used in a game. Buddha head, is there no one speaking up for me? At this moment, King Ni stepped forward with his teeth and claws bared to intercept the demon-like Feng Lu, roaring loudly, bite him, bite him. Advertisement. Don't let me take a step forward. But at this time, Feng Lu was extremely calm. He controlled the Buddha's head at a safe distance with his left hand, but the movement of his feet had already shifted to the right. He had already seen the breakthrough. In the next second, Feng Lu first protected the ball firmly, and then captured some of Nioa's subtle movements when he stepped forward to fight for the ball. These movements were born for the purpose of grabbing the ball. For a moment, Feng Li's body seemed to be falling to the right, but at this moment, he exerted force on his right leg and kicked the ball towards Nio's left side with his left foot. In the blink of an eye, he completely regained his balance. It was like a dark phantom passing through Nio's side. This trick was like teasing Nio as if he were a Doberman pinscher. The black demon spirit that appeared on Feng Li's cheek seemed to be laughing. A series of actions did not slow down File's movements at all. In addition, in order to break through the Blue Prison's defense, almost all 4 defenders stepped forward. At this moment, there was only one goalkeeper left in the goal, and Icon, who was speeding towards the penalty area. His expression is a bit ferocious. Feng Li naturally noticed Icon, but he also noticed a figure. A figure flashing with a strong desire to attack. The next moment, Feng Li suddenly changed direction with the ball, opened his arms, as if provoking, and slowly raised his left foot. There was a bang sound. The ball flew in an arc towards the back of Icon. The extremely dangerous aura came. The moment Icon looked back, he saw Ye Liangqiu already jumping high. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. With a violent roar. The end for the U20 national team has come. Shida Ryusei, who was in the Blue Prison half, was completely in a state of depression when Ye Liangqiu intercepted the ball. He already knew the result of this game. The moment when all kinds of wailings and cheers broke out from the stadium. The score came to 1-4. In this game, Blue Prison defeated U20 with absolute crushing. Ye Liangqiu slowly raised his left arm and said in a calm tone, "I said, I want the cheers in this game to turn into howls." Chapter 134. The game is over. At this moment, the whole world seems to be about to explode. All kinds of news about Blue Prison are pouring out. Among them, the news about the U20 national team versus Blue Prison has completely swept the internet. On the court, Ye Liangqiu looked at the people rushing towards him, his head lightened, and he fell directly on the court. His spirit was indeed happy, but his body was also close to collapse. With the last shot, he unleashed all his physical potential. He ran to his best scoring spot. He originally thought that Feng Li would score this goal by himself. But I didn't expect that it would still be passed on. It seemed that after the game, the atmosphere suddenly improved a lot. "Qiu, are you going to die?" Feng Li suddenly ran to Ye Liangqiu, who was resting while looking up at the starry sky, and asked. "You're going to die, I'm just too tired." // Ye Liangqiu. Feng Li chuckled and then slowly said, "We defeated U20. It seems that this time we have truly entered the world." Ye Liangqiu said, "Yeah." He didn't expect that time passed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, he had become famous in the world. This feeling made him still a little uncomfortable. At this moment, the elites of the Blue Prison are jumping for joy. A few months ago, these shooters joined the ridiculous plan of Blue Prison as 300 forwards, and in the end they were asked to challenge the U20 national team. No one expected them to successfully defeat such an opponent. No one has ever looked at them as high school students. After this game, the whole world finally discovered them. On the other hand, the U20 team was a little frustrated and even collapsed. This defeat cast a shadow in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the guys they were so proud of eating lost to this group of amateur students. Even if they were thick-skinned, they would not dare to say a word of contempt at this moment. Only those who have experienced it personally know that this group of enemies they despise now may be able to truly change the world of football in the future. However, Shida Ryusei just lamented that the last goal he was about to score was actually blocked by Ye Liangqiu. Of course, he would not be depressed for a long time because of this goal. He just thought that he did not play well enough. After all, there were so many people on the court. Everything is unpredictable. "Genius, why did you pass that ball to me?" Advertisement. "Do you think I will definitely score?" Shida Ryusei walked towards Itoshi-sei and asked his question. In his opinion, the last pass was actually extremely dangerous, and Itoshi-sei seemed to pass the ball to him with absolute trust. It also indirectly forced him to enter that wonderful state. Itoshi's tone was still cold, and he slowly explained, "It's not that I want to pass it on to you. It's just that there's not enough time." Under his precise calculation, the last ball can only be given to the person with the highest scoring rate, and the entire U20 team has shown the intention to collapse in the face of the Blue Prison's attack. But only demons like Shido Ryusei could not be affected. Finally, there is time. There are less than 10 minutes left before the end of the game, and they need at least 2 goals to come back, so this goal can only be kicked by a madman like Shido Ryusei, and he can only kick it. Who could have imagined that Shido Liangqiu would still be intercepted even if he entered the flow state? Ida Shizai glanced at Ye Liangqiu, who was sitting on the ground, and there was an unknown meaning in his eyes. Of course, this game seemed to have no impact on him, not even any mood swings. Shido Liangqiu obviously had no resistance to these words. He grinned and said, "For the sake of being so honest, you have to give me your phone number. After all, few people are willing to pass the ball to me like that." Itoshi turned around directly. Shido Liangqiu chased after him. Ye Liangqiu's side was already surrounded by circles of people. Icon was among them, and his arrogance had completely disappeared. From before the game started, he knew clearly that winning this game would not be easy, but he did not expect that he would lose completely, not to mention that they also invited foreign aid. None of them won. Thinking of this, he already knew that the current U20 national team is indeed not suitable for this era. He walked up to Ye Liangqiu step by step, took off his black gloves and stretched out his hand. "Congratulations, winner, you successfully replaced us." Advertisement. There was no frustration in Ikon's tone, nor the rage as imagined. There was just calmness, and a hint of happiness. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth raised. "There will be another chance in the future. Next time it won't be about the police catching a thief, but a shocking thief." "Really? Then I'll wait." Icon smiled, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Just because the game is over doesn't mean there won't be opportunities to compete one more time in the future. Despite the laughter of others, Itoshi Rin collapsed on the court, sitting alone on the grass with one hand supporting his head. Regret, frustration, and unwillingness, all kinds of emotions swept through his body. Everything seemed to have happened in the last game. He was destroyed by himself, but he destroyed everything but brought nothing to himself. I don't know if it was sweat or tears running down my cheeks. The whole person looks lonely and lonely. Cold. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. That familiar tone and voice made Itoshi Rin raise his head sharply and saw Itoshi Rin already standing in front of him. "Are you here to see my joke? You don't need to worry about me, get out of here." Ishi Rin almost roared, and his already terrible mood fell into collapse again and again. Itoshi's tone seemed to have improved a lot. "I'm just here to tell you something. I thought you would grow a little in this game, but now it seems that you are still so self-righteous. However, it is indeed a bit stronger than before." Hearing this, Ishi Rin's eyes changed instantly, as if he had returned to the past. However, Itoshi Sae's next words made him feel cold all over. "I thought that no good shooters could be cultivated here. It seems that my thinking was too simple. That person is constantly stimulating your instincts, and eventually makes you enter that ugly form." Obviously, in the blue prison, Ye Liangqiu. Before Itoshi Sae finished speaking, Itoshi Rin had completely fallen into rage. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a destroyer. He did not expect that everything he did would become someone else's wedding dress at this moment. Go to hell, go to hell. Chapter 135 Question and Answer Session. The game is over. The most important part has also arrived, that is the interview. Ye Liangqiu, who helped the blue prison score 3 goals in a row and completed a hat trick, was surrounded by a group of reporters. Originally, he planned to slip away, but he had no choice but to stand on the stage filled with flashing lights. "How do you feel about your victory over the U20 national team? As for you replacing the U20 national team, what are you going to do next?" Various questions came one after another, and Ye Liangqiu's head got bigger. However, when he heard a question, he still answered it. "I don't have any feelings about defeating the U20 national team. In my eyes, this is a must-win game in itself. But it also made me clearly understand that today's world is different from what I imagined." The reporters all looked excited about these wild remarks. This was breaking news. Then they continued to ask, "What's different? Is the U20 national team too weak?" The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose. "What I'm saying is, all professional players are too weak. After all, the U20 national team can always exist in the world with this attitude. Does that prove that the team playing against him is not good enough? Are they all a bunch of idiots? we can't even win it. Apart from the word idiot, I can't describe it with any other metaphor. What's the point of holding a football league in this world now? Let a bunch of idiots and trash play a ball game. If that doesn't work, let's go play football on the baby bus. For a moment, all the reporters looked at Ye Liangqiu with their eyes wide open. This guy is so crazy. After defeating the U20 national team, he can indeed be a little more arrogant, but now the words in his mouth have turned the entire world's teams upside down. All involved. You must know that the U20 national team is not strong, but it is also the face of the country. In an instant, all the reporters started recording frantically, and the flashbulbs continued to shine on Ye Liangqiu's calm, untroubled face, even showing a faint smile. Until the end of this Q&A session. Ye Liangqiu finally walked out safely and returned to the lounge, where everyone in the blue prison was here. Even Hui Xin was among them, and he stood quietly at the door with only advertisement. Until Ye Liangqiu's figure walked up to him, Ashin Shiba pushed up his glasses, and his tone seemed a bit teasing. Hey, the feeling of being a big star is not bad, right? Ye Liangqiu smiled and said, not bad. It's just that the flash is a bit dazzling. I think it would be better to wear sunglasses next time. Ashin Shiba smiled, took a step forward, took the tablet from Onli's hand, and looked at everyone. As the commander-in-chief, he was about to review the game. I expected this game. Victory is inevitable, but I didn't expect to win in this way. There were only 5 people who entered the flow state throughout the game. Ye Liangqiu, Itoshi Rin, Shidori Yusei, Ikong, and the final burst of Haraku Hui. Of course, I saw your selfless state during the game, especially the fight for the ball between Itoshi Rin and Ye Liangqiu. Although the game was won, I still want to mention it. Blindly grabbing the ball will not put the pressure on the opponent, but on the teammates. Although I often tell you not to hide your selfish desires, but your way of grabbing the ball is not called selfish desire, but selfishness. The goal is to destroy the harmony between teammates. There are only side effects. What I need is that you have a desire to compete, not this simple selfish desire. Do you understand? Ashin Shiba glanced at Ye Liangqiu and Itoshi Rin, who bowed their heads in silence. Neither of them spoke. Obviously, they did not agree with this statement. However, in order to lighten the atmosphere, Onli smiled slightly and said, regarding this victory in the competition, Mr. Hui Xin has specially prepared a dinner for you. Many star players will come. Really? Sure, an avid football fan, stood up immediately, his eyes full of expectation. Leisure looked disdainful, tch. Aren't they just a few stars? Aren't we also stars now? Others have some ideas. After all, there are not many opportunities to communicate with star players. Hui Xin's arrangement must be for their sake. At this time, Ashin Shiba's voice slowly came out. The victory in this game means that this blue prison has become famous all over the world. Congratulations to all of you, this victory is not the end. Advertisement. The beginning of belonging to the blue prison has just begun. Although there are only 1 or 2 people who scored in this game, everyone is involved, and everyone has equal opportunities in the future. As for, after the last dinner, I will give you a week to adjust to your condition. During this time, you can choose to stay in the blue prison and continue to exercise, or you can choose to go home. 2 weeks later, the second phase of the blue prison begins. Get ready, blue prison has reached a point of no return. After saying that, Ashin Shiba turned around and left the lounge. Onli smiled slightly and said, as for the location of the celebration banquet, you will be able to receive it on your mobile phones later. I hope everyone can still participate. I'll leave first. After seeing the 2 people leaving, the entire lounge was quiet for a few seconds, and then burst into enthusiastic cheers. Ye Liangqiu, on the other hand, looked hurt. Qiu, are you going to stay in the blue prison, or go back? Feng Lu asked. Of course I'm going back. Ye Liangqiu sighed. If he didn't go back, someone might be tempted to kill him. But tonight's banquet is worth looking forward to. After all, the star players that Ashin can invite should not be simple, and maybe even, people at the next stage. At this time, everyone in the lounge was also preparing to leave. The banquet was to start in the evening. In other words, the banquet had already started and they were just waiting for their group of players to pass. A crowd of people swarmed toward the outside. However, Ye Liangqiu noticed Toshi Rin, who was lowering his head and wondering what he was thinking, but he did not come forward to ask for trouble. The relationship between the two became more and more broken since the last game, and they might even start fighting at any time. Isn't Ye Liangqiu just looking for scolding in the past? Feng Le stepped forward and noticed Toshi Rin, and quickly pulled Ye Liangqiu to leave. He didn't want to wait for the two of them to fight again. Ye Liangqiu smiled faintly. Don't worry, I just took a look, let him be sad here alone. Chapter 136 Relaxation Stage. Although Ye Liangqiu's voice was not loud, it clearly reached Ito Shiren's ears. He slowly raised his head, with murderous intent in his eyes that wanted to tear everything apart, and his low roar sounded. Shut up, starting from today, I will kill you bit by bit. It will completely knock you off the altar. Ye Liangqiu smiled instead of getting angry, and hooked his fingers. Let's try it, will I kick you out, or will you destroy me on the football field? Destroyer Toshi Rin. Just the next second, he was pulled away by file. Ito Shiren snorted coldly, and the rage in his eyes became more intense. 2 weeks off. To say it is long or not, to say short is indeed a bit short. Ye Liangqiu has not taken his mobile phone since he came to the Blue Prison. He only took his mobile phone back now. He didn't know it until he saw it. He was shocked when he saw text messages and phone calls on his mobile phone. They had completely exploded. Various unknown numbers, and some people added him. Then came the long list of invitations. Some universities have even uploaded student contracts, and you only need a signature to enroll immediately. Seeing this scene, Ye Liangqiu realized for the first time the extent of the turmoil affected by their game against the U20 national team. How big? At this time, a phone rang, and he glanced at the note. Ye Liangqiu's face sank and he answered the phone. Hello. It seemed that he didn't expect to be able to get through, but a cold voice came. You still know how to answer the phone. Ye Liangqiu smiled awkwardly. Isn't this a blue prison where mobile phones are not allowed? Then why is there music? For a while, the atmosphere was a little quiet. Ye Liangqiu sighed. Okay. I originally planned to tell you these things after the game is over. The voice on the other side seemed to have softened a bit, so you didn't leave any news. You just ran away. You left a TV that was playing a program. Ye Liangqiu blinked. I'm sorry, sister, this might just be an accident. Advertisement. How could he still remember why this TV series was bright? Suddenly, he looked at Feng Lo, who was announcing the good news to his family, and the memory of his death suddenly flashed through his mind. It seemed that when he went to the football association, this guy watched the football program at home all night, right? At this time, the voice on the phone continued to ring. Forget it, I'm already at the door. I'll give you 10 minutes to come down, otherwise I'll make you look good. As the phone hung up, Ye Liangqiu's mouth twitched, but in the end he couldn't escape it. At this time, Feng Lu also hung up the phone and looked at the gloomy Ye Liangqiu with some confusion. Qiu, what's wrong? Ye Liangqiu stared at File and said, it's okay. When you called your mother just now, did you say you would come to my house for dinner today? Feng Lu looked cute. No. Then fight now. Ye Liangqiu said fiercely. Feng Lu. After taking all the things stored in the blue prison, Ye Liangqiu walked out of the prison where he had been detained for several months. At this time, there was a black car parked on the roadside, and Sister Xiaowei stood in front of the car lights, stared at Ye Liangqiu coldly. The two of them laughed together. Of course, Ye Liangqiu just laughed out of embarrassment. Sister Xiaowei, on the other hand, was full of a smile that made him feel cold all over. Seeing this kind of battle, even Feng Lu, who has always been optimistic, couldn't help but swallowed and took a few steps back. Qiu, how about I don't get involved, you and Sister Xiaowei have a good chat, and I go back by myself. Ye Liangqiu's eyes dimmed, and he looked back with a sad smile. Do you think this is possible? We share blessings and share hardships. You should understand this truth. Happy. The moment the two of them got into the car, the roar of the engine sounded. This beautiful and deadly woman was racing wildly on the hillside, as if she was trying to forcefully pin down the two stars who had just struggled from the field to death again. Ye Liangqiu didn't dare to take a breath. He had a clear understanding of his eldest sister. They were obviously only a few years apart in age, but she was able to make him feel invincible. If Ito Shiren and Shido Ryusei knew about it, I'm afraid they would laugh out loud. Sister, we don't have to drive so fast. It's not like we're racing. Ye Liangqiu glanced at the expressionless old lady driving the car and spoke cautiously. Advertisement. Sister Xiao Wei said in an indifferent tone, don't worry, I won't die. After all, I can't even afford to pay for you, a big star, with my life now. First you didn't answer the phone, then you joined some football association, and finally you actually competed with the national team. What? How long do you plan to keep this from me? Are you going to tell me when you become a superstar? Ye Liangqiu was speechless. He looked at Feng Lu in the back seat for help, but when he saw him, he was dumbfounded. I saw that Feng Lu, who was sitting in the back row, had closed his eyes and put on his headphones, with an attitude that it had nothing to do with him, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds of silence, Sister Xiao Wei pursed her red lips. I don't care how successful you are outside, and I don't need you to prove yourself, but at the very least, you must show me your attitude. If there is a next time, this family. As she said that, she suddenly fell silent. Now Ye Liangqiu is no longer a baby bird that needs her protection. Rather, they are stars who have spread their wings and are showing off in the world. It seems like she doesn't need to worry about this anymore. Ye Liangqiu seemed to notice the change in his elder sister's mood, and slowly said, Sister, there won't be a next time. Sister Xiao Wei shook the steering wheel and finally said only one word, good. There is still some time before the start of the second phase of training. We met in Shibuya. Originally, Ye Liangqiu wanted to sleep in, but in the end, Feng Lu pulled her up and said there was a party. Sitting on the sofa, Feng Lu looked around and made sure that Sister Xiao Wei was not there before she spoke. Qiu, did Sister Xiao Wei's anger subside last night? Ye Liangqiu rolled his eyes at Feng Lu and said angrily, no, you came here so early. Are those idiots sending you messages? Feng Lu nodded, isn't it still some time before the training starts? They said they were going to Shibuya for a few days. You said you must take me there. Otherwise, I will just follow the address and come to you. Ye Liangqiu's eyes twitched. Sure enough, after the game, each of these people had completely released their instincts, but it was still a good experience. After all, he usually doesn't have many friends. Seeing Ye Liangqiu agreeing, Feng Lu chuckled. He would not say that he said these words because he wanted to play. Chapter 137 5 Major Leagues. It's the last day before vacation time. In the dark room, Ye Liangqiu looked at the stars outside the window. He didn't know what he was thinking. He had almost completely forgotten the memory of the second phase of the Blue Prison. In other words, this training was a kind of a whole new experience. Number 1 in the world. It seems to be getting closer. At this time, a ding-dong sound sounded. Notifications belonging to the Blue Jail collection hit. Ye Liangqiu slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Is it finally going to start again? A night of silence. On the iconic building of the Blue Prison, several helicopters were hovering in the sky, and the surrounding area was already crowded with crowds and reporters. Ye Liangqiu was the first to get off the bus as the ace of the Blue Prison, but this time he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Following closely behind were the people who had also received training. When countless reporters saw Ye Liangqiu walking down, they wanted to come forward and ask about the training content of the Blue Prison this time, as well as various topics about the previous game. Some even came to ask Ye Liangqiu under the guise of reporters. Liangqiu's mobile phone number. Qiu, why are you wearing sunglasses? Feng Lu walked beside Ye Liangqiu and asked with some confusion. Ye Liangqiu said helplessly, Sister Xiao Wei said my eyes would scare children, so I had better wear sunglasses in front of reporters. At this time, Itoshi Rin walked by and said softly, there is no sun today, you are simply sick. What did you say? Are you going to have a fight? Feng Lu blinked at the side and reacted quickly, grabbing Ye Liangqiu. However, everyone has become accustomed to this kind of battle. As he entered the familiar Blue Prison, Ye Liangqiu also saw some familiar figures, such as the U20 national team that they had defeated before. Advertisement. Although everyone is an enemy, off the court, the relationship between them is not as bad as on the court, at least they can still talk. It's just that the U20 national team showed hostility the moment they saw Ye Liangqiu. Not just because they saw the news before. And that defeat had a huge psychological shadow on them. Of course, Ye Liangqiu just faced all this calmly. At this time, a frivolous and arrogant voice sounded, and the big screen began to light up, and Huixin Shiba appeared inside, still wearing the same outfit, and still having those dead fish eyes. Everyone was already used to it, but it is the first time for the U20 national team to come to the Blue Prison and they are still not used to it. But they still know that Huixin Shiba is the chief instructor of Blue Prison. Welcome to Blue Prison, and thank you for participating in this second phase of the game trials. As for the questions in your mind, I don't want to explain too much. Now the U20 national team is fully in charge of me, so I gathered all of you here to build a new U20 national team. There are less than 100 days until the World Cup, but obviously your strength is completely inadequate in my eyes, so I created a plan that will accelerate your growth. The next moment, 5 flags representing various countries lit up on the screen. Everyone present has a clear understanding of these 5 flags, or in other words, these flags represent the 5 major European leagues with the highest level of world football. Huixin Shiba showed a strange smile. The popularity, strength, money, and the resources they have are unimaginable to us, so for this training, you will choose to enter any team in these 5 major leagues. Training to adapt to this high-pressure environment. England pursues speed and physical confrontation. Spain, pursuing technical and creative goal-scoring ability. Italy focuses on team skills and has a very cunning style of play. It is good at the aesthetics of victory in defensive counterattacks. France, the springboard for European rising stars and young players, has become a huge market thanks to the inflow of funds from the rich, and is on the road to becoming the world's first league at high speed. Finally, there is Germany, which implements the concept of scoring goals, pursues rationality, and plays football in an almost ruthless manner just to pursue the result of victory. Among them, Noel Noah, the #1 star in the world today, is here. Listening to his words, there was no shock in the hall as expected, but only silence. No one can imagine that Huixin Shiba actually has such a plan. Advertisement. And his words at this moment continue, the choice of environment is very important. The challenge you face in the new environment is not just about scoring goals, but focusing on the team you choose, adapting, and constantly adapting to it. New artistic conception. This will be your last selection to replace the U20 national team. You can regard this selection as a baptism of life to enter the World League. Choose an environment that is favorable to you. Whether it is good or bad, it will be a life-changing test. Come on, rough guys, put everything you learned in the Blue Prison on the line. Spread your wings on the world stage. Now you have 90 minutes to choose which team to go to. As Huixin Shiba's figure disappeared from the big screen, a countdown began to tick on the screen. Ye Liangqiu looked at the 5 league teams. When he saw England's pursuit of physical confrontation with speed and strength, he had a certain plan. He did not need to pursue physical confrontation with strength. Today, I don't need these things and want to be promoted to a higher position. He needs to find a place where he can emerge from his cocoon and become a butterfly. Eventually he set his sights on Germany. In a place where goals are king, this will be his best stage. Chio, I'm going to choose Spain. At this time, Feng Lu came over with a smile and said his choice. Ye Liangqiu nodded. Spain is a good choice for Feng Lu. After all, that place is for practicing dribbling and body skills. For Feng Lu, choosing other places may be counterproductive. This is the only place. Best choice. What about you? Feng Lu asked. Germany. Ye Liangqiu responded. Feng Lu smiled and said, I knew you would choose Germany. After all, it's only that kind of place that can make you interested. As he said that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his fist, then, let's see who reaches the #1 position in the world first. Feng Li's eyes were full of fighting spirit. As the time counts down, almost everyone has chosen the league they are about to enter. The screen gradually lights up. Chapter 138. The war officially begins. The time has come, the environment selection is over, and the second phase of the Blue Prison is officially launched. The selected players all looked in the direction of the flag of their own league, and a door was opening for them below. Ye Liangqiu looked at the flag belonging to Germany, a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. You also chose this league. At this time, a voice rang in his ear, and I saw Bingji Sheep walking over with a cute look on his face, but looking at his unsurprised expression, he had obviously guessed Ye Liangqiu would choose this place. In other words, almost everyone who has competed with Ye Liangqiu knows that Germany is one of Ye Liangqiu's choices. Ye Liangqiu looked back and realized that many people were looking at him. Among them, Jieshi, Lei Shi, Liu, Haiming, almost all looked at themselves with a strong fighting spirit. It was obvious that they were all players who chose Germany. As the door slowly opened, Ye Liangqiu, the leader, was the first to step in. The holographic projection of Hui Xin inside has already appeared in it. After everyone stepped in, he opened his fingers and the logo of a club slowly lit up, Boston Munich, the strongest team in the Bundesliga. Hui Xin said, "You will participate in training with this club's team." Many people were a little surprised. After all, they originally thought it was similar to the previous model, but now it seems that it seems different. It is not just them, the Blue Prison players, who conducted the second phase of testing. There are also star players from other countries who seem to have come to the Blue Prison to accept this test. Just when everyone was confused, Hui Xin continued, "I will create an environment in the 5 major leagues in Blue Prison. To this end, I have specially recruited 11 supernovas of similar age to you from the 5 major leagues. These clubs are all over the city in England. Italy is Ubers, Spain is FC Barça, France is PXG, and Germany is Boston Munich. What you will face in the league you choose is a battle with these supernovas. Come out from within. From now on, I am no longer your mentor. The people who guide you will be the ace shooters who shine in the top leagues and stand out from the crowd." In everyone's surprised eyes, a figure in the darkness was illuminated by light. One of the ace shooters, a mentor-level shooter who holds the title of the strongest player in the world today. Noah. Advertisement. His figure stood there quietly, filled with a sense of oppression. At this time, Hui Xin's words were not finished. He continued to explain, "In the last game, Blue Prison shined brilliantly and caused quite a sensation in the world, so it also received praise from many funders. Appreciation, that's why we can invite these ace players. Of course, you are not the only ones who have such mentors and guidance. There is a mentor in each of the other 4 leagues. England's mentor is Chris Springs, a perfect hero from across the city who is almost as famous as Noah. The mentor in Spain is the league scoring champion from FC Barça and the gorgeous dribbling genius dance master, Ravinho. Italy's mentor is the victorious traveler from Ubers, the snappy, known as the crown delivery man. The mentor in France is someone you are very familiar with. He is a speed forward from PXG and one of the new generation of supernovas, Prodigy Rocky. It wasn't until Hui Xin finished the introduction that everyone understood how much effort this guy had put into inviting these world-class players over during this period. You must know that the last time Blue Prison invited those 5 world-class players, Ye Liangqiu knew that the value of one goal was $1 million. This time, who knows how much money was used? Ashin Shiba smiled and said, "First of all, you have to receive training from your mentor and strive to be selected into the main lineup of the 11 during the merger of the Blue Prison and the club. Otherwise, I will be on the bench just like when I played against the U20 national team. Isn't this feeling uncomfortable? As for the players selected into the main lineup, they will compete with teams from other leagues. The same model is the same as the second round selection where you were not eliminated. The 5 leagues will conduct round-robin matches. The game has 2 special rules. First, the game adopts a 3-point winning system. The second, unlimited substitution system. In any game, players are playing on the field and can be substituted at will. As for the last thing, it's about your mentor. Every game has a chance to go off, but the time is only 3 minutes. Hearing this, everyone looked at Noah. In 3 minutes, there are many miracles that can be created on the court. I didn't expect that there was such a request. Huixin Shiba clapped her hands. The above are all the rules for the second stage, a detailed summary. Advertisement. Of course, this will be the last test to pass the U20 national team. It is also the highest level of competition for the new generation in history. I named it New Heroes War. Hui Xin's voice became more and more passionate and aroused everyone's interest. Ye Liangqiu, who was standing below, slowly raised the corners of his mouth. It's incredible, Noel and Noah are going to teach themselves how to play football. He looked at the people in Jieshe who were completely immersed in excitement. A scramble. The road to world number 1 seems to be right in front of us. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, at the moment when the holographic projection was about to turn off, Wei Xin suddenly turned around and said, I almost forgot, there is a special player who will also join the German league. The winning team in Blue Prison made it through, but was eliminated in the end. However, where there is good, there is also a negative. In a place that none of you know about, I have specially prepared a special resurrection channel for the eliminated ones. And in the end, one undead was successfully resurrected. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that there would be an elimination match. The next moment, with the sound of the mechanical door opening, I saw a figure walking in from the door. The national god Rinsuk, who returned from hell, came back to this smoke-filled battlefield. His eyes were countless times colder than before, like a robot without emotions, and the arrogance emanating from his body was like that of someone who had returned from hell. King. Jieshe also wanted to step forward and say hello. But he found that the god of the country ignored him completely and just gave him a cold look. At this moment, all the actors are here. New hero battle. Official opening. Chapter 139 Joker. As Huaxin Shiba's shadow disappeared. Under the spotlight, Noah looked cold and walked slowly off the stage. After taking a look at everyone, he walked slowly through the Blue Prison and then looked back at everyone, with an insurmountable look in his eyes. The intimidation was accompanied by his stern and arrogant voice. Come to the goal, I'll be waiting for you. Everyone in Jieshe was still a little confused. I saw Noah had walked out. Along with the sound of mechanical gears turning, an illusory and exaggerated scene gradually began to emerge on the stage where Noah was standing. Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but be surprised. Although he had long known that the level of technology in this world was outrageous, he did not expect that virtual reality could be so realistic now. Behind the stage, a cyber runway slowly emerged. Gorgeous and cool. Everyone in the Blue Prison was shocked, but the Munich Club members almost all showed helpless expressions, as if they had experienced this scene many times. But obviously, this is the first level of this test. Seeing this, Ye Liangqiu walked over step by step. At the same time, his eyes looked at the members in Munich, and he saw a figure inside staring at him intently. But he didn't pay attention to this look. Then he stood at the forefront of the runway. At this time, everyone finally came to their senses and began to prepare to show off their skills. Hey, are you Ye Liangqiu? Suddenly, a provocative voice sounded. Ye Liangqiu looked over with indifferent eyes. Sure enough, it was a blessing rather than a curse. It was a curse that could not be avoided. In the end, he still needed to have a pre-game greeting with this clown. I saw a man with arrogance walking over. His facial features were exquisite, his long flowing hair, his eyes a little frivolous, and his arms were marked with thorns entangled in circles. Up to the neck there is a gorgeous blooming blue rose. Ye Liangqiu naturally knew who he was. Mitchell Caesar, one of the 11 heroes of the new generation. Mitchell Caesar had already walked to his side, and the disdain and provocation in his eyes were beyond words. Advertisement. But now a very embarrassing thing happened. Although Ye Liangqiu knew the provocation in his words, he couldn't understand what he was talking about. As early as the preparation stage, he knew that these people were all from Germany, but he and Feng Lu didn't talk about their English proficiency. They are exactly the same, but equally illiterate. Besides, this guy is still speaking German. Ye Liangqiu just looked back at him, then turned his head and responded softly. Joker, don't disturb me. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder filled the atmosphere. At this time, the countdown sounded, Ye Liangqiu grinned, and slowly took off his sunglasses. After his scarlet eyes met the eyes of Mitchell Kaiser, the Munich player, he compared his hand to a pistol finger. Pointing to his ears, I know you can understand my words, don't let me think that the 11 heroes of the new generation are all a bunch of trash. If you can't please me, then I will crush your Munich team to death in the cradle. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Then the game begins. At this time, the countdown sound ended. The next moment, Ye Liangqiu's figure rushed out, so fast that even some members in Munich couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Although they had already seen Ye Liangqiu's speed in the game video, but from this point of view, it was far faster than they imagined, and its explosive power was even more powerful. Although everyone in the blue prison has long been used to it. But facing an unfamiliar team, they still have an open heart. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu was not oppressed because of these people, the blood in their bodies seemed to boil at this moment. Mitchell Caesar, Tisk, and quickly rushed out. As for the others, they quickly followed. With the wind whistling in his ears, Ye Liangqiu could feel that he was in very good condition. There were even reminder sounds in my mind. Advanced Mission 1, the monsters who are about to step into the stadium are suffering the most painful time, and becoming stronger is the only way. Requirement: score 2 goals against a team of professional players, to complete. Reward: dribbling, professional level. Advanced Mission 3, under the eyes of the whole world, bloom your colors wantonly, let the whole world be immersed in your shock. Requirement: score the most gorgeous goal in the U20 game. Complete. Advertisement. Reward: reaction, champion level. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu felt that his body seemed to have new feelings, and his brain's thinking seemed to become more sensitive. At this time, another series of prompts came from the system. The mission of breaking out of the cocoon and rebirth is now open. In our understanding, the number 1 in the world is a place that no one can touch. Now you have the opportunity to touch the number 1 in the world, but it is just an opportunity. Challenge mission starts. Challenge 1, break through your own limits and shoot to the end. Requirement: the shooting value reaches MXA, and the time is before the end of the new hero war. Penalty for failure: 1 year of simulation training. Challenge 2, future vision is your common eye method, thoroughly implement the standards of the future, and find your own unique way to score goals. Requirement: during the new hero war, defeat the 5 mentors with the strongest posture. Penalty for failure: 1 year of simulation training. Challenge 3, after completing all challenges, the door to the world has been opened for you. Requirement: after the new hero war, participate in the World Cup as the number 1 leader. Penalty for failure: completely leaving the game. Challenge after challenge passed before his eyes, and Ye Liangqiu felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Finally, it was no longer a reward, but various punishment tasks began to appear. Does this mean that his current strength no longer requires rewards to improve? Instead, you need to break through on your own. Although these rewards seem extremely difficult, it is precisely because of this that Ye Liangqiu will be excited. Often only high-difficulty challenges can bring his freshness and pleasure to the peak. The beep disappears. The whistling sound was crazy in the ears, and Ye Liangqiu's speed exploded, almost throwing everyone away. Even the Munich members who often received such training could not keep up with him. In addition to being provoked, Caesar, who had a somewhat gloomy expression, was chasing after him. On this track, no one can chase behind Ye Liangqiu. Just when Ye Liangqiu reached the penultimate level, the moment he saw the ball, a weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and when his scarlet eyes looked at Caesar, who was still jumping from the 4th level, the next moment, he made a turn and slowly raised his right foot with extremely smooth movements. Give you a gift. I hope you like it. Rotten Blue Rose, Mitchell Caesar. Chapter 140 Dynasty. The next moment, a roar sounded. A ball passed by at an extremely fast speed, like a bullet fired at Caesar who was rushing towards him. Caesar had already noticed Ye Liangqiu's movements, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he immediately jumped to the next platform. Just the next second, his eyes widened. With a strange amplitude, the ball actually straightened up and rushed towards him again. There was a bang sound. Caesar's still standing figure was completely hit by this ball, and even his body was about to fall downwards. At this moment, Alexis Ness quickly stepped forward, with a panicked and angry look on his face, and held Caesar up. The anger in his eyes was like a flame that wanted to kill Ye Liangqiu. But Ye Liangqiu sighed with regret. This ball did not knock Caesar down directly. After all, he really wanted to see the so-called 11th elite ranked last at the very beginning. How exciting is this? It just didn't work out in the end. The people in the blue prison who were still behind had no idea what kind of fierce collision happened in front of them. Jieshi looked at the numerical values continuously displayed on the illusory panel and realized that this training should be the same as what they had done in the blue prison. Same as closed levels. It is to test their physical data, and even rank them based on the data later. Thinking of this, Jieshi burst out with even more power. He had to keep up and not be thrown away too much. and the two people in the front are completely competing. If Ye Liangqiu hadn't been unable to understand the words in Caesar's mouth, I'm afraid there would have been another quarrel, but it was obvious from his tone that Caesar didn't have a good word to say. With the arrival of the final level, a huge bullseye appeared in front of his eyes. For Ye Liangqiu, this bullseye was almost 100% able to hit the center, but he would rather do other things with the ball than these. The moment Caesar saw Ye Liangqiu holding the ball, he seemed to understand his thoughts. But this time, Ye Liangqiu's eyes were not aimed at him, but at Ness behind him. As he slowly raised his right foot, his voice was extremely cold, and it seemed that there was a hint of difficulty in his tone. Metaphorical murderous intent. A dog that surrenders to others blocks the pleasure I want to get, and I don't like it very much. Advertisement. Then we must kill this dog before we start. There was a bang sound. As a sound broke through the air, the football rushed towards Caesar. He subconsciously turned his head, and the ball rushed from his ear directly to his back. It seemed that Caesar's back blocked Ness's sight, making him there was no time to react. The ball was right in his face. Boom sound. I saw that Ness caught the ball with his face without any precautions. His whole body was dizzy from the huge force, and he was shaking from side to side, and there was even blood flowing out of his nose. Caesar was completely immersed in anger, his expression gradually darkened, and the veins on his cheeks bulged. This result seemed to be very satisfactory to Ye Liangqiu. On the contrary, it was because of the competition between Ye Liangqiu and Caesar that the two of them were much slower, and the players behind them had already caught up. Especially the Munich players happened to witness the scene where Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball towards the two of them, and almost all their expressions changed from confusion to anger. In other words, although there is strong competition within their Munich team, but it is also as consistent with the outside world as Blue Prison. Obviously, what Ye Liangqiu has done now has successfully angered everyone in the team. Ye Liangqiu smiled with contempt in his eyes. Caesar, just watch the end of your dynasty. After all, I don't like a mad dog. It seemed that because of these last words, Caesar pulled out his headset and threw it on the ground. He stepped forward, his anger and arrogance reaching its peak. At that moment when they almost started fighting. That's enough. A voice sounded, and Noah appeared behind everyone. His expression was neither happy nor sad, as if what happened just now was just a trivial matter to him. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Caesar. Have you had enough? A bunch of pretentious geniuses. Ye Liangqiu shrugged. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he naturally did not dare to touch the mentor's brow now, but there was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He wanted to try and compete with this world leader. Noah, the mentor of the first star, comes to a passionate game. After all, in his challenge mission, he said that he would defeat the person in front of him with dignity. Advertisement. On the other hand, after Caesar saw Noah, the anger on his face disappeared instantly and turned into a surly face, as if he had really become a clown. Caesar spread his hands and wanted to tell what happened just now. But Noah did not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he slowly said, I have gotten the results I wanted in this test. The philosophy of Busta Munchen is super-rationality. So the numerical value is the standard for judging your physical value, and it is also an important indicator for me to select the first 11 players to play. I will conduct a comparison based on the data you just tested. Then the players will be assigned. At this time, the ranking appeared in the holographic projection. Although Ye Liangqiu and Caesar were in a head-on confrontation, the two of them still ranked among the top 2 in this confrontation. As for number 1, of course Ye Liangqiu. Even though he has been fulfilling his own fun test. But under this premise, he can surpass this group of players on his own. It was because Ness was suddenly hit by a critical hit by Ye Liangqiu in the last level, causing the third position to be taken by the national god who returned from hell, but the look in his eyes made people stand in fear. No one could imagine that this guy what changes have been experienced in the elimination group. At this time, Noah asked Ness, who was still wiping his nosebleeds, to put down the translation earphones, and then left. His purpose seems to be that he doesn't want to say anything nonsense. As for the translation headset, it is the most important thing. After all, the first step in team integration must be that the language communication can be normal, otherwise, everything will be in vain. But when Ness distributed the headphones, it seemed as if he had deliberately avoided Ye Liangqiu. He didn't walk up to Ye Liangqiu until the end. His smiling eyes seemed to have covered up everything just now, but it was obvious from the order of handing out the earphones that Ness might have killed Ye Liangqiu in his heart. Countless times. The moment he put on his headphones, Ye Liangqiu heard an extremely cold voice. He saw Caesar's cold eyes staring straight at him, and his tone was cold. I will make you worship me and surrender to me. Totally ruin your football career. Chapter 141 Data Comparison. After the first test, there are less than 10 days of training before the first game. Being in the training room, Ye Liangqiu was rarely in a quiet environment. After all, in the Blue Prison, various questions would come one after another during every training session, or Feng Lu would come over and ask questions. But now, silence seems to be the main theme here. Coupled with the continuous improvement of one's physical fitness in various facilities, this feeling is indeed refreshing. The only drawback is that there is a camera watching you all the time. Ye Liangqiu knew that someone was always staring at his training, as if he wanted to see through him, but now he was no longer the same person as when he first entered the Blue Prison. The desire for destruction has been reduced a lot. In other words, only people who can make him feel happy can make him interested. With a white burning coming out of the corner of his mouth, Ye Liangqiu wiped his sweat and left the training ground. So far, his ranking is still firmly in the first place. Even if Caesar rushes to catch up, it will be difficult to surpass him. Not only is he training, almost everyone is improving in various aspects under Noah's guidance. In the bathroom, the water flowed down Ye Liangqiu's face. He looked at himself in the mirror and was thinking about how he should find a breakthrough. As his strength reached a bottleneck, he had already foreseen that something like this would happen. The day comes. Or, he finally understood that, championship level, was not as easy to break through as he imagined. For example, the technique of swallowing Loki successfully advanced his speed to champion level. At that moment, he was guessing that if he wanted to bring an ability to the threshold of the championship level, he had to go through a special method. After all, what the system gave was only a physical change, or, talent, the lower limit. Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu looked at himself in the mirror, as if he saw the white-haired Qiu in the simulation training ground. It is his most perfect form, and it infinitely proves that he has the possibility to become it. I haven't reached the end of my football career yet. Now is just a starting point. Return to the lounge. It was different from before. It seemed that Noah wanted their cooperation to be more perfect, so he deliberately divided the rooms into several rooms, with 5 people in each room. As soon as he walked in, he heard Jie Shi's voice. Their data are so high. As Ye Liangqiu looked around, he saw He Ming Launcher, Jie Shi, and Bing Jiyang sitting on the ground discussing the matter of data. Bing Jiyang seemed to notice Ye Liangqiu walking in, and shouted, "Come over, want to talk?" Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu glanced at him and shook his head, "I'm not interested in these. Just talk." It's true. As the number 1 player, he doesn't need to know the players who are weaker than him. Instead, his data is observed back and forth among this group of players. Compared with these, he might as well take a nap. After all, only robots like them can withstand such repeated training every day. There was a ding-dong sound. Ye Liangqiu took out his mobile phone with a bright screen from the cabinet, and saw a message coming through. It's this guy, Feng Lu. I saw him sending an emoticon sigh. Qiu, I will be your opponent in the end, let's see how I defeat you. Looking at the message, Ye Liangqiu smiled helplessly and responded with, I'm waiting, and then he was ready to watch some of the recent criticism of himself on the internet. Compared to Ye Liangqiu's calm treatment, the 3 little ones here are a little anxious. After all, the 3 of them are ranked relatively low, and Jie Shi doesn't even have a chance to play. Black Name Launcher yawned and placed the tablet in the middle. The data list above showed Ye Liangqiu. The overall evaluation even reached 93. This data was compared with some stars. As a result, the comprehensive data of some stars are not even as high as Ye Liangqiu. What a terrible fact. Now Ye Liangqiu has stepped into the realm of professional players. And they are just getting started. Jie Shi looked at his own data and was a little embarrassed. He was only 76, the difference between the 2 was so huge that it was unimaginable. Although he had known for a long time that his physical level was very stretched, he did not expect that the difference would be so big. However, Bing Jiang looked at his own data and compared it with others directly. After all, isn't comparing Ye Liangqiu just looking for abuse? He's not that boring. As they chatted, Ye Liangqiu on the other side had already fallen asleep. Advertisement. As time passed, it was time for the competition in a blink of an eye. The first opening match is about to take place. Germany Boston Munich vs Spanish FC Bacha. Almost all the players on the Munich side were members of the club. Except for the two players from the Blue Prison, Ye Liangqiu and Guishan, all of them were pressed to death on the bench. The players on FC Bacha's side are led by File. Among them, Ye Liangqiu from the Blue Prison is also among them. Obviously, the information Ye Liangqiu received a few days ago is true. File has completely adapted to the Spanish club and is even among the best in it. At this moment, Feng Li's whole body seemed to be completely different from before. It can even be seen that there is a dangerous aura flickering on his body. Feng Li looked at Ye Liangqiu and raised the corners of his mouth as if to say that he absolutely believed that he could come to this competition field. The two people's eyes met, and the smell of gunpowder flew everywhere. On the contrary, since that test, Caesar looked at Ye Liangqiu with a strong murderous look in his eyes. If Ness hadn't been watching him, he might have received a yellow card on the spot. At this time, the rules of the game were being broadcast on the radio. 3 points to win, and unlimited substitutions. As a whistle sounded, the game officially begins. Germany versus Spain. Germany took the lead to kick off. Kaiser stepped on the ball with his arrogant and disdainful eyes. Compared to off the field and on the field, this guy's expression changed drastically when he had the ball in his hands. He raised his right foot and took the ball. The ball was passed to Ness. Ness easily caught the ball with a small leap. The two of them cooperated very well. But just when Ness was about to stabilize his body, a figure quickly came to him, and Ye Liangqiu seemed to have a strong sense of oppression all over his body, making Ness breathless. He looked at Ye Liangqiu in shock. What are you doing? Chapter 142 King vs Demon King. What to do? Grab the ball. Ye Liangqiu grinned. Ness still didn't understand, but Ye Liangqiu stepped forward with his left foot, then quickly pushed down with his right foot and took the ball in his hands. This crazy move shocked all the players in Munich. But Ye Liangqiu is very familiar with this method of grabbing the ball, or, it's very common in a place like the Blue Prison. After all, a place specially built for egoists, you know how to say it, now the ground they set foot on is still a Blue Prison. The Blue Prison is the place dominated by Ye Liangqiu. Ness is completely sluggish. What kind of kick is this? Steal the ball from your own teammate. Although some players in Spain were shocked by this move, they already had a little understanding of this new star who was shining brightly on the court, and then quickly stepped forward to cover up the defense. Faced with this kind of supplementary defense, Ye Liangqiu didn't care. His expression was very calm. The Demon King's eyes had been fully opened, and any movement was just an afterimage in front of him. The next moment, he rushed out. Since almost the entire Munich team is on the field, it means that he has no teammates in this game. Instead of believing in a blackened national god, it is better to use his own strength to prove that this game is not the domain of the king, but the Demon King completely destroyed the king's territory, eating everything from you step by step. This will make you feel the feeling of despair. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth, and the scarlet in his pupils became more dazzling. The Spanish players on defense were double-teaming left and right, trying to intercept the ball. But Ye Liangqiu had already seen the future. He jumped high with the ball, then landed on his toes, and continued to rush forward without any pause. Even the two Spanish players were stunned. They had just started their moves. As a result, Ye Liangqiu had already jumped up. Aren't you kidding me? Facing countless defensive players rushing toward him, Ye Liangqiu could only take his time. He had experienced too many such situations and had no feelings for them. At this moment, Caesar's figure walked in like a ghost. His eyes were extremely fierce, and his hair was dancing in the air. Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu knew his purpose. In his opinion, he was facing a desperate situation. Only by passing the ball to him could he solve the immediate trouble. But self-interest is the law that governs everything he does. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu made a move, stretched out his hands, pushed the players on both sides apart, and pressed down fiercely, like a cheetah rushing out of the encirclement. Just the next second, a figure appeared in front of Ye Liangqiu. Feng Lu came to him at some point, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped with a black flame. "Qiu, I have found a way to deal with you." At this moment, facing the siege of 3 people, Ye Liangqiu's arms gradually became unable to suppress the 2 people, and the movements of his feet were slightly deformed due to the impact of this force, but the excitement in his eyes made people feel uneasy. "Yeah. You don't think you can avoid my eyes by running in a blind corner, do you?" Ye Liangqiu has always known that he has a weakness that cannot be ignored. This weakness is the inability to notice the world behind him. This is the flaw of the Demon King's eye. Why spatial perception is the ability to look down on the entire field, which he also calls the ability to restrain oneself. That's because players can use this ability to imagine all the players running on the court in their minds. Their positions, their thoughts, and their next moves can all be clearly perceived. This is spatial perception. After evolving into Beyond the Horizon, it becomes even more terrifying, and can even read a player's mind and predict his next move. The Demon King's eye can only look at the future of everyone in front of him, and the same is true for the flow state. What Ye Liangqiu can see is only the future caused by the scene that his eyes can see. For example, he cannot observe the future in the blind spot of the perspective. After all, he is not a god, and he does not have the ability to perceive space. What he can do just observe the movements of the whole scene through your own eyes. But in a game, 1 or 2 seconds is enough to turn the entire game around. As for this weakness, Ye Liangqiu is constantly overcoming it. Whenever he cannot predict the next move, he will distract a little bit to observe the future that he cannot see. Only in that way can he maintain absolute concentration. He had already expected Feng Li's arrival at this moment. It's also what he sees through the future. In the double team of 3 people, the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth gradually rose, and breath came out from the corners of his mouth. The next moment, his body was pressed down, and his arm movements suddenly retracted. The 2 Spanish players had not yet reacted. I just felt that the power in my chest disappeared, and the balance of my entire body was instantly out of control. Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, "It seems you haven't learned how to tease others in competitions yet." Advertisement. Yes, the constant downward pressure of the body seemed to give Ye Liangqiu a sense of oppression, but the 2 Spanish players never paid attention to the fact that a person's body will fall when it tilts to a certain extent. The moment Ye Liangqiu took back his arm strength was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The moment 2 players went down, Ye Liangqiu moved quickly and quickly. Feng Lu stretched out his right leg to grab quickly. However, all this was in vain. Ye Liangqiu was not prepared to continue playing like this. Countless shooting routes reflected in his pupils instantly emerged. It's just that none of these future goals can be seen. No need. Ye Liangqiu said softly. If he wanted to improve his shooting to the max level, the most important thing he needed to do was to break through himself in the field of shooting. The next moment, he raised his left leg. At the moment when Feng Lu is about to touch the ball, there was a roar. The ball was wrapped with a scarlet flame, like a bullet rushing towards the goal. As the goalkeeper flew away, in the eyes of everyone, the ball, which was like a bullet, suddenly lost all its power until it rolled a few meters on the green grass and stopped abruptly. Everyone in Spain breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the ball stopped dramatically. TSK. Ye Liangqiu curled his lips. It's still too far. The shot was nearly 40 meters away from the goal. It was indeed too far. If you want to grasp the accuracy, you also have to control the force. Even if you put the ball, it also takes a few seconds to prepare in front of yourself. What's more, I just subconsciously shot the ball directly. This goal is indeed a pity. At this time, Ness's voice of condemnation came. Why didn't the ball just pass to Caesar? Chapter 143. The system is being torn apart. And why are you trying to grab the ball? Ness said in a very unkind tone. He obviously had various questions about Ye Liangqiu's actions. He even looked at Noah, wanting to know about this situation. How to calculate it? A person who is wanton and crazy on the court is not the super-rationality that Noah pursues. Because now Ye Liangqiu is completely subverting and destroying the so-called rationality. If this continues, let alone whether their team can score goals, it will be a good thing how they can play normally. Why? Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes stared at Nath's somewhat angry eyes, do you still need me to tell you why? From the beginning, the Munich team has excluded the people in the blue prison. Whether it's passing the ball or your actions. The core is Caesar, am I right? Hearing this, Ness raised his head and did not refute this statement. So what? Can you prove anything? Our team should revolve around the core, and Caesar is that core. Is it wrong to do this? Ye Liangqiu showed a smile and said, yes, you are absolutely right, but are there any mistakes in my actions? At the best time, I can break through the opponent's encirclement with my own advantages. Although I grabbed the ball first, I also brought the ball within a reasonable range. This reasonable area is an area that is enough to pass and shoot, but what? How did you do it? The members of Munich almost ignored my presence. Even in the running stage with the ball, their only goal was to attack around Caesar. Do you really think I didn't see it? Ye Liangqiu's face gradually darkened. Caesar ran without a viewing angle, trying to catch the opponent's flaw in the next move. Oh no, it should be said that it was the flaw waiting for me. The moment I sent the ball out, he was ready to steal it, although not from me. But, is there a difference? You ask me to treat such a team that is tearing apart the system with gentleness. Haha, a joke, what a joke. Advertisement. The king is too indulgent of you little soldiers, right? Ye Liangqiu looked at everyone in Munich, spreading his hands flat in a helpless posture. Ness gritted his teeth. This guy said that he had no problem, but didn't he mean that he was talking about Caesar? This was intolerable to him. At this time, the two mentors were sitting together on the bench. Noah's expression did not seem to have changed at all, and he was still looking at everything on the court so coldly. On the other hand, Laravinho crossed his legs and said jokingly, just let this rising star from Blue Prison continue to make trouble. This seriously undermines your concept. Noah glanced at Lavinho. Everything the players do represents the results they want. If they cannot destroy their own state, their level cannot be improved. Rather than replacing him now. I wanted to see if the two factions would react differently on one team. Perhaps a new super-rationality will be found. Lavinho hooked his glasses lightly with his finger, and a pair of eyes appeared, but the emotion contained in them made people feel frightened. You mean, you want to use my team as a grindstone? Build your own team sharper. No. Noah slowly uttered one word, and then continued, it should be said that your team itself is a grindstone. For a moment, the arrogance of the two seemed to blend together. That breath made the players on both sides of the bench feel a sense of oppression. Obviously, seeing that Noah didn't make any move, the game had to continue. However, Munich's face was completely torn after Ye Liangqiu snatched the ball. There was also a smile on Ye Liangqiu's lips. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. Noah was pursuing super-rationality, but the reason why he brought Caesar and others to the Blue Prison was to seek a breakthrough. He saw in the self-interest of Blue Prison an opportunity to accelerate the growth of this team. Caesar was his test subject, and now Ye Liangqiu is one of them. In Noah's eyes, perhaps only data can prove everything. The more fun it is, the better. Ye Liangqiu looked at Noah. The reason why he grabbed the last ball was not for no reason. He was not as crazy as Itoshi Rin. He has to do more than just test the Munich team. And Noah. Advertisement. After all, control of the entire stadium has been completely lost. After all, football is a team game. If you don't fight for it and prove your worth, how can you seize sovereignty? Ye Liangqiu just needs to be branded as a madman among this group of Munich players. Then the next football game will be easier to handle. Ye Liangqiu seems to be no less naughty than Caesar. In the end, Ness could only grit his teeth and return to his position with a sullen face, but his face changed so quickly that he seemed to have truly turned into an abused puppy in front of Caesar. Caesar's expression was calm, as if he had expected everything just now. He looked at Ness and said slowly, well done. The corners of Nath's mouth curled up slightly. The two of them seemed to have already had a strategy to deal with Ye Liangqiu in private. Obviously everything just now seemed to be an act. Caesar's unruffled eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu, his contempt became more intense. I will slowly destroy you. This is just the beginning. The lost lamb. The Spanish team on the other side was still shocked by Ye Liangqiu's shot just now. After all, who could have imagined that the shot could be shot from such a distance? Even the angle is very cunning. Feng Li's body perfectly blocked the ball's path. If the ball hadn't lost its power, the goalkeeper's subconscious counterattack might not have been able to stop the ball. The Spanish FC Barça players on the side frowned and made some exaggerated gestures. Do you all play football like this in Blue Prison? Damn it, how can one defend against this? Feng Li shrugged helplessly. He couldn't talk about grabbing the ball. It was the first lesson they learned in the Blue Prison, right? After all, in the process from 0 to 1, wasn't it that whoever grabbed the ball was the core? However, he looked at the opponent's court and was a little confused. Logically speaking, Chiu would not make such an unusual move unless he was truly threatened. Is it because of yourself? In just a moment, Feng Li shook this thought out of his mind. Chapter 144 Dance Partner. Feng Li's eyes fell on Caesar once. He could feel that in the goal just now, compared to the place with the strongest scoring atmosphere, there was this person. Is it because of him? Is that why Chiu feels a sense of crisis? What ultimately caused this goal? At this time, the whistle sounded once. The kickoff party came to Feng Li, and his eyes gradually calmed down. Now he was on the court, not in private. What he wanted to do was not a friendly competition, but to destroy the game like Chiu. Let the balance tip in your favor and win this game. Stepping on the ball, a monster seemed to appear behind Feng Li's body. The red flames wrapped around this monster make people feel familiar. But it seemed to be completely integrated into Feng Li's body. In the next second, Feng Li had already rushed out. Compared with the tight feeling of holding the ball in the Blue Prison, even in such an intense game, his body he seemed to be completely relaxed, and even the ball under his feet seemed to be just a subtle movement in his court dance. That's what 10 days have changed. Just having a mentor to correct his mistakes made Feng Li's dribbling level reach another level. And now he is one of Spain's starting lineup. There is no doubt that his strength has been fully recognized by Vinio. In just a moment, Feng Li came to a Munich player with the ball. Facing the defensive player, Feng Li's body seemed to be exuding a smart and wanton flame. He stepped on the ball with his feet and pulled it to the outside, and then quickly returned the ball. At the same time, his body was shaking rapidly. It was just a simple action, but it made him confused, and he had no idea what his next move would be. The defensive player's body was also shaken by this, and kept moving back and forth, but in just such a moment, Feng Li caught a flaw, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and kicked the ball forward with his left foot, with great force. Very small. But it was this action that made the defensive player think that he was preparing to break through with the ball from this side. Advertisement. However, Feng Li's right foot quickly hooked the ball back. Taking advantage of the gap between his kick and his back swing, he had already rushed out with the ball in one swivel. This dazzling movement is like a dance, and Feng Li is the dancer, flashing his own inspiration freely on the court. And Jie in the audience is a little expert in observation. He discerned the changes in Feng Li. Compared with when he played football with Ye Liangqiu, the conservatism he showed had completely disappeared. After all, in the past, everything that Feng Li thought about was based on Ye Liangqiu. To the core, but now it's different. File has woken up and he has a new idea. That is whether he can also become the protagonist on the court. In this way, he has absolute confidence when facing 1 versus 1. Unlike before, when facing this situation, most of his thoughts are to pass the ball out first, or to find teammates. A reflex has been formed. Jie was surprised. Everyone was trying to improve themselves crazily. His focus had always been on himself. Only then did he realize that the members of the Z team who had walked out of the Z team with him had now changed. Same. But there is one thing that is the same as what he said. Self-interest. Moreover, Feng Li's axis is now more stable. When facing attacks from various defensive players, the ball seems to be stuck to his feet, and his legs are constantly swinging, with an outrageous speed and changes. The unpredictable movements made it impossible for the opponent's eyes to observe the direction of his attack. Suddenly, a red mist spurted out from behind his body, and countless bloody monsters were wrapped around him. These monsters had crazy and unrestrained expressions. Feng Li's expression became calmer. He was always pulling and touching the ball between his legs, without launching an attack, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. The defensive player in front of him frowned slightly. It would definitely not work if he continued like this. After all, the Spanish team has already doubled up and is ready to cooperate. So, in an instant, the defensive players reacted, took the initiative, and immediately stepped forward to press. It's just that Feng Le seemed to have seen through all this. What he was waiting for was for the defensive player to get anxious and sell the flaw. His body reacted in an instant, and he violently stepped down on the corner of the ball with his right foot. The next moment, because the ball rebounded and flew out in an arc from the lower side of the defensive player's thigh. Advertisement. Feng Le's eyes were always focused on the ball, his body overlapped with the defensive player, and he rushed out in an instant. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be occupied by the madness of a monster. This is his newly evolved weapon. Inspiration from imagination and monsters. At this moment, he seemed to have entered his own exclusive field, throwing away defensive players with ease, and the ball swayed under his feet in a colorful way. He passed two people, and his arrogance became more and more intimidating. Suddenly, a fierce figure came in front of him. The national god exuded a terrible sense of oppression. The national god who broke out of the siege from hell showed his changes in front of everyone for the first time at this moment. Of course Feng Le knew about the national god. He was actually a little surprised the moment he saw the national god. After all, he had learned that the national god had been eliminated during the previous game, but he did not expect that he would actually appear here. What surprised him the most was this is the big-minded player who was nicknamed the hero by everyone when he was in Team Z. He didn't know how the national god got the final spot in the resurrection competition. But the current posture seems to be a bit wrong. However, Feng Le still gave a polite response, "A resurrected hero. Come on, let me see how you have changed in the loser group." It's just that the tone of the god of country was quite cold, even a little arrogant. If you just want to dance on the field, I don't recommend letting you become an accompanist. In an instant, the national god's body rushed forward like a truck, with a full sense of oppression, and his left leg directly intercepted it. But this is not the first time that Feng Le has faced such a large player. His eyes are smart and he pulls the ball in the same direction in an instant. This is to lure the national god to continue to grab the ball and make the final move before the national god moves forward. At the moment of taking a step, Feng Le tried to move the ball back to lure the national god. However, the next step of the god of the country was unexpected. He seemed to have figured out below. He strode forward with his right foot, directly blocking Feng Le's attack route. In the first confrontation between the two, neither one gave in. But at this time, Feng Le's voice sounded, "I'm really sorry, the dance partner I'm looking for is not you. After all, I don't like muscular men." Chapter 145. The undead underfoot are roaring and shouting. In an instant, Feng Le hit the ball quickly, and the football was like a shadow shuttled back and forth under his feet, so fast that it was difficult to catch. This move was the strategy he used to deal with the first defensive player just now. But there are some differences. The god of country seemed to have noticed this action, his eyes were cold. "Do you still want to use fake actions to trick me into being fooled? It doesn't do anything for me." Feng Le didn't respond, but knocked the ball faster and faster. For a time, many people on the court were rushing over. The god of country couldn't hold it any longer. He had already seen the Spanish players running behind Feng Le. The next moment, he came out to press with his right leg. "Under pressure, it seems that you are still anxious about the resurrected hero." Feng Le saw the opportunity, and his body was like a spring, quickly activated, and kicked the ball to the right with his left foot. The moment the ball flew out, his body turned into an afterimage and came behind the national god. All this changes in the blink of an eye. The god of the country can only watch as he is passed. Feng Le's speed is really too fast, and he has completely used his dribbling in this dance that was born for the court. The whole person seemed to have completely transformed into a demon spirit. However, due to the interception of the defensive player, when File had just taken the last step into the penalty area, two figures came over. Double team. Sorry, honesty is one of the great scams in football. Still the scam of the century. In an instant, Feng Le smiled, tipped his toes, and the ball was already sent out. The white figure moves through the shadows like a ghost. Ye Liangqiu ran without the ball at some point and came to the penalty area, although his position did not have any dangerous shooting angle. But it was enough to change the situation in this situation. When everyone reacted, the ball had already crossed an arc and reached in front of Ye Liangqiu. With a cold face, he raised one leg and directly stopped the ball steadily. In an instant, several voices shouted, "Bite him! Don't let him pass the ball at this angle." But the voice had just appeared. Advertisement. Ye Liangqiu had already kicked the ball out, and the ball landed perfectly. Breathtakingly perfect. Feng Lu passed two defenders and bounced off. His bloody figure looked like two overlapping figures under the light. There was a bang sound. The ball turned into a roaring monster and shot toward the goal. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the goal. When the ball was about to be shot, Caesar jumped up and turned upside down. With a loud bang, Caesar's left leg actually intercepted the ball that was bound to go in by hanging upside down on the golden hook. His body did not even fall down because of the ball and landed smoothly. His right hand couldn't help but lift up the right half of his hair, and the eyes under the hair looked at Feng Lu with a hint of mockery. But is the game over? No, just when everyone was shocked that Caesar saved the ball, no one noticed that the ball was rushing out of the penalty area at an extremely fast speed. And there a figure was flying at an extremely fast speed. Ye Liangqiu seemed to have a red thunder snake lingering all over his body, constantly increasing his speed. His expression was extremely wild at this moment, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. The king's passing is worse than some people's. But it doesn't matter anymore. I took this shot. The moment everyone noticed Ye Liangqiu, if it weren't for the shouting of several FC Boccia players in the midfield, everyone in the penalty area would still be staring at him. Caesar also looked at the midfielder with some surprise. The ball was solved, but according to his prediction, even if the Munich players could not get it, the opponent should reorganize the attack. But what's going on now? Why is Ye Liangqiu in midfield? His eyes turned to Nath. Ness was also a little confused. Everyone had returned to the penalty area just now. Who would have thought that the ball would be kicked back to the midfield? But what's even more outrageous is that Ye Liangqiu didn't return to defense just now, but waited for the miracle goal to come. ****. Caesar couldn't help shouting, but he also started running quickly. He is the last person who should get this ball. FC Boccia's team intercepted very quickly. Even the goalkeeper walked out of the goal. After all, there was too much defensive gap. Advertisement. If Ye Liangqiu is allowed to enter the penalty area and shoot, not even the goalkeeper can face that suffocating pressure. So the FC Boccia players reacted in an instant. Now they must intercept Ye Liangqiu. Until their return came. The two defensive players adopted the previous tactics and directly intercepted left and right, but they kept each other in mind. After all, Ye Liangqiu had already passed this interception by leaping high before, so they adopted a more secure interception method. The two of them reached out to block him at close range. Not only can it slow down Ye Liangqiu's speed, but it can also seize the flaw and cut it off in an instant. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was always a few seconds too late in Ye Liangqiu's eyes, or in other words, the world in Ye Liangqiu's eyes was the trajectory of their next move. 3 seconds is enough for him to break out and at least step into the penalty area. But Ye Liangqiu was not satisfied with speed, but distance. The corners of his mouth gradually rose, and the seemingly endless red mist behind him gradually enveloped the entire stadium. If every creature in the world possesses an unexplainable weapon, I believe that weapon should be called courage. In the face of failure, only those who dare to constantly destroy themselves and rebuild a new life are worthy of others' expectations. A guy who doesn't want to destroy himself. You can only linger in the same place forever. At this moment, the devil's eyes reflected a perfect bloody rout. It seemed like countless undead souls were roaring or crawling towards Ye Liangqiu's body on this route. And when he faced all this, the blood in his pupils became stronger and stronger. Ye Liangqiu could feel the blood boiling crazily, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. This feeling is like facing the upcoming expectation. Or, the coming hammer. Ye Liangqiu felt that his heart was beating faster and faster, but his brain became calmer. At this moment is the time for these geniuses to be completely shattered. There was a bang sound. As he raised his right foot, countless black and torn undead fragments turned into ashes and floated in the air. There seemed to be a roar in the ears of all the players, like a monster, like a human shouting, but this sound made their skin crawl. The ball flew straight towards the goal in a low-altitude state that scraped the ground. Along with Advertisement. Chapter 146 Irrational. The moment the goalkeeper looks back. The entire stadium fell into silence, and their eyes were focused on the football that was slowly rolling to the ground in the goal. Entered. In just a blink of an eye, even the FC Boccia players who were still returning to defense were stunned. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even react, and everything was over. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu stood on the court, a white burning at the corner of his mouth slowly spit out, and showed a cruel smile. In the end, he succeeded. At the moment when all the defensive players are in front of you, shoot from a long distance as quickly as possible. Jie on the bench also widened his eyes. He couldn't imagine why Ye Liangqiu appeared in that position, or that no one in the entire stadium noticed his position. His attention was always they were all driven by the core of Caesar. Just now I was feeling regretful about Feng Li's goal, but the next second I saw Munich successfully score a point. My brain seems to be a little overwhelmed. Unreasonable, too unreasonable. On the bench, Laravinho couldn't help but stare at Ye Liangqiu's figure, frowning. His attention was completely affected by other people, and he didn't realize that Ye Liangqiu was actually in that position. And how did he do it? Do you predict that this ball will definitely be defended? It can't be said that from the moment Feng Li held the ball, he already knew that the ball was destined to come to his feet. This is a bit strange, no. I should say weird. Is this what you're looking for? A complete monster? Lavinho couldn't help but ridicule. After all, he didn't understand what happened just now, but he knew that Noah definitely knew what happened just now. Noah's expression was still cold. What I pursue is super rationality, but the premise of super rationality is that the entire team falls into a stable state, and now a character who can break this balance has come out, and his arrival will make this reasonable goal I created became unreasonable. It is precisely because of this unreasonableness. That's why there was this experiment, an experiment that transformed a cocoon into a butterfly. Advertisement. Is it the case that an unreasonable person will subvert a reasonable team, or a group of reasonable people will integrate an unreasonable person into it, or exclude them? After all, my team is built for one person. Either become a member of Caesar's offensive options, or show strength that surpasses Caesar. But it's obvious that Ye Liangqiu's strength has exceeded my expectations. The uncertainty is still increasing. I don't recommend letting him walk a few more laps on the court. Let me see various surprises. Numerous numbers seem to be floating on Noah's body. What the hell? Lavinho didn't understand. He stood up and pinched his collar. No, you're so excited to see me. I'm going to play. Compared with Noah's perfect data rationality, Lavinho is different from him. He is only interested in the gorgeous skills and strength displayed on the court. And now, someone mentioned his interest. Lavinho grinned and said no nonsense. The goal just made him see that his team was about to face an extremely difficult game, especially the last goal was actually blocked by Caesar. His momentum was so strong he fell down for a moment. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let himself go on the court to gain some opportunities for the team, and at the same time improve the team's momentum. He didn't want to be compared to Noah, a robot. Thinking about it, he had already stepped onto the court. By the way, he looked at Noah, but this guy was indifferent. It seems that even if he plays, he won't be able to gain any advantage. The moment Lavinho stepped onto the field, everyone looked at him. The instructor is about to come on stage and he's still having fun. Upstairs, mentors are also people, not monsters. They are just players with slightly better skills. Now almost everyone on the court has the opportunity to step into their threshold. Don't think that the mentor will win if he comes on the field. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. It's just that Qiubao is probably extremely uncomfortable now. After all, looking at the overall strength of the Munich team, everyone is attacking around Caesar. Noah's so-called rationality also needs to be reflected in him, but now, Qiubao's arrival the balance has been broken. Whose hands will sovereignty fall to? Advertisement. No matter, I just want to see Qiubao kick Xiao Feng Li into explosion, and finally a wave of emotional incitement, and then Feng Li's mentality explodes, improving himself again. The barrage was noisy, but it was also the same on the court. The moment Lavinho came on the field, FC Boccia's momentum increased a lot. You did a very good job in the penalty area just now. Lavinho praised him. Obviously he admired the last goal very much, but he didn't expect that he would be stopped. But on the court, it's not always the melody that follows your heart. It is a battlefield full of surprises. As the whistle sounded, the two teams returned to their positions. Caesar on the Munich side narrowed his eyes and looked at Ye Liangqiu, still thinking about the miracle of the goal just now. After all, it was not what he predicted. Did Ye Liangqiu know through some method that he would intercept the ball? At this moment, Spain kicks off. Levinho took the lead and charged with the ball, while Feng Lu was on his right to support him. The two were extremely fast and their cooperation was quite skillful, but their goals seemed to be very unified. That is to attack Ye Liangqiu first. As a player who shines on the court, the most important thing to do is to overwhelm the momentum he played in the previous game at the opening moment. Of course, Ye Liangqiu saw their purpose. With a calm expression, he stepped forward to intercept them. The moment their eyes met, Levinho's whole body exuded an aura of freedom and joy, but this aura contained a sweeping hurricane, as if it completely enveloped the space between the two of them. And Ye Liangqiu was not to be outdone. A dark light burst out from his eyes, and the scarlet aura and the hurricane formed two competing momentums. The players running around did not dare to enter rashly when faced with this situation. Levinho displayed his special skills in an instant, and the football dance danced gracefully as his body twisted. It looked very inconsistent, but underneath the disobedience there was a huge sense of oppression. Weak people don't deserve to dance freely on the court with me. All of a sudden. Chapter 147: The Player Who Brings Freedom and Death. Levinho's body began to sway from side to side, but the axis of his body was very stable, and even a slight shaking could not be seen, while the ball under his feet was moving crazily. The afterimage in the Demon King's eye seemed to be turning upside down. Although his movements are very similar to Feng Lu, Levinho's dribbling skills are different from him. The confidence radiating from the world's top player in front of him makes his skills and even his momentum feel unimaginably oppressive. Levinho performed a gorgeous dribbling dance, pulling the ball to one side, then quickly flicking the ball, swaying rapidly, and then tapping the ball with his toes, trying to use fake moves to trick Ye Liangqiu into being fooled. However, these actions of his have already formed afterimages in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. Even when the ball almost passed by 1 second ago, he was not deceived by Levinho's actions. Ye Liangqiu never lies. In 1 versus 1, the Demon King's eye is invincible. Unless you can cover Ye Liangqiu's eyes, or, in other words, you can predict the trajectory of the ball earlier, otherwise in this kind of head-on confrontation, it is almost impossible to defeat an opponent who can see the future. Of course, Levinho's skills were something Ye Liangqiu had never experienced from other players. His eyes were filled with red light, and he was ready to grab the ball at the next moment. He clearly saw Levinho from the future. The next move, the trajectory of the ball. This attack is bound to succeed. Boom, sound. Ye Liangqiu stretched out his foot and stepped directly on the ball at Levinho's feet. Levinho grinned. The reaction speed is exactly as I expected. Your eyes are different from what Loki and those guys said. In Ye Liangqiu's surprised eyes, his body twisted in an instant. No, the future has not changed, this ball is still his. So what is he going to do? In surprise, suddenly, a figure appeared behind Ye Liangqiu, and Feng Lu appeared out of nowhere. He said with a smile, "Qiu, this game is not just a personal battle. The most important thing is the core." Feng Lu ran in Ye Liangqiu's blind spot, and because of his extremely fast speed, Ye Liangqiu didn't notice it. It wasn't until Feng Lu got close that the deadly dangerous aura came. Advertisement. And because the moment he took the kick, although he grabbed the ball, the next moment, Feng Lu directly extended one leg to touch the ball. The football flew straight into the air because of the contact between the two. Levinho took off instantly, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. His pupils were like sharp swords. His eyes were already looking in one direction, where a FC Boccia player was running without the ball. Move. There was a bang sound. Levinho sent the ball out with a high pass. Ye Liangqiu was not angry because of the cooperation between the two people. After all, there were many ways to defeat him in a 2-on-1. But Levinho chose to deal with him head-on and played tricks with this series of actions. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu felt as if there were ants crawling all over his body, watching the backs of the two of them rushing towards their own goal. Ye Liangqiu's tone was a little cold, "Two bastards." At this time, after Liangqiu passed the ball, although he passed Ye Liangqiu, the pressure he faced was still very high. After all, the core of the Munich team has never been Ye Liangqiu, but a blue rose growing in the dark. Caesar has been observing the movements on the court and constantly capturing various information. Among them, he had already guessed that Liangqiu would confront Ye Liangqiu head-on. I just didn't expect that Liangqiu couldn't get benefits from Ye Liangqiu. It even requires other players to be liberated. This also infinitely means that Ye Liangqiu himself is far more powerful than everyone else in Munich. Caesar's eyes were extremely gloomy. His eyes turned to an FC Boccia player who was holding the ball. It seemed that the way to break the situation had not yet appeared. At this time, the Boccia player holding the ball passed the ball to Liangqiu again. At this time, a figure came to Liangqiu again at a very fast speed. Liangqiu's face seemed to be a bit teasing. "I thought you were a turtle." "Shut up," Ye Liangqiu said coldly. Liangqiu grinned. "Weak people are just noise." Advertisement. Just because you are strong doesn't mean that others have your execution ability. Liangqiu's eyes were piercing, like a cheetah about to prey. The next moment, he rushed in one direction, and a Munich player in that direction looked horrified. It was just too late when he reacted. Liangqiu jumped high, clamped his legs to bring the ball to take-off state, and made a rainbow pass. And his body has passed through the player like a cheetah. Even at the moment of passing through, his arm movements have already been displayed, holding the player's shoulder with one hand to prevent him from turning around, and using the body forms an obstacle to slow down Ye Liangqiu's pace. Cunning. Even Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think of this word. Almost none of the opponents I met before would use such despicable methods, no. It should be said that this is an unpreventable technique. Use your teammates to increase resistance, and use your enemies to scorch your enemies. Liangqiu's own ball control, skills, and thoughts in his mind can be completed almost in an instant. This is not just relying on thinking, but a subconscious reaction. It shows that this guy often does this on the field. Therefore, he has a lot of experience facing speedy confrontational players like Ye Liangqiu. Even the personal strength shown in just 3 minutes of playing time is already very scary. At this moment, Liangqiu had already entered the penalty area after getting rid of Ye Liangqiu. Facing the defensive players, he almost used all kinds of moves to tease his opponents, such as flower feet, cow tail, crotch piercing. His body seems to be dancing on the court like an elf. Everyone was fooled by him. Everywhere he passed, defensive players fell to the ground. This is Liangqiu, one of the world's top players, who is known as the dancing master on the court. Anyone who is teased will almost lose resistance in an instant and fall to the ground. Under this gorgeous and elegant dance, he came to the goal. But he didn't shoot directly. Instead, he noticed 2 dangerous figures who had been waiting for a long time. Using the same trick, Liangqiu had already discovered that Caesar and Ness were waiting here. At this moment, his eyes were burning, like an actor who was about to take his final call, and he opened his arms. "I am the butterfly that represents freedom, and I am also the player who brings death. I am Liangqiu." Chapter 148. The world is waiting for Ye Liangqiu. Almost in the next second, Ness and Caesar rushed in his direction and double-teamed him directly. The two of them cooperated without even needing words, just a look, and both sides understood. Ness directly forced Liangqiu to attack with a sliding tackle, while Caesar rushed forward at extremely fast speed to seize the flaw at that moment. Want to grab the ball. However, faced with the pressure of the 2 men, Liangqiu grinned and took a step back with both legs at the same time. As he stepped back, he brought the ball into the air with his toes and made a mid-air bull's tail, narrowly escaping Ness's sliding tackle. But he also fell into a trap carefully prepared by Caesar. However, Liangqiu's expression was not panic, but his eyes widened. Suddenly, his body was like a spring, and his left foot took off directly from the ground, while his right foot completed the flapping action at the moment of showing the cow's tail. The ball also flew up together. Caesar's movement to step forward suddenly stopped, because he was about to hit him as soon as he took one step forward. Liangqiu looks like an eagle in the air. There was a bang sound. With a roar, the football was kicked out by him, swinging left and right like a butterfly, bypassing the goalkeeper and directly entering the goal. The score came to 1-1. Liangqiu landed on one foot, turned around, and made a curtain call. He slowly raised his head, revealing an expression of extreme pleasure. That's what death in close contact does. Does it look good? When Feng Lu witnessed this scene, a smile appeared on his lips. This was what he wanted to pursue, but the difference between the two was too far. He could not achieve the natural and free movements of Liangqiu. The scenes just now were in his mind, reflected in the eyes. At this moment, it seems that the whole world has become Liangqiu's stage. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's eyes were cold and he was worthy of being a world-class player at the mentor level. With a set of moves, he almost treated them like children, but the main reason was because he was fighting alone, otherwise he would not have been beaten just now. Pass. In the final analysis, personal strength is important though. But in team competition, the group can exert its greatest strength. At this moment, a figure stood up. Noah, who was on the bench, took off his coat and walked to the court. He didn't say a word, but everyone knew what he meant. Noah is going to play, and he knows that having Liangqiu on the court will make this game boring. Advertisement. He also understood that this guy would sabotage his experiment. Therefore, Noah's appearance is to restore balance to the game. It's just that it only took less than 2 minutes for Liangqiu to score in the last game, which means, as long as the speed is fast enough, Noah can even end this farce directly in the next game. And that's exactly what he thought. The data he wanted to get has been obtained. Noah glanced at Ye Liangqiu. His eyes were cold, but he quickly turned his head to look at the god of the country. If you can't blend in, then the only option is to end up. I don't need reason here, and I don't need you to do anything. I just want a result. After the national god took a deep look at Noah, he walked to the bench. The meaning of the words was to let him go, but his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu again, seeming a little confused. He made no mistake. Why was he forced to go? Even Caesar and Nas couldn't help but frown. Why didn't Noah replace Ye Liangqiu? This shouldn't be right. However, at this moment, Noah seemed to know what they were thinking, and he looked back and said, "This is a benefit for the fans. The world is watching the rise of a superstar, and they are looking forward to Ye Liangqiu. Z's, this is what the contract is." For a moment, everyone was stunned. What kind of bullshit explanation is this? Fan. Are you talking about me? Oh, carrot, oh. That should be me. No, bro, are you a little sick? We are not in the same dimension as them, how could you be talking about us? Ye Liangqiu also frowned. Fans. Could it be that many people are paying attention to this place now? Live broadcast. Advertisement. After all, he is very familiar with this kind of thing. Although the current plot is completely confusing, he still understands some things. Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu looked up at several corners of the stadium, and sure enough he saw several cameras running at high speed. At this moment, both superheroes have appeared. This dispute has completely reached a fever pitch. Everyone's eyes were on Noah. He grabbed countless eyes the moment he came on the field. This is inevitable, after all, this player is known as the #1 player in the world. You should be admired by countless people wherever you go. Including Jie in the audience, his eyes were extremely hot. How much he wanted to be the one on the field right now. Being able to compete with his idol on the same stage was something he could not imagine, and now it was almost becoming a reality. He needs to improve, keep improving, and at least be able to reach this competition field. Thinking that Jie's body is getting hotter and hotter, he can't wait to go to the training ground to train immediately, but he still wants to sit here and watch the game first. At this time, the whistle sounded. The German side's formation on the court changed the moment Noah came on the field, or in other words, Munich's core changed in an instant, from Kaiser to Noah. This is the role of super rationality. The team can make various adjustments through the core without affecting anyone and still be able to exert its full strength. Moreover, there is almost only one blue prison player in the German team in the entire stadium, Ye Liangqiu. Their lineup has changed very little. There is almost no need to think about it. However, Noah gave Ye Liangqiu one of the forward positions. As if to say don't let him down. The next moment, Noah kicked off the ball. He made a judgment in an instant and passed the ball to Caesar, attacking forward in a triangle formation. Although Noah's tone was very cold and decisive, every command was extremely calm and there were even no mistakes. The three of them passed the ball to each other, constantly pulling Spain's defense. Noah and Ye Liangqiu were as fast as a jet. The two of them were like cross rays constantly piercing all obstacles in front of them, and the ball was running wildly under their feet. Chemical reaction. Jie was extremely shocked. The two had obviously never come into contact before, or even played football, but their movements were extremely smooth. Even passing, dribbling, and next steps were almost synchronized. Above a point. In just a few seconds, Ye Liangqiu had an ultimate chemical reaction with Noah. Chapter 149 1 verses 21. The chemistry between the two swept the entire competition field almost instantly, and FC Botcha's defensive formation was dispersed almost instantly. Noah's eyes moved and he glanced at Ye Liangqiu, as if he was calculating Ye Liangqiu's overall data in his mind. After all, in the cooperation between the two, only they knew each other's level in their hearts. Not to mention that the connection was seamless, but Noah recognized Ye Liangqiu's playing style. A way of playing that uses any player as a tool. Even Noah himself is no exception. Noah's eyes were cold. From Ye Liangqiu's kicking method, he felt that he was being used as a tool. This extremely self-interested kicking method was undoubtedly taught by the Blue Prison. But, he was a little confused. Faced with this style of play, the so-called rationality was completely shattered, thus evolving into ego-type rationality. In Noah's concept, super-rationality is divided into self-type and world-type. Self is self-interest, and everything in the outside world is rubbish and rubbish that prevents one from scoring goals. The world type is similar to this group of players with spatial awareness. By releasing their own signals, players outside can receive them, and then a chemical reaction will occur, eventually exposing their fangs and scoring goals. Undoubtedly, both methods are manifestations of self-interest. It's just that Ye Liangqiu's self-interest is a little different, so Noah can't tell whether he is a self-type or a world type. Thinking of this, when Noah received the next pass, his eyes looked at Caesar, who was sneaking in the shadows. Although he is playing as a mentor. But that doesn't mean that all players maintain absolute trust in him, or, there are always people who want to devour him. He is both a mentor and an enemy in the game. At this moment, because of Noah's appearance, the rhythm of the game has changed. Swift and fast. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were calm, and the blood in his body did not feel boiling because of the superstar's appearance. Instead, he became calmer. The stadium in his eyes suddenly turned into a battlefield filled with the smell of blood. This game was never 11 versus 11, but 1 versus 21. Munich is his opponent, and FC Boccia opposite is also his opponent. The existence of Caesar makes the Munich dynasty extremely stable. If you want to replace Caesar, no, it should be said to defeat Caesar, then you must first collapse this super-rational team in Munich. Advertisement. But, that's impossible. After all, clubs trained in Germany can collapse so easily, how could they be allowed to come to the Blue Prison? Moreover, Noah came to the Blue Prison just to let this group of confident players understand the mystery. I want to break this relationship. There are only two ways. The first is to conquer the entire Munich team. Second, let those losers from Blue Prison come on stage. Only in this way can the water be muddied. Naturally, when a solution comes out, it must be solved. What Ye Liangqiu wants to try is the first one, trying to end the Munich dynasty and build a new castle. On the playing field, Caesar, who was running, felt a chill behind him for some reason, and frowned as he looked at the scarlet figure. What is Ye Liangqiu thinking about? At this time, Levinho suddenly rushed forward, and his target was naturally Ye Liangqiu. Compared with dealing with Noah, he still felt that the soft persimmon was easier to handle. It's just that Ye Liangqiu also saw that after Levinho passed him in the last game, he planned to keep putting pressure on him. Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu took Noah's pass with cold eyes. He knew what Levinho was thinking and could see what he wanted to do. Then he said softly, "I don't like to be like this with you. A kind of perverted man, performing a dance. Especially those who have to find helpers to fight 1 versus 1. Hearing this, Levinho did not feel angry because of the trash talk. Instead, his eyes rolled outwards playfully, looking very scary. Helper. I didn't call for help. Because you were too weak, you were robbed. If it were me, I might have shot just now. Ha 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 ha. Ye Liangqiu grinned, really. At this moment, the afterimages reflected in the eyes are still appearing, all of which are messages that appear repeatedly because of Levinho in front of him. But this time he was prepared. The same trick cannot happen to you twice. In an instant, Liangqiu stretched out his legs to grab the ball and at the same time stretched out his hand to restrict Ye Liangqiu's movements. It looks like he is grabbing the ball, but actually he is trying to create opportunities for another person. Advertisement. A white figure appeared quietly. Odo Yingtai rushed out like a ghost with a sliding shovel. At this moment, everyone thought that Ye Liangqiu would be snatched away from the ball, but at this moment, Ye Liangqiu was extremely calm, and his body slowly closed his eyes under this snatching. Only then did everything in front of him information can be digested in an instant. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu caught the ball between his legs and threw it backwards. At the same time, he kicked his heel upward. In an instant, the football turned into an arc and was passed out. But there was no one in that position. Even everyone who wanted to predict Ye Liangqiu was stunned. Who was he passing it to? At this time, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded, "Pass the ball." Who could be that stupid? On the field, footballs are bullets and knives that pierce the enemy's neck. Only those holding a football have a chance to fight against the enemy. If you can't even understand this, you arrogant mentors and useless players should just go home and farm. Almost in an instant, Ye Liangqiu was like a high-speed machine, blood-colored mist surged out of his body, and he rushed out in an instant. Liangqiu also wanted to reach out to intercept. But it was pushed away by a huge force. Damn it. Liangqiu was a little angry for the first time. He couldn't tell that Ye Liangqiu's pass was actually passed to him. He wanted to use his own speed weapon to directly pull against the two defensive players. Most importantly, it made him embarrassed and humiliated. The trap was set, but the prey broke free and ran away. Ye Liangqiu's idea is extremely simple, that is, speed solves all troubles. With championship-level speed in this arena, he is the same person as the mentor, but some details cannot be fulfilled. All conditions are now met. There is no need to hide unknown information. At this moment, the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth slowly cracked, and his whole body felt comfortable. Almost at the moment he held the ball, his speed accelerated. The roar sounded. Even the Munich players couldn't help but be shocked by this speed. I have never been so fast in training before. And, how does it look like, Loki? Chapter 150, Shut Up. Off the court, Jiexi's pupils were wide open. This speed was right, it was the same as when he was competing against 5 of Rocky's top players in the world in the blue prison. Can Ye Liangqiu's speed be accelerated any further? Obviously, players on both sides were a little stunned by this sudden change. But, it's not over yet. At this moment, almost all the defensive players are in place. There is only one choice given to Ye Liangqiu, and that is to pass the ball. Noah and Caesar have already rushed towards the penalty area. Their eyes are quite indifferent. They both believe that facing this situation, there is only one result for anyone, and that is to pass the ball. However, at this moment, Ye Liangqiu doesn't think so. Everyone likes to decide the future of something in advance, but they can't see the future. They can only decide verbally and heartily. After all, they are all prejudgments. At this time, 2 figures came to Ye Liangqiu's side. They were not enemies of Spain, but teammates of Munich, including Ness. With a smile on his face, he coldly said 2 words, "Pass the ball." As if it was an order. However, Ye Liangqiu's eyes were extremely fierce, and white mist slowly leaked from the corners of his mouth. Shut up. Why are a group of people who can't even see the future here devouring me? Did that loser Noah and Caesar send you here? Tell them, all of you come together now and see if you can snatch this ball from my hand. Nath's expression was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Passing the ball is the best option. In the next second, Ye Liangqiu's speed exploded, passing Ness in just an instant and rushing into the enemy's encirclement. Feng Le was among them. He would not let Ye Liangqiu shoot, because he knew clearly that if he allowed this court demon to completely conquer and dominate the Munich team, then there will be no suspense in this game. He licked the corners of his mouth. Then, let's break the devil's wings here and demote him to the mortal world. Faced with heavy defense, Ye Liangqiu's expression was neither happy nor sad, but his playing style was extremely crazy. Every player who blocked him could hardly survive for 2 seconds before he used various subtle movements to bypass him. Advertisement. 3 seconds in the future. He can already predict countless routes reflected in front of his eyes. Unless it's a fatal outcome. It was precisely in the face of his pressure that the Spanish players even sent out 3 defenders to block him forward, completely blocking all scoring routes. On the other side, Noah was also entangled by Lavinho. Only Caesar was running without the ball and had reached the most threatening place in Spain. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was completely surrounded, with a hint of teasing, and said in a rather ambiguous tone, "Come on, pass the ball to me. I'll score the goal for you." Disgusting. As if hearing his words, Ye Liangqiu let out a broken mouth. "Stop dreaming. I will pass the ball to the pink-haired pervert in this world, but I will not pass it to you, this disgusting hypocritical man." It's self-evident who he's talking about. Caesar's expression froze, and gradually became gloomy. Then he wanted to see how to break the deadlock in this situation. After this time, if Noah doesn't replace Ye Liangqiu, he does not recommend suspending the entire Munich team. After all, with his authority, his size in Munich is only slightly lower than Noah's. To this end, Ye Liangqiu, what will you do? Facing a 3-person double team, the situation is really similar, but they used to be a group of weak players, but now this group of players are the best among geniuses. After all, talent is just the ticket to this ballpark. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were fierce, and he spread his hands to cover the approaching players on both sides, trying to drag their bodies to a safe distance. However, in this situation, these defensive players certainly knew what Ye Liangqiu wanted to do. So just give up and get closer. Amputated through both legs. You must know that this is just a few legs, taking turns to snatch the ball. Even a dance master like Lavinho, facing a 3-pack and one at close range, all he can do is pass the ball out and play with the 3 defensive players in front of him. So Spain is certain. Ye Liangqiu will not pass the ball out. Just as they thought, Ye Liangqiu planned to confront them head-on. He was not a thieves like Jie, Caesar, or Itoshi Rin who ran to the best place to grab shooting opportunities. Ignoring the stretching movements of the group of people in front of me, Ye Liangqiu stabilized his lower body and firmly stepped on the ball with his right foot. I don't need any assistance. Advertisement. You don't need to care about other people's yelling. The value of my existence in the stadium is to make this stadium my paradise. No one can veto my ideas. Nor is it allowed to veto my will. Unless one day I die on this field. The ultimate sense of oppression burst out from Ye Liangqiu's body, blood-colored mist wrapped around his body, his pupils were wrapped in blood, and the next moment, Feng Li's surprised eyes were on him. The movements of Ye Liangqiu's legs seemed to replicate Lavinho's rainbow performance, but there are some differences. It's a fake move. Feng Li's eyes widened. Just now everyone thought that Ye Liangqiu was going to use a rainbow to surpass others, but how could this be possible? The intention is too obvious, as long as he dares to use it. Then just 2 of them block Ye Liangqiu and the other one grabs the ball. But, that's not necessarily the case now. The moment Ye Liangqiu made these 5 actions, except Feng Lu realized this situation. The 2 Spanish players next to them were staring at the sky, and their bodies subconsciously stepped back. They have been dragged into the rhythm of Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu grinned, the blood in his pupils became stronger and stronger, and his body movements stopped abruptly. Instead, he stood on one foot on the grass and quickly changed his movements. The action returns in a flash. The moment Feng Lu reacted, he had already dribbled the ball past him, and his hand directly touched Feng Li's shoulder, preventing him from turning around. Oh no, he's going to shoot. Without one person to intercept, Feng Lu knew what Ye Liangqiu was going to do and shouted immediately. However, the 2 Spanish players did not think they could shoot in this situation, but they also moved towards Ye Liangqiu. However, the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose crazily. He was waiting for this opportunity to use the bodies of the 2 players as a cover to bypass the goalkeeper's vision. At this moment, the bloody line in the pupils has appeared, exuding an unparalleled aura of death. There was a bang sound. Ye Liangqiu's left foot exploded, and the football was like a bullet wrapped in scarlet mist. Speed and power were perfectly combined, turning into a shock wave that split the air and rushed towards the blind spot of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't expect it, and the ball hit the net from above his head. Rather than destroying you, I want to see what you can do to stop me from shooting. A bunch of pretentious geniuses.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.